Un don de 50 € de Linou NC qui dit Team, je reviens du boulot. Bon, je triche, je viens de Nouvelle-Calédonie. Bien, force à vous aussi, hein. Bienvenue à tous ceux qui nous regardent, hein, qui ne sont pas dans notre fuseau horaire. Merci à tous les speedrunners pour le show qu'ils nous offrent, même à des heures peu catholiques. Et pour elle, les dons. Il y a un autre don de 100 € de Chris qui dit petit don. D'accord. Du dedans de la salle avant de rentrer car la journée finit à 9h. Tu as pas la Chris?
Ouais, on l'entend.
Tu as 9 minutes, hein. Donc après on change effectivement de journée.
Allez, Flora Imaginarium, 20 €. Merci à Prix 57, donc le runner de ce jeu mythique. T'as la ref, parce que Mythic Quest, c'est ça. Ouais. Premier opus de la saga mythique des Mana. Et oui, parce que finalement, c'est pas un FF.
Oui, c'est pas un FF.
Ça a été très bien expliqué. D'ailleurs, moi-même, j'ai compris enfin le rapport.
Oui.
En plus, on voyait écrit Seiken Densetsu.
Oui, c'est vrai que sur le layout, c'était marqué.
What is the fuck? Merci Speedon, merci Médecin du Monde, achète et donne, Pedro Do, 100 balles également. Voilà. C'est timide ce matin, mais il y a quand même des beaux dons et vos messages font toujours très très plaisir.
Askilad qui a donné 50 € et qui dit « Enfant, je me suis retrouvé sauf Lux au Mystic Quest en ayant save alors que j'étais empoisonné. Je me sens vengé aujourd'hui. » Sanzero qui a donné 50 € et qui dit « Le retour de Speedon, enfin. On n'oublie pas, on donne, on achète et on remet. »
Et on remet Virvend, 1 € symbolique. Hein, il nous dit « Alors bonjour Speedon, j'espère que tout le monde a bien dormi. On n'oublie pas de continuer à donner pour que Jarmou participe à la run de Ghost dans le Yard. » Alors peut-être que tu peux nous dire où ça en est d'ailleurs.
Eh bien écoute, je vais te dire ça tout de suite.
Allez, vas-y.
On n'est plus qu'à 900 €. Et intègre la race. Donc voilà.
C'est à quelle heure?
C'est à quelle heure c'est prévu? Si je reprends. Pour l'instant, on n'a pas de retard. On n'est pas en avant. On n'a pas pris d'avance. On n'a pas pris de retard.
Okay,
bravo à tous. C'est prévu à 15h. Donc on a 6 heures pour
6 heures pour faire 900 balles. C'est bon. Alors quand vous faites un don, pensez bien donc à vous scrollez down un petit peu et vous allez voir où vous pouvez cocher l'incentive, donc le défi en cours. Et donc là, c'est pour que Jarmou participe à cela. Et
donc
puis,
voilà, on n'oublie pas qu'il y a d'autres choses qui vont être débloquées. Donc gardez aussi si vous voulez débloquer d'autres choses. Mais il y a toujours le fameux débat du meilleur Zelda, voilà. Et ce superbe t-shirt.
C'est vrai qu'un bénévole nous l'a apporté tout à l'heure, on ne l'a pas remontré. Alors ça c'est le triple XL, hein, voilà, il existe aussi en plus petit. J'ai du mal à le prendre tellement il est grand, mais
incroyable.
Mais voilà, en tout cas très très belle illustration. Ciné Zo qu'on retrouvera d'ailleurs pour faire certains dessins qui seront à gagner, bien sûr.
Eh bien écoute, je te propose qu'on lise encore dernier petit don, et puis après on laisse la main donc, à la suite.
Benoît Triel, merci pour les 10 €. Un petit don du matin avant d'aller bosser. Gogo, Speedon Go, Judith pour les 10 €. Wolfka pour les 5 €. Un chocobo dans Mana.
Ouais, et puis après voilà. Bon, anonyme de 50 balles, pas de message, merci à toi. Tel qui a donné 10 € qui dit réveillez-vous, Young Gamer. Et enfin Armafeo qui avait donné 5 € qui dit bravo les ambianceurs, bravo les bénévoles, toutes les équipes, les commentateurs, médecins du monde, attention, tu te trompes. Et bravo le vieux monsieur, et bravo le chat, donne, achète, et vous êtes les meilleurs. Sans plus attendre, nous sommes prêts donc pour la run de Chippy.
Shock Adventure.
Voilà, un jeu qui est bien, un jeu qui est rapide, et on vous dit, moi je vous dis à très bientôt. Et puis,
ah oui, tu reviens pour du yo-yo tout à l'heure.
Ouais, je reviens après.
Bonjour.
Et bonjour Speedon.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Chippy, voici Patchy, ce que vous découvrez. Non, en vrai, je suis Nimeya, je suis en compagnie de Pochu pour vous présenter la run de Ridou sur Chippy Short Adventure. Un petit jeu que vous allez découvrir avec nous tranquillement en cette matinée. Est-ce que tu es prêt, Ridou? Est-ce que tu veux nous dire quelque chose? Autre chose que non?
Non plus.
D'accord, ok, très bien. Écoute, bonne chance pour ta run. Et puis on va te laisser faire le décompte, comme ça tu lances quand tu es.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the English Restream for SpeeDons here on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel. If you've been here all dang day, you might recognize my voice because I was here at the very beginning. My name is Happy by 3, and I played this game for the first time a couple of hours ago. So I know a lot about the story, it's fresh in my mind. I am joined by our gameplay expert.
Hello, I am Sawayoshi, and I speedrun this game, moderate on the leaderboards, and used to be world record holder. I will be doing most of the gameplay explanation for this run. So yeah, this is just the intro. There's really not much going on. Happy if you want to talk about stuff real quick.
Yeah, we're just starting out with some absurdly good music. This game is made by a solo developer who has a very large YouTube music following. So that shows in the sound design. This is somebody who knows their stuff when it comes to music and sound. And so we start out with this little cutscene where we come to life. We are a little sheep plushie that is imbued with the force of life by some unknown entity. And then, as is tradition in this sort of run-jump platformer game, it shows us, hey, you can press a button to get up places. And then introduces the idea of holding on to ledges. In this room first, right there, you can see we can kind of grab these ledges and then jump again. Speaking of jumping, there is one really unique thing about the jump in this game. But I will leave that to gameplay expert du jour.
So this game, you see a lot of these jumps look like they were, some of them look like they were done mid-air or done with coyote frames. That's because they are done in mid-air. This game is interesting in that the jumps, we're just gonna fall down here, they don't care whether you're on the ground or not. It's just, you get one jump that refreshes when you land, and you can use that jump on the ground or anywhere in midair while you're falling. So we'll be using that to get around a couple places. It's not super readily important, but it is definitely something to keep in mind. And we're heading into the patches fight. You're gonna see Rito's going to be staying on the left side and just kind of jumping to do this fight.
Yeah, so we have, assuming I didn't somehow skip one that's in the speedrun, 3 boss fights.
I believe so, yeah.
But we don't really have an attack. So you'll see Rito just standing near the spikes until the enemy dashes toward you, then jumping out of the way so that it takes damage. But clearly the speedrun strat involves some iframe nonsense.
Yeah, patches only runs at you after a little bit of a charge up, so you get them to back up closer to the spikes and then run into the spikes.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is so cutscene skips in this game work a little weird. When you take a death, you will gain the ability to skip cutscenes. This one, for some reason, you don't have to do that. And there's a couple closer to the end of the game where you just can't skip them regardless. One, we will see this skip come back in full force in. But the elevator has fallen.
Yeah, so it's something, the explanation that was given to me when I was like, hey, I think I actually want to learn this run. The explanation given to me in the Discord like an hour ago is that if you die right before a boss, it sets the flag for having died during the boss. And the way the game works casually is you can't skip a cutscene the first time, but you can on subsequent returns to the fight, which, thank goodness for that. There's nothing worse than dying 5 times and having to watch the whole cutscene every single time. But if you take a death right before the cutscene, it sets the flag, and then you can skip the cutscene as soon as you come back to life, which is super helpful if you're trying to go fast, because you can just take intentional deaths and skip everything.
Super helpful. Some of these, so we're into chapter 2. You see we have a double jump, which we neglected to mention. We got that from the patches fight. You also see in this chapter 2, the first half of chapter 2, we're going to be taking a bunch of, we're going to be falling through gaps a lot. There are some kill points that are kind of mean, so we have to navigate around those. But a lot of these falls just save time of going across platforms. So in speedruns, it is very, very important that you learn where these are and where you can fall to get down faster. And we get on this big elevator and down into the main part of this chapter.
This is really cool. Just the music and the scope of the shot opening up is really well made. And that's something I was talking to some of the tech folks about during setup. If you haven't played this game, You really, really should. I played it today. It took me like 45 minutes casually. It truly is a short adventure, but it's really fun and ridiculously polished. Like, the movement feels clean, the music is incredible, the visuals are gorgeous. There's a ton of voice acting too for like little lore drops throughout. Like, it's really, really polished for a free-to-play game on Steam.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And it's free, and I've gotten 50 hours of value out of it. So,
Yeah.
it's a pretty good game. It's a pretty fun game. And there's the devs have mentioned that they're making another bigger project. So keep an eye out for that. And also, Sheepy might be getting some translations in the future. Keep an eye out on that as well. If you're, for example, part of the French community. So we're heading into out of chapter 2 and into chapter 3 here. Chapter 3 is very interesting. It is the most open area in this entire game. There's a lot of options on where to go, and one is definitively faster than the others. This is also the only area with multiple different collectibles that you can go around and pick up. This is glitchless any percent, so we won't be getting those, but there's a lot to go around, and you kind of just have to memorize the routing. And I'm just going to keep talking, but another interesting thing about this game is cycles, which are oddly frame rate dependent. So some runners you'll see playing on specific frame rates like 96, because some cycles only work at that frame rate. There's a lot of messing around going on to make that work. And there's been some debate on what frame rate is the best. Some people will swear by their 96 FPS GB gameplay. Some people just can't get more than 60 because it is monitor dependent. That was a little bit of an unfortunate jump, but we do make it up. Yeah. This game has some interesting quirks.
Yeah. So, speaking of, you mentioned it's glitchless. To the best of my knowledge, there is exactly one glitch that separates glitchless from the glitched any percent category.
There's a couple around the levers. Sometimes the levers will let you hit them from far away. Sometimes they will let you slide on them. Sometimes you can just fall through elevators. There's a few little funny things. There's also infinite flight. You'll see flight later
That's
on.
the one I heard about.
Yeah, there's a few that kind of separate the categories. Yeah. Glitchless,
But that is one really
will
nice thing.
Make use of basically none of this.
Yeah, if you're at all interested in running the game, glitchless is very accessible. I asked for route notes and they were like, here's like 2 tricks, otherwise just watch the route and follow it. It's pretty easy to pick up. So it's nice to have a category like that, because sometimes having to like down patch and learn major glitches and such can be a bit difficult or off-putting for new players. So glitchless is right there for you.
Mm-hmm. It's also the most played category. And now we get our dash ability, where we can press a button, we'll do a little hop, and then do this giant dash.
Took me so long in that room to figure out what the game wanted me to do.
Yeah, and we can dash multiple times during our dash. We can press dash again to get a little tiny boost. And now we're into what I think is the coolest little sequence in this game.
The sequence is just fun.
du coup, dirigé vers le deuxième boss, mine de rien. On va y arriver. Par des petits lapins, le plein de lapins qui permet effectivement
I love this little sequence so much.
Love
It's
the
so
jam
good.
emotes in chat. It's just fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there that's gonna like kill you or really throw off your momentum for the most part. Like, I think I stopped like once on a ledge, but for the most part, the game just kind of opens up and says like, all right, have fun. Just good vibes for a little bit.
Just good vibes.
You know what else
just vibes.
is great vibes? Sao-chang. Donating to charity, which you can do right now. It's true. You chat can make a direct donation during this event on the page accessible during the event stream. You can find that with a little exclamation point donate, I'm told, in chat. If that is untrue, somebody correct me. That's what I was told right before this. But little exclamation point donate will get you there. And a fun thing I just learned, the first 5,000 donations over €5, PayPal will add $5 to the donation. So if you donate $5 right now, PayPal will double your donation.
Get those donations in.
That's free real estate.
Yeah. All right. So we are into the second of 3 boss fights. This is the Dark Patches fight, where we have our dash ability now, our ram ability ? Which means that we have a way of attacking. So we're gonna get Patches to do 3 attacks on one side of the arena, and then we'll have this crystal come out on that side, and we can just dash into there and do damage. The third one is a little bit different. You'll see very quickly. You'll see for a split second here. There is no ground, so we just kind of have to jump. You'll also see that the crystals are kind of still there. We don't care. We just kind of clip through them. They are breakable with the dash, so we'll be doing that to get back on the middle platform. But in terms of doing the boss fight, we don't really care. So now that that's done, we get our final little ability in this game. We get our fly, which will let us fly up into the air. So we'll be using that to get up this little section. Now there is a little trick that saves half a second per flight, where we can double jump immediately after the flight input to cancel the starting lag of the flight. You'll see this is much faster than the flight you see in normal gameplay.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah.
From the I've seen this one time and it was me doing it casually perspective, I'm like, pardon? I spent how much time trying to climb up that? Hey, Eiffel Tower mention. Let's go France.
Yeah, let's go France.
Heard y'all like France?
Yeah, hey, there's this little cool place called France if y'all haven't heard this entire today.
the whole today.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as I know, the dev team is French. Their thank yous at the end of the credits are in French. So I
believe so, yeah.
assume that means they are French developers, which is super cool for a French speedrunning event.
Oh yeah, we're in space, by the way.
Yeah, as one does. Now we get a little Celeste moment. Oh, you know, it's good to see that I'm not the only one who misses that platform. That makes me feel better about the 12 times it took me to get up there.
Yeah, this part is not easy. Luckily, it's not super big time loss either. You just take another few seconds to try again. There we go. And you see again the lag cancel on all of those flights. It's just instant.
Yeah, that's amazing. And this is such a good little, you know, we're at the end of the game, and so you're combining everything you've learned so far, right? And this platforming forces you to use the dash into a double jump, into flight, into another jump to get through this last platforming challenge. It does a really, really good job of combining all of the mechanics in a way that still feels really smooth. Oh, you can just fully skip the cutscene at that thing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you don't have to interact with it.
There's a lore drop if you interact with that arch.
Yeah.
And now we get into the final quote unquote boss fight, which I think this segment was so cool. As someone who plays a ton of Metroidvanias and is familiar with the we picked up double jump, we picked up a dash, we picked up, and then we use it all for the last section.
It's so cool, this little segment.
This changes it up a little bit, which was really nice.
Get the far left orb here, and then we go back to the center and we get a little cutscene.
Yeah, and each time you activate one of these pillars, it takes away one of the abilities you've gained throughout the run. So the arena stays the same. You just have to move between these 4 pillars, but it gets increasingly difficult each cycle of the boss because you're losing one of your abilities. I thought that was a super clever way to play with the final boss tropes of Metroidvanias. Also, like I was saying earlier, this game is too polished to be free. That animation, far too polished to be free.
It's so good.
It's so well animated.
All right. So we're finally getting into the actual movement portion of this. We use our dash, we use our flight, and that is 2 of 3. And there you see that flight crystal that we got in chapter 5 just a few minutes ago, getting returned to that orb. And now that we don't have flight anymore, we're just gonna dash across to the left side, excuse me. Double jump up to this orb, and that's 2. That's 2 abilities, 3 of 4 orbs. You saw the horns we got for the dash ability getting returned there. And now we don't have a fast way to get across. So now we do a little walking. For the first time in a little while, we do a little walking.
What is nice though, is instead of taking damage from that explosion, it just gives you some momentum. So you can move a little bit faster with that.
Mm-hmm. And here,
I think you have to use it, right?
Yeah. You do have to use the boost to get up here.
Would you say you have to use the boost to get through?
I don't think so. And that is all 4 orbs. And we've returned our flight, our dash, and now our double jump. So we're back to just the 1 jump that we had at the very beginning of the run to get back to the center. This was so good.
So good. It's not fair.
It is a really sweet game. Time is coming up very soon. It will cut to black, and that is when we will call time. And time. That is GG. That's a 1944. That's not a bad time, especially for a marathon.
No, that was great. I feel like that's like 30 seconds over PB, and probably 25 of that was the 2 falls in the last segment. Like, that was a great run.
It was a great run, and this is a great game. You all should play it. Once again, Sheepy, free on Steam, and might be coming to other platforms very soon, so keep an eye out on that. Happy, if you have any final words.
Again, I'm happy by 3. I will be around a few more times this weekend, so if you enjoyed listening to me yap, why? But also, thank you, and I'll be back for more of that. Where and when can the people find you, Saba?
Yeah. First off, you're amazing at yapping, and I would listen to you yap any day of the week. Hi, I'm Sawayoshi. I stream on Twitch with speedruns of Metroidvanias and whatnot. Sometimes one-handed, sometimes two. I will not be back for this restream, but I may be back for the Japanese restream, which is also a cool restream, and you should check that out if you enjoy the Japanese content. Yeah, I will also be back on the GDQ channel in a couple weeks for Frost Fatales, a little thing called Frost Fatales if you're all interested in that. But yeah, that's about it from me. And that was Sheepy, a short adventure, and I hope you all enjoyed.
Thanks so much, y'all.
On aura le plaisir de voir ça. Et surtout, on aura le plaisir de lire des dons exceptionnels, notamment Gérard qui vient de donner 500 balles.
500 balles.
Bien joué, hein. Aucun message, hein, ceci dit. Paie-nous 100 €, bravo à tous pour cette nouvelle édition de Speedon. On se régale à le suivre.
RDB qui a donné 10 € qui dit merci au vieux monsieur, et avec plus petit que 3, Jarmou, Fitognoble, dans mes rêves les plus fous. Et Adramelek qui a donné 10 €, pas de message, merci beaucoup. Jean-Marc Presque Généreux qui a donné 66 € et 10 centimes, c'est très précis. Et qui nous dit est-ce que je vais plus suivre Speedon ou travailler aujourd'hui? Grande question, bourrez les dons et vive Speedon.
Le fils Noël, toute la famille se mobilise pour Speedon. Le fils Noël qui a donné 500 € à nouveau.
On peut applaudir, hein.
On peut applaudir, bien sûr. Comme il y a les petites lights, j'avais pas vu. Oh là là, il y a les gros. Oh ouais. Oh non.
Oh ouais.
À deux doigts de balancer un DJ set Artec, un son anonyme aussi de 100 €, Ugic 9 €, premier don, et j'espère que ça continuera. Eh bien, nous l'espérons aussi. Terio 5 €, prêt pour voir le speedrun banger Shippy Short Adventure. Le temps qu'on lise le don, bah en fait, le speedrun était fini.
Bah voilà,
ces speedrunners vont beaucoup trop vite, et c'est très bien, hein, regarde ça, tu l'as vu celui-là? Je l'avais pas vu.
Ah oui, voilà, il y a eu 10 € de bourrer les dons avec un cœur, voilà, merci à toi. Et surtout, Sachou, qui a donné 800 € et qui ne laisse aucun message, juste comme ça, prenez cet argent, je n'en ferai rien.
Et juste après, on a 1 €, voilà, euro symbolique, encore une fois. Hein,
pourquoi on vous dit, voilà, on lit dès qu'on peut, dès que vous avez des messages sympas, voilà, on vous lit.
Team des 1 €, réveillez-vous.
C'est ça.
Funlock également, 10 €, voilà, bourrez les dons. Pepoji, beaucoup de Pepoji, hein, évidemment, comme chaque événement.
Beaucoup de notes parce qu'ils savent qu'il y a un terreau à la fin.
Ah oui.
Il y a la fameuse interro à la fin.
Et on sera mal barré.
Et on sera très très mal barré. Et donc du coup, bah, ça fait que ça montre presque 210 000 €. Bah, voilà, 210 000, bravo.
210 000. Ah mais oui, et moi je vois pas, j'ai mon écran.
Ah oui, bah,
oh là là.
Et donc, ouais,
regardez-moi ce très très beau.
Voilà, ce t-shirt aux courbes élégantes.
Tout à fait. On voit bien
personnage.
Dante de Devil May Cry.
Exactement. Là, nous avons Tomb Raider, évidemment.
Tomb Raider.
Là, il y a Sonic. Oui. Là, c'est Agumon de Pokémon.
Agumon. Il est où le chocobo? Ah, il est là, je l'avais pas vu.
Oui, voilà, c'est ça.
D'accord, très bien.
Là, c'est une cerise pour une autre marque. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Là, c'est une Dragon Ball, mais je crois qu'elle est vivante.
Très bien.
Voilà, je peux me tromper, mais...
Très bien, n'hésitez pas à débattre de toutes ces références dans le chat, bien sûr, mais faites un don à chaque fois que vous débattez, c'est surtout ça qui est important. On a un débat aussi cette année d'ailleurs. C'est pas le meilleur Final Fantasy, c'est quoi?
Le meilleur Zelda.
Le meilleur Zelda. Et alors c'est quoi? C'est quoi?
Pour l'instant, c'est The Wind Waker.
Ah.
Suivi de très près par Phantom Hourglass. Alors là, je suis très surpris, la team Phantom Hourglass qui débarque effectivement. Il y a Breath of the Wild, etc. Il y en a plein. La team OOT est pas très mobilisée. En final, est-ce que vraiment Ocarina of Time, finalement, c'était pas juste la nostalgie?
Est-ce que probablement
pas juste la nostalgie?
Alors,
voilà.
Peut-être on peut aussi rappeler quelque chose de très très cool, hein, c'est que bien PayPal soutient toujours Speedon pour la 5e année consécutive, donc merci à eux. Et il y a toujours donc sur les 5000 premiers dons, on est encore dedans, et bien tous les 5000 premiers dons supérieurs à 5 €, et bien PayPal rajoute 5 € à votre don, donc ce qui fera 10 € au total minimum, donc pour Médecins du Monde. Donc voilà, merci à eux. Oui. Et c'est quoi? Oui non, les partenaires, oui ok.
Oui voilà, c'est ça.
Ouais, très bien. Mais merci en tout cas beaucoup à eux, et on est encore, je crois, oui, parce qu'en fait, tu vois, il y a le... Je crois qu'on n'a pas le droit de le dire. Mais en tout cas, on est encore dans les 5000 premiers dons.
On n'a pas donné le nombre, mais on est encore dedans, donc n'hésitez pas. Voilà. Même que vous donnez 1 €, 5 €, 10 €, beaucoup plus. C'est comme vous le voulez. Évidemment, ne vous mettez pas dans la difficulté. Même si on est là pour récolter un maximum d'argent pour Médecins du Monde, la priorité, évidemment, c'est vous. Donc, donnez à la hauteur de ce que vous pouvez donner. Et si vous ne pouvez pas donner, c'est pas grave. Votre présence ici est évidemment merveilleuse. Et si vous ne pouvez pas donner, faites tourner sur les réseaux. C'est un super événement, il y a du speedrun, il y a plein de trucs, il y a des invités, il y a des gens merveilleux qui se relayent jour et nuit et tout, c'est trop bien.
Montrer qu'il se passe quelque chose. D'ailleurs, on peut faire un petit big up à nos amis donc allemands, japonais et américains avec les restreams officiels. C'est la première année que Speedon est restreamé officiellement.
Quick shout out avec Games Done Quick, Germensch et le Japanese Restream, voilà, des cœurs sur eux.
Ça fait plaisir. D'ailleurs, on avait quelqu'un en coulisses hier qui bosse avec l'équipe de Germensch. C'était très très sympa de rencontrer ces communautés internationales. Quel plaisir de voir ça. Speedon ayant été un petit peu calqué sur le modèle Games Done Quick.
Mais bien sûr.
Finalement, c'est très très cool de voir ces restreams officiels.
Bien que les premiers restreams c'était MV, voilà, donc la boucle est bouclée.
Eh ben voilà. Allez, on va faire quelques autres lectures. Donc Auron qui vient de donner 20 €, dédicace à Madame. Kaides, 100 €, bien joué au runner matinaux et masqué. On sait que c'est juste pour cacher les cernes, mais on apprécie. Bien.
Ouais. J'ai un don de 200 € de Anchois-Chiant, pardon.
Anchois-Chiant.
Et qui dit Leave me baby one more time.
Ah.
Merci à tous les participants pour ce super événement. Ouais, moi aussi, j'aime beaucoup Alicia Keys. 300 € de Estelle. Voilà, on peut applaudir comme 300 balles. Même ça. Il dit que vous êtes trop super génial. Bravo l'argent. Ben, merci, toi aussi, tu es trop super génial.
Oh, c'est trop bien. Tout le monde est heureux. Et à la fin, c'est l'amitié qui gagne. Petite mousse pour les 25 €. Pas grand chose, mais je soutiens à fond le Speedon, les streamers et toute la team. 25 € aussi de Ezamoth. Trop content le retour de Speedon. Et en plus, retransmis aussi par Game Done Quick, on en parlait à l'instant. Bravo à l'équipe derrière le projet et donné.
Exactement. Dimous qui a redonné 10 € et 10 centimes, encore une fois, j'aime beaucoup cette vibe. Qui dit merci pour cette superbe édition de Speedon et merci Dame, le monsieur au sweat cœur bien incroyable et léger aux streamers et à la team, vous faites vibrer. J'aime beaucoup cette. Toi tu es connu, moi je ne suis pas connu.
Pas du tout.
Celui au sweat cœur, moi ça me va.
Mais tu rigoles.
Moi ça me va.
Tu es le daron des French Restream notamment. Pouk, pour les 10 €, alors Pouk, il nous dit contexte. Connaissant Ridou, le runner de Chippy, je lui ai proposé de run en même temps que lui, et s'il finissait avant moi, je devais faire un don. Je vous laisse deviner le résultat, mais je me suis fait éclater et je n'ai fait que des bêtises. Bref, jouer à Chippy, c'est gratuit, vive Speedon. Décidément, ça fait plaisir de voir les communes très engagées comme ça.
Exactement. Eh ben écoutez, on nous dit que c'est bientôt, que c'est prêt.
Ouais.
Écoutez. C'est parti. Hein.
Ouais, Jack 2.
Jack 2, voilà.
C'est joué par Traversal, c'est commenté par Rocher, et puis quel plaisir.
Voilà. Là, vous allez très très bien réveiller Dragvalas, une monstre sur le jeu, et Rocher, un monstre de charisme. C'est parti, Jack 2.
Alrighty, good morning to Europe, good evening to Australia, and a happy late night to our American viewers here. Welcome to the English restream of SpeeDons 5. We will be commentating over Jack 2, 80% hoverless, and yeah. It's going to be a great run by Dragvalas. I'm Sly Sonic, and joining me on commentary, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Echo. Yeah, I'm really excited to see this run. I think hoverless adds a lot of really interesting stuff to category for this game.
Yeah, for sure. I primarily run Jack 2 80% in the Jack series, but hoverless is a very interesting. It's always been kind of a side category to me, but it's a very interesting category with its own subsets of strats, and in some ways it's actually a little bit harder than regular 80%. And we're going to show that off beautifully. And they're off.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the intro is especially interesting in this game because it's like one of the only spots you get very like straightforward, just Jack movement. We're just like roll jumping around and I guess not worrying about the hover or lack thereof.
Yeah, for sure. Escape is always a fun split to watch during a live stream. yeah, the game starts off with this sort of on-foot tutorial. You know, you get to utilize Jack's on-foot movement primarily. And we're immediately going to throw away all that knowledge in just a few minutes because we are going to be making our way to the biggest skip of the run pretty much immediately after this mission here. We get introduced to the Dark Jack mechanic. Don't worry about it. We will never see this again in the run, even though that's pretty much the key point of this story. Dark Jack is quite slow, so...
Yeah, I think the sort of front-heavy nature of this game in general is like really interesting, and the thing that made me really come into it as a speed game is like a game that I think is really fun just to glitch and mess around in. Like, is the fact that right at the beginning of the game, you can immediately start breaking things.
Yeah. So you can see Drag has a little, well, you can't see that right now, but you can see that she has a little mini map in the bottom right saying where to go next. We're supposed to go left here, but instead we're just going to go right here. Because if we clip out of bounds here and we manipulate Jack and the camera collectively, we actually warp way further than we're supposed to. There's going to be a lot of out of bounds movement to get to a point quickly. For example, right here, we are going to be going out of bounds to skip some of the passes we would otherwise need to access this area and enter the bazaar area, and more importantly, the Baron statue early. A lot of the game, in terms of the story, is trying to find Mars Tomb and get to it. And we're going to completely ignore all of that story, and instead, we're just going to make our way straight to Mars Tomb by doing this pretty simple, straightforward skip. Just spam jump on a zoomer and you can go out of bounds and enter Mars 2.
I mean, since it's hidden, they didn't really have to, like, leave it unloaded or anything. It's there the whole game. And
yeah,
so much tight movement in here. One really fun thing about this game, I think, is that there's a lot of ways to get here, and like seeing the route develop so that like we can get here faster over the years has been really exciting. I've seen so many different ways to like get around the city really early in the game, clip out of bounds in different places, and also to do this part, which is
this is it pretty much speaks for itself. What do you mean this is unclear? That this, the left tomb, as we all remember it.
Yeah, we see there's water here, as we can all see with our eyes.
Yeah, and hey, we start the Daxter chase sequence here, and that has essentially warped us 2/3 into the game. Currently, our percentage counter is at 62% of the game right now, because the developers of this game were actually quite inviting to big skips like this, where if you manage to touch a trigger in a later mission of the game, then the game will just straight up warp you to that point in the game, and it will even give you all the goodies that you would get from other missions, including the jet board, which is used for the hover glitch, which you will not see here. But
also, like,
jump through.
It gives you all of the guns, which makes it much more easy to do any combat after that first mission. And like Dark Jack segment, where you had to manually punch everybody and make sure that you're in the right place at the right time, which of course is still necessary for a good speedrun. But with the guns, I think it's a little more, I guess, accessible.
Yeah, there is a category called Jack 2 Gunless, where before you do Mars Tomb skip, you actually have to grind what are called skull gems to get Dark Jack abilities. make gunless even possible. And the impending boss fight here takes a very, very long time to complete because you just have to wait for the enemies to essentially get friendly fired in the upcoming boss. But here is something we don't get to see every day. This is Right Tomb. Surely it's the right one.
Correct.
So, yeah, I remember which order this is in. We don't typically see Right Tomb because this is skipped with a big old hover over the void and into the last room. But we get to see some neat little other jetboard tricks, namely we'll be seeing extended front flipping, as that will be our second best way of gaining height and distance. And here we're solving the bug puzzle, which actually I found really hard until I realized what I was looking for. I spent about 20 minutes realizing that.
Yeah, I always sort of unfocused my eyes and hoped I didn't lose the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things that makes Hoverless really interesting is using those tricks to actually have to interact with the level design. And it's really impressive to see the smooth movement through it. When using the hover, you can just fly. You don't really have to interact with the platforming parts of the level as much, if at all.
So here's the Tombstone puzzle. This is essentially a game of Simon Says, I've seen it described as, even though that's kind of the right comparison we're going for here. We just have to hit 2 tombstones that match, and then we're free. We have a big cheat sheet for this one, so as long as you guys don't tell anyone, we are cheesing this entire thing with the cheat sheet. That's the secret between us.
Yeah, luckily they didn't randomize the solution or anything back then for puzzles, so...
Yeah, there are 6 patterns it can be, so we just have to hit one of the tombstones and maybe hit another one, and then we can figure out what the pattern is. So, here is the first boss of the run. This is Baron Praxis. This is the second fight we do with Baron Praxis. The first one was done, I don't know, somewhere in that 5 minutes where we didn't see any of the game and instead we skipped it.
That's a good 2/3 of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this fight is all based around knocking those bombs into Praxis's spider mech, since we can't actually get close to it. And as the fight progresses, it gets a little bit more dicey, and you have to kind of manipulate where the stage will get destroyed. And so the goal is to get as many of these bombs at once as possible so that you don't have to sit through too many cycles or too much of that late fight.
Yeah, every 4 hits on Praxis will trigger the rest of the bombs to explode. So a lot of the times you want to try and sneak in a 5th or potentially 6th bonus hit, and it's very helpful. Here it's just an RNG nightmare where they land, so that's a fun thing to have 9 minutes into the run.
It's better than 30 or 40 minutes into the run for sure.
Yeah. This game doesn't have a whole lot of numbers RNG to it. It's more so a lot of random things that can happen that can ruin your run. A lot of the things being sort of driving around in the streets. You want to get the optimal zoomer to drive around. And a lot of the time, you can actually bump into civilians that just decide they want to be solid today for no reason. It's a great time.
In my experience, it's usually the larger and more heavily armored pedestrians. You notice when the driving around does happen, you can go like there's an upper level and a lower level, and you kind of have to fly between them sometimes to go between some of those pedestrians and the cars.
Yeah. A lot of the times the Crimson Guard will have collision, or at the very least it will trigger the alarm, and then everything gets a lot harder for your life. But sometimes just random civilians can be solid, and that's fun.
Yeah.
Fun for sure.
I love that part. Just clipping out of bounds is so mundane in this game that you just kind of step through for a moment. It's not a huge skip or anything.
Yeah. We're definitely going to be seeing that in the next mission here. This is Rescue Friends, which is quite normally a pretty, I guess, uninteresting section of the run. You just do a big hover to the end, and then you clip through a wall. But this is hoverless, so we get to see the actual fun strats here. Immediately, what Drag is going to be doing, about as soon as she enters the building, she can opt to go for Invulnerability Glitch, which will make her life easier, except Invulnerability Glitch is frame perfect. So we're going to be going into this little pit here, and if we dislodge the jet board at the right frame, then we will become invulnerable and intangible. It is frame perfect, and there's kind of not a visual cue. There we go, that should work. So now these guards are just completely not going to interact with her, and it makes her life a lot easier to do this section. This was, I think, an optimization found by Lord Blorden, who's the current record holder for the game on PS2 at least.
This game's 60, isn't it?
Sorry, pardon?
I want to say this game runs at 60 FPS.
Oh yeah, it's 60 FPS here because we are playing on PC, which is thanks to the wonderful efforts of OpenGo, which is a open source project for the Jack games, just decompiling the entire game. This is the perfect time to talk about this because we have not a whole lot to talk about for 5 minutes other than talking points, but yeah, this is OpenGo. Some very clever people have decompiled Jack 1, Jack 2, and are most of the way there for Jack 3, and you can now play these games on PC. If you go over to opengo.dev and you provide the game files, you're pretty much good to go. You can play Jack 1 and Jack 2 on PC.
Yeah, there's all sorts of mods already for the game for speedrunners and casual players. There's like custom levels. I know there's a lot for Jack 1. And it's really exciting to see a sort of whole era of people playing Jack and doing different things with it. Thanks to that just amazing discovery and like really dedicated work by those people.
Yeah, for sure. The on-screen subtitles you see there were actually not in the original game. This was implemented in OpenGo, just subtitles in the overworld, and yeah, that's one of the few. That's one of the quality of life features in the OpenGo project. The other major one being speedrunner mode. Which does what it says. You know, you get quick resets, you get speedrun verification text. It's quite a damn good effort. And again, there's a lot of mods for OpenGo already. If you have OpenGo, you can head over to jackmods.dev for more information as well on community mods. There's a whole bunch there. But yeah.
Yeah. It's great. I personally love playing randomizers to the point that I don't get a lot of actual speedruns on a lot of leaderboards because I'll learn games that way. And Jack has some really good ones thanks to this project, as well as some kind of strange like challenge run mods. I know there's some that change where all the precursor orbs are.
Yeah.
Which we probably, I don't think we see any of those in this run.
No, not in this run. The only Jack 2 run where orbs are relevant, kinda, is Hero Mode, which is the NG Plus category because things are way harder to defeat in Hero Mode. So you have to actively go out of your way to pick up a few orbs to get infinite ammo, and then everything's a lot easier when you have infinite ammo.
Yeah, there's some sick tricks on the hoverboard while we wait.
Yeah, but specifically not the hover.
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah, the jetboard system in this game is great. You can do a whole bunch of things. I think I already kind of mentioned extended front flips. You can just do swag tricks. You can, for a PS2 game, this is an extremely in-depth sort of skateboard system. It's really cool to mess around with.
Yeah, I remember that about even Jack 1, you didn't really need a lot of the movement system to complete the game, but they put it all in there and it makes the game a lot more fun and feel a lot more like organic and satisfying to learn how to play when you're first playing casually as well as when you're learning speedruns. And the hoverboard is kind of an extension of that.
Yeah.
They didn't really take anything out for this game, they just added things.
Yeah, pretty much. The Jack movement system is incredibly in-depth. Like, you can see every animation just ties into each other so smoothly. And pretty much every combination of animation it's all just so smooth to watch.
Yeah. I love hanging on things like that slope because you can see sort of the middle points of Daxter flying around Jack. Every animation that adds just a little bit of weight and smoothness to it.
Yeah. So that was Sue's Escort. That was about as exciting as we described it by not describing it at all. It's just an escort mission and you just have to wait. But yeah, here we're going to be going on to the next mission, which my morning brain is not thinking of. Bomb bots, that's what it's called. So we enter the hideout and we get the distress call that, wow, the hideout is under attack by these 3 bomb bots. Go out and defeat them, Jack, and that we will do. It's actually quite a difficult mission casually. A lot of these late game missions are pretty hard casually, but we blaze through them in the speedrun. Particularly this one, the bomb bots have a lot of health that is just super easily cheesed by spamming jump and spin and shooting at the legs, which just deals an incredible amount of damage for some reason. We're doing a bit of a backup out here, but yeah, if you just jump, spin, and shoot at their legs, they just explode. That one's already dead.
The satisfying thing about dealing with giant robots is being able to go underneath them. Unfortunately, I don't know if this was the intended strategy for killing them.
Yeah. I mean, when I casually played the game, I just shot them a lot and hoped they died eventually.
Yeah. I remember this game being very notorious, at least when I was a kid, for being difficult.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely a brutal game to play casually, but part of the fun is sort of the brutality of it. There's very few checkpoints, so if you die at any point, you will be sent back a lot of progress in a given mission. This game kind of has that infamous reputation for having not particularly easy missions. But yeah, in the speedrun, we just blaze through a lot of them.
It's also not obvious, I think, when you're watching a speedrunner play the game, but the zoomers and even the hoverboard can be very difficult to get a hang of driving because they're very floaty. They definitely feel like hovering machines.
Yeah.
And we're going to run into situations where you really have to go fast, even inside of the city, to just complete a mission.
Remember when we were talking about collision earlier and just running through a wall?
I love this wall.
The funny part is, as far as I'm aware, that wall does exist and does have collision. It's just the collision handler is overwhelmed, so you can just drive right through that wall.
Yeah. It's one of the cases I was just talking about. Just having to drive good. There's a shortcut. I guess I won't call it a skip in this since it's a race. And it's just jumping there. That is really scary because, like you mentioned with the checkpoints, you're going to have to restart the whole race if you fall in the pit and die. But it does make the race so much faster to the point that you end up just lapping everybody else that you're racing against.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is a 5-lap race, so you know you have to do that lap skip or that shortcut 5 times, and it's very stressful. There are actually a few lap skips that IL runners and top runners do at like world record level. As far as I'm aware, they're only just about worth it for a few of them. I think in Class 1, which is the big track race after this one. Confusingly, the track races are named in reverse order, so the first one is Class 3, which we skipped, and this is Class 2, and then we will have Class 1 quite a bit later into the run. But yeah, everyone has their own lap skips, which are kind of weird and difficult in my experience, but I see top runners just go for it, and most of the time it just works for them, so that's an experience thing right there. But yeah, if you were... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was saying little race segments always feel a little scary because you can get really practiced and really consistent at the regular way to control the game. And then for a racetrack like this that only happens a couple times, suddenly you have to learn a whole new thing and get consistent at that.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel exactly like one of these zoomers to drive.
Oh no, absolutely not. The race zoomers are completely different from driving around the street. Sometimes some of the controls are a little bit different. Everything's way more high speed in the race and a little bit more uncontrollable in my opinion. But yeah, we struggle through it. We survive.
And we made it.
Yeah. So here, drag actually pulled the camera up. And for some reason, if you pull it high up and you restart mission, then you will get warped to this point of the sort of water section of the hub. And here's a cool one. If you just zoom in here, you're going to end up in front of the palace, which saves that bit of walking.
This game is a wonderful Lego box of triggers. I remember when the community was first talking about debug menu, where there's a developer sort of password that you can enter into this game to see some of those tools. It'll show you information about like parts of the game that are loaded in, because obviously with a PS2 game you can't load in the entire map all at once. And it's very easy, especially if you are using something like the hover, to go into the wrong place and like jump over a loading trigger or get into a warp trigger like that. And if you don't know what you're doing, things get very confusing and very off the rails very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we go into a hard race into a completely just unfair race. This is the Errol Street race. Errol is sort of our... How would I describe him? He's not quite the main villain, but he is just a villain for no real reason.
He's our rival, you know?
Yeah, that's the good way to put it. He's our rival in this game, and then, spoiler alert, he's kind of the boss of the next game. But yeah,
I remember getting into that spot of Jack 3 where I think Jack says Errol's back, and in my head I immediately thought like, who? Wait. I forgot he existed.
yeah. Oddly enough, they also gave him an extra R in his name in Jack 3 for no reason. Here he's spelled E-R-O-L, and in Jack 3 he's spelled E-R-R-O-L. So that's something they did for no reason. But yeah. What we saw there is Drag actually attempted to skip some of these rings. Around the halfway point when we go around the iron statue, we're supposed to touch every single ring to complete the race, but if we miss a ring and then don't touch any of the other rings, we can actually just go straight to the end. Obviously there are its advantages, you know, route-wise it's faster, but you also miss out on the speed boost that these give, which is why we're not skipping all of the rings. But you need to be careful around this area here. So here we're not going to touch the ring, we're just going to break out, and yeah, now we have to avoid the rings. Because if we touch even one ring, the game will realize, hey, wait a minute, you haven't been touching the rings. We're going to fail you now.
In missions like this, it could be very frustrating to like miss a ring. It's so fun to see it inverted.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna accidentally hit one, and you couldn't hit it before.
Yeah, and this is where the solid people come into play. Sometimes they can just knock you into a ring, and that's just not fun. Or sometimes that can happen where Jack just decides, you know what, that corner exists now. I'm going to do a full 90-degree turn and shoot upwards, just to let you know about that.
Don't let the game fool you. There are plenty of walls that are real. Just not all of them. One thing that I always think about with this game as a great example is that on the PlayStation 2, there were in fact analog buttons. If you've ever played a PlayStation 2 and felt like your hands hurt as a kid, that's because you did in fact have to press the buttons really hard to get full speed on the zoomer. This is less relevant on PC, but there's a lot of like nuance to the zoomer control on the original console that I find very interesting. This was before we had like our nice analog triggers that most games with cars will use nowadays.
Yeah. Particularly in Jack X, which actually requires you to use an analog controller. If you try and plug in a PS1 controller, it will not let you into the game. But Jack X, the racing spin-off, very much requires a DualShock 2 for the analog input, and yep, it definitely hurts your hands to hold X for a very long time.
That's all a racing game too. I own a DualShock 1 specifically because of this game.
Yeah. That was a life seed, by the way. The trigger is just kind of floating out of bounds, so you just have to touch it. In hoverless, or in any percent, that's with the hover, but with hoverless, you actually do a bit of cool on-foot movement that we saw there, and we abused the jetboard flips a lot to get there. Pretty neat little thing there. So we've actually done the missions in a very specific order right now. The little lightning bolt you see in the map is Vin's lab, which you can actually stack 2 missions on, or rather you can queue up 2 missions at Vin's lab. So we specifically do a route that lets us do both of the Vin missions next to each other for more reasons than you might expect. We're going to be talking to Onan here to activate the start of the next mission, which is talking to Bruder. Or actually, no, this activates Protect Samos, which then activates Talk to Bruder. So yeah, just keep that in mind. The lightning bolt on the map, that's going to be used to sort of stack two missions or queue up two missions together that we can then later abuse in the mission tree system. But for now, we are going to Protect Samos, which is a split I always forget exists, but it does exist.
It's kind of another escort mission, except it's very like stable. It's like a defense mission. So you're not moving around as much, but you still have to protect somebody else that you're with and just kind of wait for all the waves and for the mission to progress through. Yeah, Samos is in this game and doesn't look like he belongs in this game. He's got the same cartoony design as the first one, and unlike Jack, he wasn't put through the ringer between games.
Yeah. But yeah, this is Protect Samos. It is what it says on the tin. In 80%, there is actually a deload strat we do where we unload that specific area of the map so that enemies just don't spawn or they just idly wait about. But obviously here, the hover glitch is not allowed, so we will not be seeing the Samos deload. Instead, we will actually be seeing the raw combat, which is very important for ammo preservation, which is a big factor in just general 90% routing. Keeping tabs on how much armor you have. Keeping tabs on how much ammo you have, and just making sure you're not running out.
Yeah, if you run out of shoulder pads, it's a real issue in this game.
Yeah, look, it's 8:30. Okay, actually no, it's almost 9 now. It's 9 a.m. in the morning.
It's 4 a.m. But no, yeah. All that stuff I said about being able to use the gun and making combat a lot easier is gone. We have to punch people again.
Yeah. We only have to punch them for a little bit because those are just sort of freebies that you use to preserve your ammo. I personally see this as you only use ammo if you have to, but I think you can be a little bit more reckless with it. But yeah. While we are waiting for this kind of long defense section, I forgot what the word was. Great job, you. I would like to inform everyone in the chat right now, we are restreaming for our friends over at SpeeDons. They are raising money for Doctors of the World. You can use ! SpeeDons for more information on donation links and such. And we're benefiting this important charity. This charity helps provide care, bears witness by calling out public authorities, take to court whenever necessary, and supports the population by training professionals in each country so that they can remain autonomous and provide care long term. So be sure to get your donations in. We have already raised 214,000 euros, which is quite an insane amount of money for an event that started yesterday. So let's keep it up, everyone.
Yeah, we get to 240,000 euros. We could fund an entire healthcare advice and referral center for a year with all of their activities. And that's pretty amazing for one day, especially.
Amazing, yeah. Let's go. We did it in just the right amount of time. We're now out of Defense Samos. Yeah. Now we can actually play the game again. Well, I mean,
playing the game very well.
Yeah, Defense Samos is a very intense mission and can get intense quickly, but in terms of watching it, it's just shoot.
Yeah. I think the way that I always think about this game is that you are playing the last third of the game, but you don't really play the beginning. That's you're playing a different game, kind of.
Yeah. Again, this game is really hard, so even beating Jak 2 in itself is an achievement. But yeah, back to the lightning bolt thing now, because that is relevant here. We've started Britta's mission, which is rescue lurkers. You can see the lurker counter on the right there. We are not going to do rescue lurkers, not yet anyways. Instead, we are actually going to manually drive over to Vin's lab and activate his mission there, which the first mission is destroy eggs, which is just get to the end of the level pretty much. We specifically want to make sure we start the lurker mission before that, because then during destroy eggs and during the next mission, destroy the drill platform, the lurker mission will be active in the background, and we can use that to restart warp all the way and not have to do this entire drive back, and that would save about a minute. The caveat to this, though, is that you have to do those two missions without dying. The first one of the missions isn't that bad. There are some cool hoverless strats, though. But the second mission is quite intense not to die in, so we will see if Drag can do it. This is destroy eggs. We use a big old hover to get to the end, but here we actually do really cool on-foot movement here to abuse the collision. God, it's so smooth and hoverless.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's the end.
So impressive to watch too, because you land on just the wrong section, you could slide off and not be able to make it to the next ledge.
Yep. So now we've activated the second of Vin's missions. This is destroy drill platform tower. This is the mech. I guess we also use it in another mission in the run, but we just skipped over that with a few cool jetpool tricks. But this is the first time we are going to see the mech in action here. It's slow. That's literally the only selling point of this mech, is that it is slow.
It's also very strong, and that's why we need it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love mechs, so even if it is a lot of slow walking, I love that it's still in the run.
Yeah, it's got its own little charm to it. I remember when OpenGo... What is Jak doing? Okay. I remember when OpenGo Jak 2 was first in development, we were sort of joking about making the Titan suit legacy, which is playing the entire game with the Titan suit. Not sure how much of that came into fruition quite yet, but that is in fact possible if you want to do that for some reason. The code's yours to play with. I ain't gonna judge what you do with it.
The evil version of Flut Legacy, where you get a nice, fast, and fun to control bird in the first game. I don't know. That sounds. We just saw it walking out of bounds before, so maybe there's some interesting skips that we've just never found.
Maybe. But we need to bring this big old mech all the way over here because we need to destroy these computers to finish the mission. We just gotta punch through them all. And this is kind of annoying because of these, what they're called. Metalheads, that's what they're called. Yeah. Wow, I remember this game, surely. These metalheads are very annoying because the mech will try and auto-target them even though you very clearly don't want it to. Yep.
There
right
it goes.
Exactly, yep.
It's like they can hear us.
The commentator curse all the way, travels all the way to France and breaks through the French Restream.
Yeah.
Oh, the English restream. Wow. Words.
We're restreaming the French event.
Yeah.
I'll give you credit for that one.
Yeah, close enough. You get what I mean by that. But yeah, this is the scary part. Remember, we cannot die, otherwise we lose lurker storage. So it's all about just confident jetboard movement and knowing not to go overconfident on it. And there we go. We made it to the end. It's very scary part, but there you go. Dragon's done it.
Can teleport right back.
Yeah. And we did all that while the lurker mission was active, so now if we just walk outside, the lurker mission will come back and we can restart and save ourselves the annoying drive to get back there. And there we go. Very, very scary, very scary part of the run. And then we immediately get thrown into rescue lurkers, which, oh boy. This is certainly a mission they added in the game.
It seems so much more manageable when you have the route in mind and you're used to speedrunning it. Like, things can still go wrong, but you at least have a strategy. You don't have to just try your best and hope. But yeah, this mission is freeing these lurkers from those ships by destroying them, and then you have to carry all of them, except for that one, to the rescue point. And the route specifically is there so that if you drop the ship right next to the rescue point, you don't have to pick that one up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, these lurkers are bundled up in groups of two, kind of, where there are two guard zoomers, or hellcats, right, that's what they're called. There are two hellcats that are bundled up with each other, and we try and get these lurkers in pairs. All that needs to happen is that the lurker is close enough to his hidey hole. So all you have to do here is just shoot down one of these ships to carry the lurker, and the route is specifically made so that this one over here is incoming, so you can just shoot the Hellcat over, and ideally the lurker will get an insane launch to the end, but as long as you just stand around, the lurker will try to come to you and then touch the trigger that has it and go to the hidey hole. This is always the scary one, because we're directly above water here, and the lurkers can die to water. There's Ratchet and Clank. They're chilling up there.
We love Ratchet and Clank here.
Yeah. Since the games were made pretty close together in terms of development and in terms of notoriety in the PlayStation games, this game has quite a few nods to Ratchet and Clank, as does Ratchet and Clank have to this game, or this series even.
The story that I've heard is that there was a period of time where the two studios were actually like in the same building, I assume in different parts of it. So there was a lot of communication between them.
I actually did not know that.
I hope it's correct. Sometimes I hear things and they're not true.
Oh yeah, funny wall again. Funny wall.
Funny wall.
Yeah, we get to see that. I think one more time. I'm actually not sure if it's optimal to do it one more time, but I'm hoping we get to see it one more time. But yeah, this is the Class 1 race. We're having a minor technical difficulty, but that's perfect because we can just explain how Class 1 works anyways. It's like Class 2, but harder, I guess? There's a random part of the track where there's just a giant hole in the middle, and that's always very scary to avoid, especially if you want to use turbo boosts.
Yeah, holes and hits are the failure points for this game. No matter what you're using to jump over them. I guess that's kind of an obvious thing to say maybe, but some games you fall off and you just kind of respawn nearby. I pulled up this Twitch stream in a tab and immediately got to see the really cool overwall skip.
Yeah, that is one of the, as far as I'm aware, that's one of the easier lap skips to go for. You just sort of line up with the wall and then boost over, and you can just do a neat little corner cut skip there. It looks very cool.
Yeah, has that important skip trait of looking really cool.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's worth it if you have 2 boosts, because then you can use 1 boost to immediately turn around and get back on track. And then obviously 1 for the skip itself. But yeah, it is very cool.
Yeah,
So
I definitely
it's worth it.
see her saving those 2 boosts every single lap so far.
Yeah.
C'est super d'avoir un tel accès. Si vous cherchez le projet Open Goal, c'est un projet fantastique. Nous avons terminé la classe 1.
And that is, well, I say that is class 1, even though it probably happened 5 seconds ago. Mind the technical difficulties. We love you, tech. But right now we are on our way to Explore Palace, which is actually completely different in Hoverless compared to 80%. 80%, believe it or not, you do a big old hover to the end.
Oh, it's back.
Oh, we're back on track. Thank you very much, Tech. We love you.
We love you.
But yeah, we just do another restart warp there, and we make our way to Palace. We actually do the same few restart warps we did earlier, where we take the camera up with us. And we are on our way to Palace now. Very cool. This is meant to be sort of, I'm pretty sure this is where the big reveal happens, where one of our accomplices is actually daughter to the Baron. Or maybe that was earlier in the game. I can't remember the story for the life of me. I love this game. I can't remember when the story takes place. But either way, we're here in Explore Palace. We normally we would go off to the side and then just hover right back to the entrance we just went through, because for some reason that counts. But here we actually get to explore the palace. Isn't that crazy? This part's really hard in a casual playthrough.
I think one of the things that makes this game hard but also like really cool on its own is the way that it connects all of this platforming with the combat. And it's not afraid to show you, you know, the platforms that fall out underneath you while somebody is right there to shoot at you.
Yeah. One very important thing that Drag just did is that she actually touched the elevator. That's just to make sure stuff loads correctly, because we're going to do a bunch of out of bounds movement here. Some really cool on-foot movement that you don't get to see in any category except hoverless.
Yeah, that wall climb with the lights and stuff was really good to watch. Really well executed.
Vous allez commencer à voir plus ce genre de trucs arriver, puisque les niveaux sont très grands mais très cassés. Nous avons fini le palais.
Every time we're back in the city, I think about how you've been doing such a good job at saying what mission is next. And that's the one thing I cannot provide.
All right. Yeah. Next up is going to be the crew fight. We're going to make our way to the weapons lab, and oh boy, Crew is a very fun bloke. or rather a fun-sized bloke.
That's another mission that you can skip with the hover basically completely all the way to the fight.
Yeah. You just line up a hover here and you can just go straight to the end. And it's very, very funny. You know, you're noticing a pattern with the any percent run. A lot of things just hover to the end, hover over all your problems. But in this category, you don't.
If you are curious, since we keep mentioning it, when you see those like trick cancels that are being used to get a lot of hype, like with the flip, the hover is using a similar system, but it's a way that you can use to continue canceling tricks repeatedly forever, and it'll keep launching you upwards.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look that different from what we're doing, I think, when you're watching, but it's just breaks the whole game open.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, extended front flips are pretty much sort of half hovers-ish. If you were to, instead of front flipping, if you were to just repeat the trick, then you will end up doing a hover glitch. I'm not entirely sure of the origin of the category, if it was made as an accessibility point, because hovering was previously thought to be a very weird and awkward trick to learn and deal with. But in recent times, we've learned it's actually not as hard as it once was. But hoverless in itself has become actually more of a hard category than any percent, in my opinion at least. As shown in the weapons lab, you do a lot of complicated death warps to get around, a lot of out of bounds and arbor bounces, which is another movement tech that you can do on foot. Don't really get to see it too much in Jak 2, but you get to see it there, and it's very cool. But this is the crew boss fight. This boss has such a long history to it. For a while, there was a once in a blue moon skip done for crew called which we called crew skip. It was found by Raccoon 1337. One day during a completely random race where the crew boss fight completely skipped itself. And up until a year or two ago, that was a complete mystery, and it was completely inconsistent. Only 3 people had ever really done it. But in modern days, we have the phase 3 skip, and we actually have a consistent method for full crew skip. We're going to see the phase 3 skip here. If we do a really funny jump around with the yellow gun and switch to the purple gun, it charges up 5 shots and it skips the last phase of the fight entirely. And it's really cool. It looks kind of subtle if you don't know what you're looking out for, but you are not meant to stack 5 Peacemaker shots on top of each other. The Peacemaker is meant to be the sort of end-all be-all weapon, so firing 5 of those shots in one go is quite overpowered.
This is the best part of the game.
Oh yeah.
It's whack-a-mole. And the reason it's the best is because if you keep pressing buttons, Daxter will stay in the air. Showing that he has way more like aerial maneuverability than even Jak does.
Yeah, if you were to just spam all the buttons, then Daxter will just continuously hit everything and it looks really funny. There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can actually be used to queue up faster inputs, but that's super advanced territory that I don't think anyone has gotten into because, you know, you would rather win the minigame than try and mess around with the strat that probably saves like 5 frames. But yeah, it's whack-a-mole.
To pick your battles with a 1 hour long run where you're gonna save time.
Yeah. Immediately after this is going to be Underport, and there's also going to be on the PS2 version, one of the most infamous crashes of the run. Immediately after this mini game, if you skip the cutscene too quickly, you almost guarantee a crash. It's very fun. It perplexed runners for many a time, but yeah, if you just take your time and do a very specific setup, you will not crash the game, probably. But thankfully on PC that doesn't matter, we can just skip it instantly and off we go. That's the beauty of open goal there.
Yeah, a lot of changes like that, I'm sure, are the motivators for open goal. I think it's in a completely different leaderboard page. It's not just its own category.
Yeah, it's a leaderboard page. Yeah.
It's very different in a lot of good ways, although I'm sure if you're high level and playing it on console, there's going to be things that are just a little different.
Yeah. Also here, we were doing underport skip, which is its own thing in any percent, and it's a completely different beast in hoverless. This is one of the coolest on-foot segments here. I'm just gonna let it speak for itself. You get out of bounds, and normally you're supposed to lug the giant mech around and do this kind of hard section of the game, actually. But instead of doing that, we do this hard on-foot movement gauntlet course. It's incredibly hard to do all of that, but Drag just kind of nailed it. That's kind of amazing.
One of the things that's done for this entire skip, like multiple times in a row, that you've probably seen happen a lot in this run, whether you have the knowledge to notice it as unique movement, is that Drag will walk off of the edge of a platform, just like right there, and then do an uppercut. Because you have a little bit of coyote time where you can fall off the ledge and still walk. And still jump. Listen to me. And if you do that and then you spin really quickly after it, you'll get just a ton of height, because actually walking off the edge like that and doing an uppercut will give you a ton of forward momentum that you can convert into vertical. And that's extremely useful for quickly crossing large gaps. It's a huge thing in the first game where you don't have the hoverboard or anything. And it's still used a ton here as well.
Yeah, the absolute crux of Jack Trilogy movement on foot is the boosted and extended uppercuts. Extended uppercuts just give you height, and boosted uppercuts give you distance. That was sort of another escort mission there, you know. That one is actually quite a bit faster than the rest of them. But yeah. The crux of Jack Trilogy movement is just boosted and extended. In Jack 1, they are absolutely key to running the game. In Jack 2, a lot of it is done on the jet board, but we do still see some neat boosted and extended be used throughout the run. And in Jack 3, any percent, there is actually a boosted that is absolutely required for you to hit. Otherwise, you quite literally cannot continue the run. It's an amusing route on its own. Having to do the percentage walk to get to the end of the game in Jack 3 any percent. But yeah, what Drag tried to do there is fling her zoomer out of bounds and underneath the level. It just sort of gives you a direct cut to the cut around these corners, pretty much. Sadly, we didn't quite get it. Getting the zoomer out of bounds is quite inconsistent in my experience. Sometimes you will get the height and sometimes you won't. But yeah, we would have just been able to just hover under the level just to get over here. And in any percent, that would have actually had us do shaft skip, which which is deloading part of the level and then doing a really big hover to get to the top of a tower in the distance to load in the rest of the area. But yeah, this is hoverless, so we don't have to do that really long hover, which is actually reasonably difficult on PS2 because that version of the game loves to drop your inputs. This is a 60 FPS game. On PS2, it kind of doesn't hit 60 FPS a lot of the time. There's usually just too much stuff going on.
I'm so glad we got to hit that tree on the third clip.
Yeah, that hitting that tree during that wall clip there is really common. Like, that tree is massive.
It's back, Dark Jack. You know, it's at the beginning, it's at the end.
Yeah. In any percent, you actually don't get enough Dark Jack blobs to even turn into Dark Jack here. But not only is Dark Jack not all that useful, it's also an active time loss. The icon on the bottom left actually prevents you from entering zoomers quickly. So if you have Dark Jack active, the game will prioritize telling you, hey, you have Dark Jack active. And it takes a lot longer to enter a zoomer if you have the Dark Jack icon active. So while you're doing this auto-scroller, Samus is very low health. That's okay. But while you're waiting for this part to happen, you just might as well use Dark Jack so that it doesn't become an inconvenience later.
Yeah, one of the convenient things about Dark Jack is that when you are hitting the punch button, which is a little more of a slash when you're in that mode, it'll just automatically seek towards a nearby enemy. Kind of sort of Arkham Asylum in a lot of modern action games. But 2002, they were ahead of their time.
Yeah. So yeah, they take a really long time to set the machine on the flying pad, but they get there in the end. There you go. So now we are pretty much at the end game. We have to do a few things here, including visit the construction site. This is actually quite an interesting story with the construction site here. The mission itself is literally one cutscene. That's the entire mission. And in an earlier build of the game, you can actually access that cutscene at the beginning of the game, and you have all of a sudden a 5-minute speedrun. They managed to catch that out though and patch it on the final release of the game. But if you are interested in the hypothetical, there is in fact an open goal mod for replicating that August build bug. You can check out the leaderboards for that one. The world record is 4 minutes and 47 seconds, I believe, by Scarlettra. It's quite amusing to just skip virtually the entire game with that, but for better or for worse, I like to think it's for better. They patched it out in the final game and gave us a very in-depth run instead.
Yeah. I always wonder if there was some other bug that they were fixing with that. Because they didn't take out the Mars tomb loading zone, which is a similar thing. It's clipping out of bounds at the beginning of the game and getting into the mission. I wonder if it was an optimization thing or if they knew that you could get here early.
Yeah. It's an interesting hypothetical because, as far as I'm aware, construction site skip is actually a little bit more complicated to get to than Mars tomb skip is. But construction site skip is the one that gets patched, but not Mars tomb skip. It is interesting to think about how the development cycles were for that one, what their thought process was behind patching it. But yeah, this is the last area of the game. This is the Metalhead Nest. and our objective is to beat the Metalhead leader. You remember that old man about 2 minutes into the run? Yeah, that's him. He's the Metalhead leader. So now it's our job to stop him.
No way.
No way. The elderly old innocent man is the villain of the game. Oh my goodness.
Just some guy, like some like. Are they elves?
Yeah. No one must know. But anyways, we are approaching the end of the run here. This is the final boss right here. Yeah, we don't look at him and we spray him for the first phase. The second phase we do another Peacemaker stack because we have the ammo for it and it's very fast. And here is sort of the head-to-head with the Metalhead leader. We just gotta shoot him down a lot. This is a really hard fight.
He looks a lot different. And something must have changed.
Yeah, he got a new haircut. And that is time. That's the run. The game has been beaten.
Congratulations. That was a great run.
That was a really good run, for sure. And yeah, back to Haven City. Just giving you all the cutscenes. There you go, there's the hover. Just to see, just a little glimpse of what you missed out on. You can actually do some really cool hover variants as well. Shout out to the hover glitch. What a go-to trick. But yeah, that is it for the run. Shout outs to Drag Vralis, who, as far as I'm aware, hasn't necessarily done any percent in itself other than just hoverless. She is really skilled at the hoverless movement, and yeah, I think that about does it for us. Do we have any closing words from yourself, Echo?
I guess don't forget to donate to this wonderful charity, the Doctors of the World. I'm really happy to be here and to be supporting them in what little way that I can, and to be talking with you over this just amazing run.
Yeah.
It was personal shout out.
Yeah, it was a great time being here. Thank you very much for inviting me to the English Restream. Yeah, that's about it from us, I believe. Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Yeah.
pas, oui, surtout que toi aussi tu fais partie des anciens, donc c'est très très sympa de voir tout ça. Je check, est-ce qu'on a des petits doigts en plus? Allez, voilà.
Il y en a toujours, il y en a toujours.
Ouais, mais je crois qu'on est à jour, tu sais quoi? Je crois qu'on est à jour. Incroyable. Mais vrai.
Tout validé.
On est à jour, on a tout validé. Donc à partir de maintenant, c'est bon, hein, c'est bon, vous pouvez rebourrer. Ça bourre là dans le public ou pas? Ok. Oh, je suis arrivé ce matin, ils étaient 20. Il y en avait 10 qui dormaient.
Ouah, ça balance, ça dénonce.
Non, mais après c'était marrant.
Ça dénonce.
Après, en même temps, c'est vrai que le Mystic Quest de 2 heures, de 5 à 7, il était rude, mais voilà, c'était la nostalgie.
C'était un beau final quand même, c'était un bon final.
Bon, est-ce qu'on précise quand même pourquoi on est là, mon cher Yamato?
Oui, nous sommes là pour médecin du monde.
Tout à fait. Est-ce que je te laisse lire les petites fiches? Voilà.
Nous avons effectivement des fiches.
Nous avons 50 fiches.
Nous avons 50 fiches, voilà, effectivement. Alors attends.
Ah oui, il y a le PC à gagner, mais ça c'est un peu plus tard.
On peut revenir sur comment ont été utilisés les dons de SpeeDons 2024.
Tout à fait.
Déjà, voilà. Donc les dons collectés ont permis aux équipes de mener des programmes d'accès aux soins en France et à l'international l'année dernière. Par exemple, de fournir des soins notamment aux femmes et aux enfants pris dans le conflit armé dans la Corne de l'Afrique, Éthiopie, Kenya, de soutenir et accompagner les migrants en Colombie et en Amérique centrale sur leur route vers les États-Unis, de donner les moyens d'agir à l'équipe Médecins du Monde à Gaza et en Cisjordanie, mais aussi de mener un combat pour la sauvegarde de l'aide médicale d'État afin que toute personne étrangère en France conserve le droit de se soigner. Nous avons comme action pour Médecins du Monde dans le monde: soigner, témoigner en interpellant les pouvoirs publics, poursuivre en justice lorsque c'est nécessaire, accompagner les populations en formant des professionnels dans chaque pays pour qu'ils puissent être autonomes et proposer des soins sur le long terme. Et ils aident qui? Les victimes des crises, séismes, cyclones sur la durée, victimes de conflits au Moyen-Orient, en Ukraine, tous ceux qui ont des problèmes d'accès aux soins, les femmes en leur apportant des soins spécifiques tout au long de leur vie, les enfants vulnérables par exemple dans les contextes de crise et les enfants qui souffrent de malnutrition, les migrants qui subissent des obstacles dans leurs accès aux soins, les personnes qui se trouvent dans des situations à risque comme les consommateurs de drogue ou les travailleuses du sexe.
Et c'est vrai qu'on a eu l'interview donc hier, déjà applaudissements, voilà. On a eu l'interview hier donc de Joël notamment, et donc chaque jour vous aurez des interviews comme ça, donc la plupart du temps menées donc avec Mister MV, avec lesquelles on fera le point tout simplement sur les actions, un petit peu ce que tu as dit, mais en version extended bien sûr. Et on nous annonce qu'on est prêt. Donc on va pouvoir enchaîner. Ça va être aussi le top départ pour l'illustratrice, pour le squelette gouache Eni Pourcent. Donc c'est parti.
C'est parti pour Daniel.
À tout de suite.
Bonjour Lyon. Et chez vous, bien sûr, sur les internets. J'espère que vous êtes prêts à avoir peur, parce qu'on va avoir Medieval. Medieval, un jeu qui a une histoire dans le speedrun français, un des plus vieux jeux.
All right, welcome back everybody. You are tuning in to GDQ's English restream of SpeeDons 2025. My name is Jaxler, and I am joined by the Foxy 1978. If you'd like to say hello.
Hello guys. It's my first time here, so it's really a pleasure to, with the Jackless, to commentary the medieval any percent no DGS.
Yeah, so if you've never seen Medieval before, this is a classic hack and slash 3D platformer game released on the PlayStation 1. It got a reimagining remake in 2019 on some of the newer PlayStation consoles as well, but we're going to be playing the original one. This is specifically the no DGS category. This stands for no Dragon Gate Skip, which is a pretty game-breaking sequence break that you can do to skip the Dragon Gate. So we're going to be playing most of the game's levels as a result of that. But this run is super busted. It goes by super fast, so get ready. This game is so sick. I love running this game. It's also very punishing as well. Lyon Mauriceman is third place on the leaderboard, so he is extremely talented at this game. He's going to put on an awesome show for y'all. So time will start on new game, so we're just going to wait here until the run gets started.
The run is it's very hard because the difference between the NPS and the DGS, the only way is keeping the Dragon Gate. So the DGS is we play some extra levels, but they were hard.
All right, and now we're getting into the run here. So we're going to start off in Dan's crypt, where we get kind of introduced to Dan, and his quest is to take on the evil magician wizard Zarok who has turned the world into a land of undead. And he accidentally resurrected us, Sir Daniel Fortescue. And now we're going to go ahead and start by grabbing a small sword, and then we're going to go grab these star rune. The star rune is going to act as kind of like a key, and you'll see a couple of different runes over the course of the game. We also grab a life bottle. That is going to be a refill for our health. So you'll see those tiny little vials at the top left of our health bar. We have 300 HP, and then whenever we fall to 0, it will pull from one of those health vials. And so now we're going into the graveyard, and we'll get to start to see something here called the speed glitch. We already saw a little bit, if you were paying attention, where Lyon is actually going to be tapping forward in a specific rhythm. This is going to cause him to get extra speed as opposed to his normal walk cycle and animation. You can see this especially as he's walking forward. He'll just gain a lot of speed.
Yeah, you actually see the animation glitching because it's like the walk and the speed, so like going so much faster because there is no cap like for this speed. So then it actually gets so much faster, but it's hard to pull off because if you screw up to do it, then it can actually stuck for a few seconds in the work animation. So you really need to be skilled to actually pull off this speed glitch. Let's see if you actually get it. Oh, you get the chest boost. Nice.
I cannot get that chest boost for the life of me. I have never gotten it to work. It makes me so mad.
Yeah, it's actually hard. I try so many times in the run, but it's actually hard. You actually put in the same time and jump same time.
Something to note as well is generally the way the game progression works is you're expected to kill a bunch of enemies to unlock a chalice. And then once you beat the level, having collected the chalice, it takes you to the Hall of Heroes, where you then get like a new weapon or maybe a life bottle or some money. We're not going to be doing any of that because going to the Hall of Heroes is super slow. So we're going to be finishing this run with a very limited amount of resources, which this game is already hard as it is if you get everything. With very few resources, this run is ridiculously hard. Yeah, so we're going to start off by doing a little bit of a skip here. There's going to be some boulders over here. And instead what we can do is just go up to the right side and just clip through just like that. There's just a little gap in the geometry. This is going to let us get our first club of the run. You'll notice that there's that percentage meter in the top left with the club icon. That's how much durability we have left on it, and we need to manage that very carefully. So right here, we're actually making a bit of a detour. You do not see this in any percent because we need to light this brazier to get the Witch Talisman. We are going to need that in order to get a dragon gem that we'll need to get the dragon armor, which is part of the requirement for this category. And so from here, we're going to see some really cool platforming. We'll see if Lyon goes for it. There is a pretty tricky jump strat where we can jump off of a tree branch in order to skip the cutscene that would normally play once you get to the top. And Xerox's like, dang, nailed it first try.
That's right, let's go.
So going into the mausoleum here, we actually have a pretty recent discovery that's going to let us skip a good portion of the level. Foxy, do you want to explain what we're about to see here?
Yeah, actually, a few months ago, we actually discovered a way to skip a portion of this level. So with the club going near to the gate, we can actually clip like a little about out of bounds and then touch the trigger to open. Do you see that? You to open the door, and then wiggling around, we can actually go to the next zone and grab the rune to let's say resurrection the boss to actually spawn the boss. Let's say it. Okay. Now for the next boss, we're gonna do tricky technique, I say, the super dagger. Super dagger is a technique we use to finish the first boss in 2 cycles. It's like charging the dagger with square and then doing a sequence like square X, just like a written game. Doing that, we do so much damage to the boss. Just normally throw a dagger like just with square. It's just hard to pull off, but it's worth it.
Yeah, so we'll see if Lyon gets it, the 2 cycle. It is pretty tricky, and something he's going to try once he gets to the second half of the HP bar is he's going to try to finish the fight in the center of the arena so that the key that he gets here spawns on top of him, which will skip a little bit of the animation. So here come the super daggers. You're going to notice just how much HP we create through here.
This is bad. Okay, no.
Okay, you got under 250, which is about half.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna be third cycle, yeah. But it's no problem. A little more optimization we can make it just stay near to the boss to do this little jump to avoid. Okay, wait. Oh no.
Oh, I didn't quite get it.
Okay, we got it. It's good. Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Let's go. Nice.
So unfortunately, because he didn't get a lot of damage in the first cycle, he wasn't able to set up for the key skip. So you'd skip this part of the cutscene. It's only a couple of seconds if you hit it. We're going to quit out instead, which will skip that fade out. All right, and next we're going to be heading to Return to the Graveyard here. This is going to look kind of similar to that graveyard level that was the second level of the game, but there's going to be some different elements in here. Most notably, we have that skeleton key now, meaning we can go through the gate that was here. We can actually go on and progress to the other areas of the game. So worth noting as well that we grabbed another life bottle when we were in, I believe, the initial portion of the graveyard section. And we're only going to grab a couple of life bottles, which is pretty dicey. It means we don't have a lot of room to work with in terms of like taking damage, but we have ways around it. We're going to do a cool skip right here where we're going to jump on top of this tombstone and then wedge ourselves in between the coffins to click through the gate. That skips getting, I believe, the star rune in order to open that door the proper way.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be coming up on we're going to get an energy vial right there, and then we're going to jump into this cutscene. Foxy, do you want to explain how this mini-boss fight goes?
Yeah, we're going to use... If you're going to use the Super Club, let's see. Okay, Super Club is actually something like the Super Dagger, like spamming square and X. Doing that, we can achieve so much damage with the club. Like, the game take... I don't know how to say it, but the game actually reaches the input twice, so they give more damage, like if you hit twice with same the square and the X. But now we are done with the club, if I'm right, because now we're gonna take the very OP weapon here.
All right, so we're headed to the Enchanted Earth next, and we're going to see our first level loop here, I believe. And so the way that level loops work, we're going to be using something called the menu glitch, where we're going to double tap select, and that's going to buffer a unpause and then repause of the equipment menu. And from there, if we tap forward while that's happening or do a short little jump, it will actually allow us to start falling with that menu active. And so what that will do is it will prevent kill planes from working. And so we're going to use that on purpose here. You saw him actually save before attempting this because this game is pretty brutal. It just sends you back to the menu if you die. So we're going to wait for this platform to be ready to go again, and we're going to attempt the level loop one more time. There we go. We cancel out of it. And so whenever you fall far enough underneath like the world, it will actually wrap your Y coordinate to be much higher than it was before. So it's essentially like an integer overflow type of thing with your Y coordinate, and he uses that to hit the trigger to get to the end of the Enchanted Earth. You're normally supposed to go through like a bunch of different levels to get some key items that you need to be able to access the end of Enchanted Earth. And this is normally where we would go from here towards like the end, like towards the ending levels of the game for any percent. But there's some more that we're going to have to do here. We're going to go ahead and take care of Pools of the Ancient Dead because we've got a pretty wild strat that we're going to do here. The old way we used to do this was miserable. We did this level loop on like the other side of the level, and it was like this ridiculous out of bounds sequence and a nightmare. So you're normally supposed to collect 8 helmets here in order to give them to the boat ferryman to take you to the next level. But we're going to do something funnier instead. We're going to do another menu glitch here and then give him the helmet that we have. This is going to activate a glitch called Jacko Ghost. And yeah.
It's massive, this glitch, actually, because we saved so much time to actually collect the 8th element to get it into the near, because most likely you see, like, you need to actually trigger the cutscene to end the level, but you can actually see there is the actual trigger of the end of the level. So doing this, we can actually skip everything and go to near to the end of the level.
So one thing to note as well is that he went for, I believe, a backup health vial in order to have more max HP, but because of the hype that he had when he performed Jacko Ghost, he wasn't actually able to grab it. So this is going to be a little bit spooky. I wouldn't be shocked if he went for the spare here. But worth noting as well is after we finish Return to the Graveyard, we got access to the dash. That's going to be our main form of movement. That is faster than doing the speed glitch once we have unlocked it. And then right here, we're going to see a door clip where we kind of dash and then go backwards at a bit of a funky angle. And this should let us clip through. Nice. There we go. We're also going to get a refresh of our club here. If you pick up a club while you already have it equipped, you just get a redo of it.
Oh, it's going to do that? Oh.
I did not know about that.
Nice. Okay, so
that's
this is a new... Okay, I want to try to explain this. This is a new stuff we actually discovered. So actually, void launch, we can actually say, so jump dashing in a strange position, we can launch then in other part of a level. So we discovered that if we are in the same position, jump dash, we can actually launch then near to the end of the level, skipping about another mini boss and another section. So that's crazy. We save like
it saves minutes.
Yeah, minutes. Yeah, seconds, minutes. I don't know so much, but it saves so much time.
All right, so this is the Sleeping Village. So we're going to need a couple of runes in different pieces here in order to sort of unlock the back half of the level. We need to go through this level to unlock the level after it, which is going to allow us to get one of the 2 dragon gems. So we're kind of routing the levels that we need to do in such a way so that we reduce the amount of menuing that we have to do later on here. And so we're going to go ahead and grab this Landlord's Bust. It's actually really important that we grab this because we do have a way of technically skipping this, but if you attempt to skip it, the game will crash when you try to go to a specific area. So you have to eat this cutscene here and cause these soldiers to spawn in, because there is a fight at the end of the level that triggers a cutscene. And if you try to enter that without seeing this cutscene, the game crashes. Yeah. We're going to see a really annoying clip right here next to this tree. There's 2 ways this can go. It can either put us through the wall where we want to go, or we can stay out of bounds. He got the fast version. Okay. That was pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay, you got the good one, but if you screw up, you can actually get the backup to actually get in bounds.
Yeah, there's a backup for it, but it's really annoying.
Yeah.
Something else we can do is we can shoulder check any of the levers, and that will activate them for us instead of having to whack them with the club. And we're going to absolutely obliterate these enemies with the super club.
Yeah, look at that.
That was a very good Sleeping Village.
Yeah, it was good.
I believe that means we're going into the maze now. Oh boy.
Okay, now we are in a good part here.
We're coming up on one of the trickiest skips. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You can get soft rock very easily if you screw up doing the skip. So this is like first try, and if you screw up, you're going to quit menu and reload the save file. Okay, what are you doing? Okay,
that's a new way of doing it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a new way, because the old way is like doing the horse and try. Yeah, but this is actually the new way. You can, because we are now discovering a new way to actually loop in this level. But this is like the first way to actually skip the whole last second quest stuff. jumping
Yeah, so-
around, but it's hard to pull off because if you screw up, you can actually get soft lock, and you have to reload the save file. Now I'm just doing the chess puzzle to unlock the gate to do the next level.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of how much that trick saved, there's like a ton of back and forth that you have to do with this like master of the hedge maze who gives you riddles and like challenges you need to do, and you go back and forth across the hedge maze multiple times in order to unlock that section. And so we saved like at least a minute or two by doing that. And then depending on how quickly you get there, those chess pieces will actually move around on their own. So the faster that you get there, the more likely they are to be in a favorable position, so we don't have to move them as much.
Oh, he's gonna do it. Nah, okay. Okay, so what was trying to do is skip the first section about this level, doing clap dash. So why like clap dash is like if you are near to wall and tap square, you can actually get a little knockback. But combine the knockback with the dash jump, you can actually achieve so velocity. You can actually go, let's say, an invisible trigger. We have a technical issue.
Oh no! We'll just wait 1 sec for tech to bring that back up. Thankfully, though, you're not missing too much because we're in a bit of a combat segment. So I can kind of briefly talk about how we're dealing with the enemies, which... So essentially, we're using the charge attack with the sword we got at the very beginning of the game. And it's a little bit unwieldy to use. And the reason for that is that it's almost like the blade like hones in on enemies, if that makes sense. And a lot of times it'll like cause you to miss your strike if you don't space it properly. So we actually have some setups, especially with a lot of these zombie encounters, where we set them up in groups in specific lines so that we can get them all in one go. So we almost got all of them in that one go, but that was pretty solid.
Yeah.
And then this is probably the scariest part of this level to try to survive. These bats deal damage to you, and the enemies through here are pretty tough. I've lost a bunch of runs myself just to dying to the enemies here.
Yeah, me too. Because the game expects you to have some extra battle and so more weapon, not like the small sword and the club. So yeah, this is top level.
We do get an energy vial drop there. The zombies here aren't too bad. It's when they drop in the charging zombies, the bigger guys, that get really, really dangerous.
But it's less little base because using club is actually auto-aiming the zombie here. You can actually just jump and press X to kill it very easily.
Yeah, so it can be pretty tricky sometimes because if you get two of those zombies at you at the same time, you can only hit the one of them. So, yeah, and we've been kind of saving our wooden club durability for this section right here with a bunch of these laughing enemies. Where we're just going to take care of them in one jump attack, and then don't worry too much about Lyon's HP because there are a couple of health vials that we can pick up for refills along the way here after that section right there, the energy vials. We're going to keep doing the jump attack because this will kind of prevent the laughing enemies from actually being able to damage us. And then we're going to swap back to our solar. Managing the wooden club durability is a huge component of this run. And we really want to make sure we have it for later on for some specific stuff, like these enemies right here, for example. Yeah, so kind of while we're chilling here, the reason that we need to come to this level is for something called a dragon gem. There are two dragon gems. There's one in this level and another in the pumpkin serpent level. And so the reason that we make our way over to here and do this one is, we need both of them in order to access the dragon armor in the crystal caves. So, getting a little bit low here on the life.
Okay,
there we go. Good, yeah. This is also the only level that in most runs that you will unlock the ability to collect the chalice by accident. You really don't want to, though, because you lose like a good bit of time if that happens.
Yeah, they like position the chalice and in the rune near So it's like if you screw up, you actually collect both of the rune and the chalice. So yeah. Okay, so now we are going to the pumpkin, pumpkin gorge, if I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to save here as well because there's a bunch of really tricky strats here that can cause problems if they go wrong. Or you can just die.
Yeah, or just you can die or just cry. There's two options. But yeah, saving medieval is very, very appreciated to play very safe. Okay, so this level just is we need to actually not grab everything. We need just to go to the end of the level. The only thing we can do here is just little clip out of bounds here. So what I'm going to do Lyon next is going to near to this little house, let's say, and try to get out of bounds here. And we're going to do a careful jump here to actually to actually go to near a fence to actually grab a rune to get progression and to get near to the end of the level.
This one's really tough though, so this will
it's very hard to actually pull off. Come on, Leon, you can do it.
And not only do you have to get the dash jump and arc it around at just the right way, you also need to time a jump as soon as you get down onto the surface here.
Yeah, you need to actually get stuck for a few seconds and then spam the jump button to actually...
It's very precise.
Yeah. Come on, you can do it.
All right, so I think he's actually going to opt for a different strat here. This is kind of the old strat and is much easier. So you can just jump up this corner right here, and this will get you up and over. And so now I think he's going to head over to this left side and go for...
Yeah, now you need to collect a rune to actually open the door to go to collect the next rune. This skip actually saves like some few seconds to do everything this Leon just did.
Yeah, it's actually possible to skip this rune with another out-of-bounds jump, but it's kind of not worth to go in for. We're going to do a big jump over there just to skip the rest of the segment there. And then that section with the mushrooms is actually deceptively hard. Okay, skip right here. We're going to dash jump. We tried to grab the rune right there. The way this section works is you're supposed to break these roots in order to cause this platform to come down with the rune that we need. But if you time a dash jump just right, you can actually snag the rune before it goes all the way up. It's pretty precise, so we're just going to go ahead and use the pumpkins here to grab it. And then we're going to take a small detour here into this section so that we can get a bit more HP going into the level after this, which is the Pumpkin Serpent. We're going to need to be at pretty high HP going into that because of the strat we're going to do for the Pumpkin Serpent boss.
It's going to be a very tough boss fight, a very hard boss fight. Not gonna lie.
Totally.
It's very hard, I'm going to say it. Very hard, Yeah.
So before we even get to the boss fight, we need to go to these different growths on these vines in order to... We need to break all of these pods, which will allow us to attack the boss. So they are scattered all over this place. There are a ton of enemies here. They are extremely mean. And we're going to take the safety health here, which makes sense because you really want to be at full HP going into the boss fight.
Yeah, to not die and go to the menu. It actually roll. So grabbing some extra health is a very good option here. Okay.
Yeah, there is no shame in taking safety strats in this run in a marathon setting just because of how thinking hard this game is.
Yeah. I would like to say the no-gens is more hard than the any percent for the new stuff we actually discover and for the enemy.
Which is crazy considering that Dragon Gate skip is also really hard. All right, here's the boss fight.
The hard boss fight. You can see. Look. Oh no.
There we go.
We're done.
If you can't tell by now, the Super Club is broken.
Yeah.
And so what we're going to do next is we're actually going to backtrack a little bit further back into the level. We got that Witch's Talisman earlier. That has two uses in this game. For one, it unlocks another level in the Enchanted Earth that we don't need to see unless we're playing like a 100% run. But it also lets us talk to the Pumpkin Witch here, and she gives us the Dragon Gem after we defeat the boss. So that's our second Dragon Gem. We got one from the mayor after we saved him from the asylum, and then we got that Dragon Gem right there. Now we have everything we need to proceed on towards the Dragon Armor and some of these later game levels. So that's kind of a lot of the cool bonus stuff that you get to see in this no DGS category that you really don't get to see in any percent because we just are able to skip the Dragon Gate. All right, the lake. Do you want to get this one?
The lake. A very fabulous level. So the lake is very simple. What we're going to do is actually run to the end of the level. There is a gate. To actually open the gate, you need a yellow rune. But we can actually skip it because there is a way to actually jump above the structure of the level. If you actually touch the trigger to end the level, there is two ways. I'm presuming the Lyon's going to the safe one. There is. This is the safe one, but the slow one. Nice. But it's a slow one because you can do actually the other side, but it's very risky because you can actually clip out of bounds and get stuck. You actually get soft lock.
Yeah, so we take the safe version there. That skip saves so much time. This level is ridiculously long in a casual playthrough. There's a lot of dangerous enemies. The water is an instant kill, so you get a free refill from one of your life vials if that happens. It's really tough.
Okay,
All
now
right, so
this
Crystal...
is the good part here. We're going to actually take the Dragon Armor here.
Yeah, so this is like one of the biggest differences between this category and any percent. In any percent, because you don't need the Dragon Armor, you can actually do a level loop to skip straight to the end of the level. But we need to get the Dragon Armor, so it's not really worth doing that at all.
Yeah, it's not worth so. Because to actually, we not do is to actually do the start the level to do the level loop. So it's so much faster to actually take the dragon to the backtrack to the end of the level.
So we're going to go ahead and do this fight. This fight's pretty simple. We just hit that to make the rocks show up from midair if we're on the previous platform. And so something we're actually going to do is we're going to exit and re-enter twice. This is going to force the boss to cycle between two different platforms, which is just a bit faster than waiting around. And that's the fight. This is going to get us the Dragon Tier, which allows us to get the Dragon Armor. And the Dragon Armor is really fun. It allows you to breathe fire and also makes you immune to fire, which allows you to get through a fire gate in the one of the next levels. And we're also just going to dash through the enemies here. And then the rest of this movement is pretty straightforward. And then we're going to be coming into another level coming up.
Yeah, we're going to do some few level loops near to run. So now we are done with the weapon because the final weapon for us is the Dragon Armor. Yep. Oh, we have a fun level here. We have a fun level.
Oh, Gallows Gauntlet. Oh, yeah.
This is fun because it's now with the DGS it's very simple. Just go to the gate, grab the rune, and we're done.
Get out.
Get out this level. In I want to say in the Enemy Center there is way actually to loop this lever to go to the end of the level. Or you can actually clip here, skipping the Dragon Gate, but it's very hard. Or you can actually do is with the rune smuggler. It's like you can actually take a rune from another level and take in another level. So like go to the dance script, grab the yellow rune and take here, and we're done here.
Yeah, that's a strat that most new any percent runners will learn, but it's actually faster to do like the clip variants in the any percent run. But
okay,
that level's pretty straightforward in this category. This level, not so much.
Let's pray for Lyon here. Let's pray for Lyon. It's a very tough level.
Yeah, so we're going to see that level looping glitch again. So again, we're going to be doing the menu glitch by we're going to open the equipment menu, and then we're going to double tap select to buffer a close and open. And then while the game is trying to pull the menu back up, we can tap forward to fall off of a ledge and keep the menu open, which is going to disable the kill planes. And then from there, Lyon is going to, I believe he does it, we do the dash setup here, right? Where we're going to dash a specific amount of times forward. After we
dash
do that,
9 times.
9 times, and then you hold
9
the
times, I don't remember correctly, but what is they do just using the D-pad to actually get a better position? Because using the D-pad is very precise to do. He missed it. So now it's going to do the backup, because doing a precise setup, we can actually get to another room. Oh no. I
think he hit the kill plane is what happened. Yeah, so there's 2 outcomes for that. You can either hit a loading zone for a side area, a little cave, or you miss it and then you have to redirect the level loop to land on top of some geometry, and then you can get into that loading zone with some careful jumping. So this might take a few tries. This is really, really tough. And even after we nail this strat, because I know Lyon will nail this next try for sure.
Yeah.
There's even more stuff. There's even more nonsense after that. So not sure if Lyon will go for all of it just because it's so hard, but we'll see.
Nah, he's gonna make it do it. He's a great player. He's a great runner. He's gonna do it. This level is actually tough because there is 2 level loops. Ouch. And the problem is all these 2 levels. If you mess up with only 1 loop, you can actually get soft lock very easily.
There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9.
I delayed the 9. Let's see. No, he gave it. Nice, very nice.
Yeah, so that's the hole-in-one, and so this allows us to get King Peregrine's crown right from the start, and we need to give this crown to him because we can't access the loading zone for the end of the level until after we talk to him. So normally there's this trap door that takes you down into there, and so now we can give the king his crown back, and he's going to be like, hey, you need to get out of here. And then it's like, you need to go take care of Zarek. And we're like, yeah, I already kind of knew that, but sure. And then he's going to teleport us into this fight here. And then, oh yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the level loop here as well.
So we're going to do the level loop. Okay.
Looks good.
No, he got the work animation. So
unfortunate.
There is a problem with the loops. If you do it wrongly, you can actually get the work animation. You cannot dash in the loop, doing the loop. So it's very important to actually loop in the level.
Yeah, so you need to be holding a direction at all times. That's unfortunate. So you need to be holding a direction at all times, and I believe there's a button you need to be holding down the whole time as well. But yeah, the estimate is 40 minutes for a reason. This category is really brutal. Even though like times are as low as like 33s, like this game can blow up in your face if things go wrong. And for the most part, Leon's doing like a really good job of handling it. But yeah, this game is evil and mean.
It's a medieval game, but more evil.
Exactly.
I would like to say this after this level, the pain's gone, but there is one more level. It's gonna be hard to actually pull off a level loop. Anyway, let's pray for Leon to actually get all the loops here.
Nice. 2 for 2 is really good. All right, and so now we're going to be... We got the crown again, so we're going to be making our way back. So the alternate strat there is if you don't get right into the loading zone, you can actually land on top of the rock wall behind that door we exited out of. Not this big one in front of the throne room, but the smaller one. You can actually land on top of that rock, and then if you jump just right, you can actually just slip past the door and clip right through. So that's the setup I learned when I started running this game.
Yeah.
All right, looks like he's going to give this another go. Leon is braver than I am.
Okay, let's see. Come on. Okay.
So he actually has to do this level loop like off to the right because there's actually some invisible there's some invisible walls like within that pit for like you're supposed to knock the enemy down into here to complete this like fight.
Yeah, you actually need to activate a level. It's going to start.
That looks better.
Okay, you got it. Okay, now it's gonna be the tough part here to actually land to the trigger to end the level. Okay, let's see. It's okay. Oh, please get to the backup. Yes.
Nice.
They got the backup.
All right. So that gets us all the way to the end of the level. There's more runes that we need to get. There's a puzzle where you need to get rid of some like hot goo. And we're going to quit out here to skip the end of this little bit as well. That was really, really well saved. There's a lot going on in that level. I would argue maybe the hardest level in the run.
Yeah.
It's one of them. But as the Foxy kind of alluded to earlier, we're going into another really difficult level here. This is the ghost ship. This is a really brutal level casually, and it's pretty long. There's also a really annoying mini-boss fight at the end with the pirate, who's like shooting cannons at you, and it's really slow. But we can skip this entire level with a single level loop. It's a bit tricky to get out of bounds, and depending on like your angle once you get out of bounds here, it's a bit tough. Luckily, we don't have to do the menu glitch this time, but this will be a really cool strat, and hopefully he pulls this off pretty quickly, but we have a couple of chances at this one here, which is really nice. And that's why you always make a save before going into this level.
Yeah.
All right. He's going to jump over the fence.
Okay.
He's going to be holding very specific angles here, and he's going to look for specific visual cues. Every time you see like kind of the camera flip kind of weirdly like that, that kind of means that we've hit the bottom of the world, which means we get wrapped back up to the top. And so hopefully if we do this right, we land in the end level trigger, skipping the mini boss as well. That would be
very
perfect.
nice.
Nicely done.
Nice. First try. Let's go, Leon.
Yeah.
Use the other way to actually do the level loop, because there are two ways to actually do the level loop. You use the full loop here, because there's two ways to actually do the loop. The first one is the half loop, because we actually do the half loop and then the full loop. So he did here for the ghost ship the full loop to actually save for the safety. Okay, one of the top level is very hard.
Very, very difficult level here, the entrance hall.
You can actually see the hard skip here. Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh my god,
nice.
We actually did it.
I don't know why this level is so short, but I don't mind.
Yeah, I like the game design, the program. We need to make another level. Okay, well, I did this. Okay.
Last level loop of the run, we're going into the time device. And I would probably argue this is like one of the easier ones to go for, because the setup is really, really consistent. So this is another really long level that we're just going to completely bypass. There's like these trains you have to ride, and there's a train that takes you to the final boss. So as soon as we see that camera shake, that's our cue to let go of the menu glitch. And we're holding a upright angle here, I believe, on the D-pad until we see a specific visual cue. And then we're just going to hold down. And this will just take us into the loading zone. Yeah. This looks perfect.
Okay, you got it, because you can actually see if you got it or not, because if you see the camera get stuck, it's like a visual cue to let you know that we actually get it. Okay, we are to the last level, but the top level, because here is all RNG. Yeah,
we got some RNG here, and it's just brutally punishing. Once we get past the first phase, we're good. But after that, it's pretty scary. And we safety save here as well, again, because we get booted to the title screen if we like die or game over. So there are 3 specific phases to the Xerox fight. The first phase, lore thing. Sir Daniel Fortescue was like a knight, like a noble knight, but he like never really got the chance to like command the army because he like died frame 1 of his first fight.
Yeah,
he took an arrow to the eye. All right, so we did a strat here where we set up. We got the inventory glitch. We got the menu glitch, which is going to prevent all of the enemies from like loading in and walking into the arena here. So only half of them are going to show up now, and because of that, our allies are going to vastly outnumber Xerox. Normally, the way this section of the fight works is you're supposed to get a healing orb in the chest over there, which allows you to funnel HP into your soldiers. You can't actually damage Xeroc's minions here at all. You have to rely on them. But we outnumber them by a lot now. So instead of this part being really, really hard, it makes this way, way easier. I believe this... Yeah, go ahead. And now we wait, so...
Yeah, he got the right gate. This should be the fastest soldier fight, because in medieval community we actually try to figure out where is the fastest and the lowest, the slow one soldier fight. Okay, he got the fast one. Okay, so after the boss fight finish, we go to dash up forward to actually spawn the other soldier, because if we don't do that, the game crash. Yeah, this final level is very hard because the game can crash very easily. If you mess up with some strat or just randomly, the game crash.
Oh yeah. Woo! 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 And the nice thing is that they drop some health files for us for every single soldier that you have remaining, which is a really nice heal. And so we're actually going to be intentionally leaving these on some of the parts of the map so that we can take some hits from the next two phases. So there's two more phases. We've got one where he sends in his lieutenant on horseback, and then Xeroc will transform into a creature for phase 3.
You don't get it.
He was I believe he was setting up for another use of the menu glitch.
Yeah, you can actually, for character skip PR, you can actually use the inventory glitch to actually, how would I say that actually, to avoid some stuff, like, you can see, we actually see this animation, but if you time out precisely the inventory glitch, we can actually delay that animation, then actually we can see we obliterate the card with the armor dragon early with the skip, but it's okay, we can actually do it. Okay, the final boss. The real final boss.
Yep. So there's going to be a little bit of RNG here with what attacks the monster form of Xeroc is going to give us. And there are going to be moments where the boss is shielded for a bit until he becomes vulnerable. So we're going to attempt to kind of get right up in Xeroc's grill here. And similar to what we did with the general, it's going to allow us to get hits over and over again and really clobber the boss.
Please don't crash. That's okay. That's good. Okay, please.
Yeah. Sometimes even if you do everything right, the game can just crash sometimes.
Yeah.
Which is really rough, but we're through. All right. So you see that blue aura around him? That's his shield that prevents him from taking damage until he becomes vulnerable when he does stuff like that.
Oh, come on, Leo! You got the good one. The good.
Got to about half HP there. Time is coming up.
What is that RNG? That's good RNG.
Nice. That's time. That was a great last phase. That was awesome.
That was great. You got a very accurate RNG. You got very good RNG, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I want to give a huge shout out again to Lyon Mauriceman for taking on this run and showing it off live. This is a very daunting run to do live. It's super impressive to see this done. So I just want to give him a huge shout out for also just representing the medieval community and for giving us this time in the limelight. So yeah, huge shout outs to Lyon Mauriceman for putting on a great show and persevering through the nonsense. So that's going to be it for me and Foxy here. Shout outs to GDQ for allowing the two of us to do commentary for this. Foxy, do you have any shout outs?
Yeah, I want to say thank you for the GDQ for inviting me to streaming. This is my first time. I'm a pleasure to commentate the run of my friend Leon and comment with Jack. He's a good person. Yeah, I like saying it's my first time Little Nebus, but it was fun to commentate and having so much fun.
Yeah, I also want to say as well that if you enjoyed this run and are interested in playing Medieval or learning the game, we have a speedrunning Discord for Medieval 1, Medieval 2, Resurrection, and the 2019 remake. You can find that on speedrun.com/medieval, I believe, and it should be linked under one of the games in that directory.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have been Jaxler. Thank you so much for putting up with my voice for 5 different runs today. I will be on for one more run on Sunday for 1001 Spikes. That'll be me and Helix taking that on. But yeah, thank you so much for having us both. Take care, everybody, and we're going to take it off to a break for the next run to get set up. So thank you so much for having us, everybody, and have a good rest of your morning.
See you guys. Oh.
That's so funny.
That's what I'm talking about, Jack.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love you.
Leon. That's my goat.
Goat it, Leon.
All right, and with that, now we're gonna go take a break. Stay tuned.
Oh, magnifique, en couleur et tout.
Incroyable. Tout est tout signé.
Magnifique, bravo à toi. Bravo à toi, en 43 minutes. Ouais. Tu as fait ça, colorisé, signé et tout. Incroyable. Il a eu la petite goutte qui est...
Un petit peu, ouais, pour la première run, mais c'est bon. Je suis bien échauffée pour Pokémon.
Oui, voilà, d'ici une petite heure environ, tu
ça.
Reviendras pour Pokémon. Tu reviens après dans le week-end aussi?
Tout à fait, dimanche pour Okami et Outer Wilds.
Ah, super. Super. On a très hâte de voir tes œuvres. Et donc, ça va être gagné donc, par quelqu'un tiré au sort qui a fait un don pendant
la run du jeu. Voilà, exactement.
Bien sûr. Et le runner ainsi que le caster dédicaceront ça tout à fait. Allez, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Et alors c'est bon, du coup, le mot de la fin a été dit. Oui, c'est bon, oui, allez, hop, on passe.
Les dédicaces Skyrock, tout ça.
Allez, la casse dédiée, bien sûr, à Momo notamment.
N'hésitez pas à faire des dédicaces Skyrock dans les dons. Hein.
Oui ou pas, hein, finalement. Mais par contre, des dons, alors ça, on en a.
Vent Clio RS 98, pas trop roulé, 75 000 km.
Ok, très
1200
bien.
€.
Très bien. Allez, alors c'est parti pour Léopard, qui a donné 50 €. Premier don sur Twitch. Et puis shout out to Minishcap. Et c'est vrai qu'il y a les votes pour quel est le meilleur Zelda, c'est en ce moment même. On a Jean-Claude Vendône qui donne 200 €. Merci Médecin du Monde. Oud Ace, 5 €. Des jeux de mon enfance à la suite. Un régal ce speedon.
Ensuite, on a Evil Digimedi avec 10 balles, la démo de Medieval chez mon voisin Maxime le mercredi après-midi, les souvenirs, vive Médecin du Monde, vive la solidarité, vive le jeu vidéo, vive Speedon. C'est vrai qu'on vous parle d'un temps que les moins de 20 ans ne peuvent pas connaître avec les CD démos dans PlayStation Magazine.
Exactement.
Un mood, une vibe. Ensuite, 50 balles de Follow Me, big up aux Daniels, merci à Lorga, aux runners et aux casters. Romé le don, Romé
une pièce, quoi.
Allez, Romé une pièce dans la machine.
Antoine, pour les 26 €, bisous à ma chérie et mon cousin qui sont dans la salle. 10 € à Kudodoug. Merci encore pour l'événement. Bonne chance à tous les speedrunners.
100 balles de The Kumquat, un don de pure nostalgie devant Medieval. Et surtout, pensez à donner et à acheter en caps lock. 3 points d'exclamation. On a également 100 balles de Ekafis. J'ai battu une péniche à la course à pied ce matin. Faut dire que ça coûte pas vite là, ces machins. Merci à tous pour ce super event. Nous avons également 150 balles de Tom. Toujours trop cool. Année après année, on sera là encore pour Speedon 33, pardon. Grand merci du coup à Lorga et aux runners. Et ensuite, on a 100 balles de la part de Gauvin Manhattan. Quel plaisir de voir Medieval à Speedon. Go to tank.
Vas-y, continue, moi.
Pardon. Ouais. Ensuite, on a 20 balles de Bobidou, encore un grand jeu de la PlayStation, dédicace à mon petit Eki qui était traumatisé par le démon du vitrail. C'est bon, ma poule, il est mort. Effectivement, démon du vitrail, c'est bien fait soulever. Et enfin, on a 50 balles. Oh, le J, tu as fait le don. Bravo et merci aux organisateurs, bénévoles et speedrunners. Le week-end va être énorme, vous êtes les goats.
Adso pour les 6 €. Let's go, tout tank et le speed washing. J'aime beaucoup ce terme.
Ouais, c'est pour ça que je l'ai repris tout à l'heure. J'ai piqué.
Ah, d'accord. Bon, alors ça, c'était bon. Débit, tu l'avais lu. Orion et le matin. Voilà, et oui, beaucoup de dons. Alors, c'est vrai qu'on a du 500 balles qui tombent, notamment par Zangadar, mais aussi des euros symboliques. Donc, comme dirait Sir Daniels, c'est littéralement le don. Hein.
C'est comme ça qu'il doit.
Enfin bref, jeu de dingue, run et runner de fou. Ambiance géniale. Merci pour tout. Merci à vous. Et puis, c'est vrai que ça fait un moment que je ne me suis pas retournée. Est-ce qu'il y a du monde finalement dans cette salle?
Ça se remplit bien. Là, on est... la lumière, c'est incroyable.
Trop bien.
Le public dans la salle, la foule en délire.
Attention, parce que la fosse, ça va être rapidement pleine. Hein. Donc ça, c'est les meilleures places. Hein. Là, si vous pouvez tout de suite squatter maintenant pour plus tard dans la journée. Ah, il y a des pancartes et tout, c'est génial, c'est génial. Eh ben, trop bien. Ça fait plaisir de voir ce public, d'autant que la salle va être complètement remplie ce week-end. Hein.
On va jeter un œil d'ailleurs au défi Zelda.
Ah, vas-y.
Voilà, où l'heure est grave, la réponse sera définitive et incontestable. On le rappelle.
Ok.
Voilà, les votes seront, c'est une règle immuable, ce sera le meilleur Zelda. Donc pour l'instant, on a toujours Wind Waker qui est en tête avec 18%, 3638 balles. Suivi de comment on dit déjà, un underdog, Phantom Hourglass sur DS qui est à 15% avec 3087 €. Et en troisième, Twilight Princess avec 12%, 2466. Et en runner-up, on a Breath of the Wild à 12%, qui est juste après à 2441.
Et c'est quoi celui qui a le moins de votes?
Alors, il y a beaucoup d'égalité, puisqu'on a la version CDI, The Wand of Gamelon.
C'est le fameux.
Ce poil-là. Cadence of Hyrule, qui n'a pas eu d'amour aujourd'hui. Ah, ils ont eu 10 balles tous les deux, cela dit, quand même. Zelda NES, qui lui n'est pas respecté avec 6 €. A Link Between Worlds, excellent épisode cela dit, mais avec que 5 €. Zelda's Adventure, le premier jeu CDI à 5 balles. Et ensuite, on a un festival Force World avec 1 €. Il a eu au moins 1 €. BS Zelda, la version Satellaview sur Super Famicom, à 1 € aussi. Il y a un connaisseur, il était là en mode c'est mon jeu, je l'ai fait à l'époque, je l'ai fait en version japonaise de le Japon. Ensuite, on a Triforce Heroes avec 0 € et Tears of the Kingdom avec 0 €, mais j'ai vu un autre Tears of the Kingdom.
Ah, il y a des doublons.
Il y a des doublons.
Peut-être des doublons.
Il y a des doublons, parce qu'il y a un deuxième Tears of the Kingdom avec 6%, effectivement. Ouais.
A-t-on des incentives en cours, à part ça, bien sûr?
Alors, est-ce que nous avons d'autres incentives? Oui, Super Punch-Out en blindfolded, nous avons le choix du bandeau.
Ok.
Choix entre le bandeau de Cobra Kai ou le choix de Miyagi-Do. Donc j'imagine que c'est tous les deux en rapport avec Karate Kid.
Alors là, je n'ai pas la ref, donc je ne vais pas faire style.
Je pense que c'est en rapport avec la série Karate Kid Cobra Kai de Karate Kid. Mais... Et c'est Cobra Kai qui gagne pour l'instant avec 108 € contre 47 € pour le bandeau de Miyagi-Do. Nous avons également une incentive pour WannaFest 22 en any%, choix du skin de bloc de sauvegarde. Donc soit on choisit la disquette, floppy disk ou les bananes. C'est pour l'instant le floppy disk qui mène à 177 € 57% contre 129 € 42% pour les bananes. Moi, franchement, je préfère les bananes.
Cette phrase, le floppy disk gagne contre les bananes.
Les bananes, effectivement, et Camoulox.
Voilà. Et puis d'ailleurs, le sommeil qui a donné 150 €. T'inquiète, je reviens dans 3 jours. On a pour le 6K 30 € pour le t-shirt reçu par erreur l'an dernier. C'est joueur. Et Nico, 250 €, merci aux annonceurs, runners, commentateurs et la réduction d'impôts. C'est vrai qu'on n'en a pas parlé. On fera un point là-dessus.
On fera un point sur la réduction d'impôts, effectivement. C'est important, le point fiscal.
Fiscalité, investissement, rien du tout. Merci aussi à ma copine pour m'avoir fait une place et être ainsi présent. Merci encore une fois pour tous vos dons. Et voilà, que ce soit un euro symbolique ou des plus grosses sommes. N'oubliez pas le t-shirt, le collectif Résonance et surtout le prochain speedrun qui est d'ores et déjà prêt. C'est Tesla Grade 2, joué par Luster et commenté par Chacha Max.
Qui était là mais dis donc
Incroyable.
Chacha Max, il faut dormir un jour.
C'est tout de suite.
Eh bien, bonjour. Bienvenue pour cette run de Tesla Grade 2. Ne vous inquiétez pas, je suis Chacha Max et je suis là pour vous mettre au courant sur cette run.
All right, bonjour, good morning everyone. I'm Emerlin, here to commentate over Luther's run of Tesla Grad 2. This game is super fast-paced. There's a lot to talk about in the first few minutes, so I'll try to keep up where I can and mention what he's skipping. This is like a 10-15 minute run at max. He's going to be skipping a ton to do with the game, so I'll try to bring up where it is, what he's skipping, but I might miss some stuff because it's, like I said, really fast paced, and you're going to see that as soon as we get into the run. So Tesla Grad 2, obviously sequel to Tesla Grad 1. There's some overlaps in terms of like skills that the character has. There's a blink ability that's carried over, and there's also a blue and red attract repel mechanic. It makes more sense when we get into the game, I promise. But all right, so time starts. You wind up on a beach, washed up after your airship crashes. And there we go. So the first thing you're going to see is that there's bunny hopping in this game. It's not that hard to do. I mean, it's fairly easy. You just hit A when you hit the ground, but it is very hard to do when he starts moving at the speeds that you're going to see him moving at. Here he's got the blink ability, helps him maintain a little bit of momentum. There is a slide, as you can see there. That lets you get some really fast speeds. So this is where he has to start knowing when to buddy hop, because he's kind of doing it blind as he hits the ground. You can do it up hills by sliding and then teleporting. You can also, as you see here, kind of run up walls a little bit. That's going to come into play a little bit later. But this is an unskippable cutscene that sets up some of the enemies in the game, the two opposing factions. And you can actually get ahead of that, which is really funny. So this is the opening area of the game. It's meant to teach you about how the teleporting and blinking and how all the various mechanics work, and that water is really bad for a little bit. He's going to attempt to get a really huge sort of proxy boost where falling from major heights can give you a gigantic speed boost out of your slide. He's going to quit to menu here. Never mind. So this gives him the blue cloak. Blue cloak will obviously give him the blue aura, push him away from blue surfaces and attract him towards red ones. So that little blue crystal on the ground, you push away from it. The red crystal he's going to be pulled towards, like that. And then the rest of this is just a bunch of quick movement through places that are supposed to be, again, teaching you how all the mechanics in this game work. Yeah, if you jump while getting pushed away from blue surfaces, you can... Actually, he's trying to slide boost here. Nice. That skips like 10 minutes of walking around. It's a lot. And then he's going to start bunny hopping here again. And this will get him into another cutscene. All right, setting up the bunny hop one more time. There we go. Huge. That gets him over a lake, which ordinarily you'd have to go all the way around in order to get the super slide boots, the water blink, and the wire blink. And not having all three of those abilities is going to be an actual problem. Looks like his game didn't save? That's weird. Okay, starting over. I legit don't think I've ever seen that. I've run this game. I don't think I've ever seen the game not save itself. All right. Starting over. There's bunny hopping in this game. Bunny hopping, you move really, really fast. And now you have a blink ability. You can do it up hills. It's a little hard. You have to do it in tandem with the slide ability that you have. So the timing on it is a little bit strange, but it's doable with some practice. So the major, I won't pretend to understand the story of this game. I kind of rushed through it, but the two major factions are the Viking guys on the left and the Teslagradians on the right, who want to keep their technology secure, and the Vikings want to take the technology to obviously do world domination, because this is alternate universe. Coming up here again, he's gonna attempt to skip the cutscene that leads to him getting the blue cloak, which is one of the movement options in the game. This will give him a little bit of time save in overdoing it otherwise. Let's see? Nice, got it. There we go. So now we quit to menu, and that skips the blue cloak. They're grabbing the blue cloak. I do want to give one shout shout out as we're going through this part. I really like the music of this game. I think it fits the ambiance really well. So if you're looking for an interesting platform to pick up, highly recommend Teslagrad 2. It's a huge banger. So he's going to try to fall from a certain height and slide boost up there. Perfect. Got out of there. Now he's going to set up a really long bunny hop chain. Nice, made it over there. Easy. Easier than last time. So he's going to slide into here. And now he has skipped. Okay, he got into the cutscene that time. Now he's skipped the ability to blink through water and the ability to blink on wires. That's going to become really important a little bit later in the game. So the platforms here turn on when you use the blue cloak. That's why he was trying to set up a jump through that. All right. So this is just pretty early stuff in this part of the game. Everything seems pretty easy to start off with. But he's going to go out of bounds really soon here. And one of the ways you do that is the character Lumina, who you're playing as, her hitbox doesn't quite line up correctly when she blinks. So he's going to line himself up and blink through the wall. There you go. It's just that easy. And if you initiate a slide out of a slide, you can climb vertical walls. He's doing that right now, but you can't see it because Lumina's out of bounds. And then quitting to menu resets your position inside. He's going to blink through the wall again here. Nice. And just get to this next area. Nice, got the blink out that. The angle on that is very, very strange. But then there's just a little bit more platforming here to get through. This is intended, what he's doing right here. All right, huge fast bunny hop chain over this. And then he's going to do some more sliding up vertical walls. This is in order to set his position into the next area. When he sees that he's in the next area like that, he's going to save quit. And that's going to put him back inside where he's supposed to be. Or I guess where he's not supposed to be, but you know what I mean, further in the game. So there's a wire blink that's required here, but if you jump in the right angle, like, oh, not like that. Pretty close. He's trying to rebound off of the blue crystals there. Nice, perfect. And that gives him enough height in order to skip the wire blink that's required in that room. This puts you into a much later part of the game where the airship has crashed, I believe. But he's here when he's not supposed to be. So a lot of story flags in this game are entirely set by just kind of progress in them. It's not necessarily like you have to see everything in sequence. And that's actually going to come up a little bit later when he gets somewhere he's definitely not supposed to be. So this is where the water blink would be useful. He could skip through that really fast. And this is where the super speed boots would be useful in order to get up this. But it's fine. He can just do the vertical wall slides to be able to get out of there. So ordinarily you'd fight a big snake here. And I'll be honest, that poison really sucks. The hitbox for it lasts forever. It's even when it's on the ground, it is still active and trying to kill you. Right, he's got this. There you go. So hopefully that demonstrated how hard these vertical wall slides are. He's making them look really easy. All right. The second try, we're going to go fight this big snake, except we're not. Fighting the big snake is bad and takes forever. It's like a 3-minute boss fight. Instead, what he's going to do is blink through the wall right there and quit menu. And that'll put him right by the ground pound ability. And this is a little bit of menu storage he found that skips the cutscene and makes 2 Luminas. So now he's got the ground pound ability. And this is what we're going to use to make up for not having the super speed boots. So if you ground pound, you're supposed to slide a certain way. But if you hold a direction that makes you slide the opposite way, so he's holding left here, he slides up the wall to the left. He's again holding left, we'll shoot him up the wall. And that gets him where he needs to go a little bit. I mean, you could go the opposite way, certainly, but this gets him a little bit faster. These yellow walls are intended for use with your super speed slide boots. And the fact that ooh, wow, okay. That's a very precise angle that he hit. Just kind of out of nowhere with that. That was good. Here you get to see the red ability. You eventually can get a red cloak, but he's never going to get it in this run because that's slow. Just going to ground pound proxy boost up there. Easy. Yeah. Like I said, this game is really fast paced and he's doing things faster than I can go. So in here, slide boost up that. Slide boost up that again. Yeah, these are relatively difficult. And he is absolutely nailing them first try. Nice. Just a little bit of climbing through there. So the main thing to note about this map is that it's all connected. This is one big map. So if you know, there's like no loading zones. There's no anything in between. There's no invisible walls. So if you know where you're going, you can get to it like he's doing here. He's basically flying over the whole top of the map to get to the ice area. And this is like an end game area. This is the final thing you do before going to the final boss. He knows he's on pace because he can see that wire, and that is relatively where he's going. So he's going to ground pound slide boost up. Nice, that was a good slide boost. And again, menu storage into the Galvtan cutscene here. Skips the first half of it. And this will give him the axe. The axe is charged with blue energy, and the blue energy, like we've seen earlier, repels you if you're if you turned the blue cloak on. So now what he's gonna do, if that wasn't enough of a signal, is fly back across the map because he can't wire blink, right? He's supposed there's a wire here that he's supposed to blink on that leads him back towards the final area. Can't do that. Yep, right here. So instead what he's going to do is do a really complicated series of essentially axe flying. You can kind of see him throwing out the axe. It'll be really obvious in just a little bit. Oh, huge boost. All right, so he's throwing the axe out and recalling it immediately, and this gives him just a little bit of a bump upwards. And that keeps him flying across the top of the map because obviously the final boss is at the very top. And again, he's missing the ability to blink on wires. So that's why he has to do this. Otherwise, he could get back using that final wire and then just go fight the final boss. It's a couple of climbs away. This is harder than it looks. He's making this look very easy. Your timing has to be pretty consistent in order to maintain the height that you need. But he's looking like he should get there just fine. Nice. And once again, he's going to slide on vertical walls while also axe boosting upwards. Huge amounts of vertical off of this. And all he has to do is boost here to the corner. That should get him close enough. Yep. Save quit. Now he's in the final boss area. All right, so this is Galvan. Once again, as I've said, we're missing the ability to wire blink. And that's the point of this whole final fight. Galvan sets up a bunch of wires that you have to slide on. But not having it means he just has to axe fly, essentially. Nice, that's a pretty good pattern. Not having to fly high is really good. You need a few more boosts. You know, like this, he's going to hit him right at the end there. Wow, good shot. Ooh. Okay. So that was pretty good. Transitioning into the second phase now. This is where Galvan, supercharges and shows all of his power. Really cool cutscene, in my opinion. So he's going to try to axe boost all the way up to him and then immediately ground pound, and that should one-shot him. Let's see if he can... There. Nice. Easy. That's time. That's under time and had to restart. That's really good. Wow, what a run. Yeah, there's so much that he skipped in that run. There's so much that he didn't show off just because, people have found ways to break this game in half. There's so much to do. There's a secret final boss that the ending cutscene kind of hints at that you can go back and do. But yeah, I'm sure they're giving their shout outs right now. I just want to shout out Luther for the info. He helped me a lot with understanding what I'd missed and what I didn't know, because I ran this game when it came out and for a few months afterwards. But now obviously it's way more advanced. And then just shout out Dioxymore for being a real true gamer, being extremely good at Teslagrad 1 and 2, and kind of the inspiration for doing this. And final shout out to Frozen and Truly, who ran Teslagrad 1 at GDQ 2016, and was a big fan of watching that. Thank you everybody for watching. Keep supporting Médecins du Monde, and Pokémon's coming up next, so we'll see you there.
Cette histoire. Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue dans SpeeDons 5e édition, 75 heures de speedrun et d'humour de temps en temps non-stop, avec un public déchaîné, un chat qui n'en peut plus et que ça se remplit, hein, on est là, avec tout plein de petits dons. Alors avant le prochain setup qui est donc Pokémon rouge vert feuille avec un setup lui aussi alternatif puisque beaucoup de branchements à faire. Gozu gère, donc c'est bon. Et bon, on peut peut-être remercier Comet, par exemple, qui a donné 50 €. Des bisous à tous les runners. Franck Trinidad, qui donne 1 €. Secondon, vivement les canards quarantenaires et les 4 raptous du cul. Speedon, dindon. Bien sûr, on a la rêve. Ça sera un petit peu plus tard, hein, DuckTales.
On a 25 balles de la part de Tabasco. Les Gong, votez pour Fio sur Metal Slug. Merci à Lorga, c'est trop cool un speedrun event en France. Dédicace au Discord des Sylvestres Gougout. C'est vrai que Metal Slug en speedrun, c'est très cool aussi. Hein.
Oui, tout à fait. Plus scoring normalement, mais pourtant
oui,
il y a
oui, effectivement.
Il y a de la perf à faire.
Et on a 10 balles de Bébou, 63.
Oh, Bébou!
Dédicace à toute la 4e site du collège de Montargis-les-Goulettes, TMTC. Voilà, ça fait des dédicaces Skyrock, c'est ça qu'on veut.
Ça on aime. Exactement. Allez, Claude Mac et Lélé, 3 personnes qui donnent 100 €, une bonne matinée de speedrun en télétravail, vive les jeux vidéo. Et on a le fou du 3e rang qui a donné 5 € tout à l'heure. On n'a pas revu le château, ah oui, c'était sur Médiéville, mais je donne tout de même 5 € pour cette run de Médiéville de folie. T'es encore là, le fou du 3e rang? Ah ouais,
voilà. Il est là.
GG.
On a 5 balles de la part de Oxana Bay. Merci beaucoup pour ce magnifique événement. Plein de force et d'amour sur les runnereuses, l'ambiançage, les organisateurs et les bénévoles et tous ceux qui ont rendu cet événement possible. 3 cœurs.
On a Lord Borak, pas de message spécialement, mais qui nous a donné 200 €. Et avant de switcher sur Pokémon, puisque le setup est d'ores et déjà prêt, eh ben on va réaccueillir donc notre illustratrice Toutank qui revient après nous voir avoir dessiné du Médiéville. Comment tu le sens?
Plus chill.
Plus chill?
Ouais.
Tu sais déjà un petit peu qui tu vas dessiner?
Alors, c'est toujours le drame, mais je suis désolée, je vais faire Bulle Bizarre et Carapuce. J'annonce.
Ah, ok.
Alors que le meilleur starter, c'est Salamèche.
Exactement.
Meilleur starter, tu sais, c'est comme le nouveau Zelda. Hein. Vous êtes libre de vous exprimer dans le chat, mais faites des dons pour ça.
Bourrez des dons. Peut-être je caserai un Salamèche, mais ça dépend.
Ah, ok. Sachant que tu as plus de temps, là. Je crois que tu as 1h30 en estimate.
C'est ça, donc ça va être tranquille. On va faire un beau paysage.
À la gouache, toujours, colorisé.
Toujours.
On rappelle que ton illustration sera à gagner, donc tirage au sort parmi toutes les personnes qui feront des dons à partir de maintenant jusqu'à la fin de Pokémon.
Dédicacé par runner et commentatrice.
Bien sûr. Voilà. Et d'ailleurs, qui joue à ça? Alors Warax, c'est ça, c'est notre runner, commenté donc par Alouo et Étienne. Est-ce que j'ai bien prononcé? Probablement pas, mais c'est pas grave. C'est parti. Est-ce qu'on...
Ils sont prêts.
Ils sont prêts.
Tout le monde est prêt. Nous sommes à l'heure, c'est incroyable.
Let's go
Speedon à l'heure.
Pokémon, c'est maintenant. Maintenant. Ah non, pas du tout. Ah non, et en fait, on nous demande de meubler encore un peu. Ah non, pas de souci.
Pendant que la régie nous dit non, en fait non,
En fait, non,
nouvelle règle, voilà. Donc nous allons pouvoir.
Il y a Michel qui a trébuché et qui va. Ah merde, le câble finalement. Très bien. Ok.
Il faut un métronome pour voilà.
Pour le time. Oui, très bien, très bien. Eh ben oui, nos speedrunners ont du talent, hein, tout à fait.
Et une oreille musicale visiblement.
Talent musical. Alors, est-ce qu'on fait le point défiscalisation?
Ah bah oui, c'était évident.
On peut,
voilà.
on peut. Alors, c'est quoi? C'est lequel? C'est celui-là? C'est celui-là? Oh, je sais plus. On n'avait pas la feuille.
Non, je pense que c'est celui-là.
C'est celui-là.
Oui.
Non, mais ça c'est pour le t-shirt.
Non, c'est ça, c'est ça. Attends, ça c'est.
Oh, c'est compliqué. On a.
Oui, non, c'est bon, c'est celui-là.
Regardez, ils nous ont filé des feuilles là. On nous a donné des notes. Je comprends rien là.
Donc, pour l'optimisation fiscale, pour faire comme les riches, exactement. Vous pouvez faire un don directement pendant Speedon sur la page accessible pendant le stream de l'événement. Ça, jusqu'ici, tout va bien, on comprend tout.
Jusque-là, ça va.
Nous vous rappelons ensuite que pour les 5000 premiers dons supérieurs à 5 €, PayPal abonde de 5 € votre don, ce qui fait 5 € de plus. Voilà, donc voilà, 5 et 5, 10. Voilà.
Bravo.
Trop fort en maths. Et c'est là, ça c'est la partie qui nous intéresse.
Oui.
Voilà, comme les riches, si vous faites un don, vous pouvez obtenir une réduction d'impôt de 75% du montant de votre don. Voilà. Donc ça veut dire que vous allez recevoir un petit reçu dans votre boîte mail après votre don. Vous le gardez précieusement et en fait, à votre déclaration d'impôt, si vous payez des impôts bien évidemment, vous allez pouvoir dire en fait j'ai ce truc-là où j'ai donné de l'argent et du coup ça va vous enlever 75% du montant que vous avez donné sur votre déclaration d'impôt que vous deviez payer à la base.
Et c'est toujours bon.
C'est quand même plutôt bon bail.
C'est
voilà.
bon à prendre.
Voilà, exactement. Ça veut dire que techniquement, si vous donnez 20 €, ça veut dire que vous avez donné que 5 €, mais Speedon a eu 20 € quand même.
Eh ben exactement.
À la fin, voilà, c'est des calculs, c'est énigmes. Les riches ils font ça tout le temps, ça fonctionne très bien pour eux, donc ça fonctionnera très bien pour vous aussi. Et ensuite, vous pouvez acheter un t-shirt sur la page de l'événement qu'on vous indique ici ou via la chaîne Twitch de Speedon ou encore le site speedon.fr.
Oh là là, il est beau.
Il est beau, il est beau, il est beau. Lui, il n'a pas de réduction fiscale, mais il est beau, il se porte. Donc en fait, c'est pratique. Voilà, les t-shirts, c'est bien, ça permet de sortir habillé. Et puis cette illustration de Zo est magnifique.
C'est une bonne façon de soutenir l'événement. Hein. On a toujours eu une illustration officielle pour l'événement. Donc voilà, vous retrouverez...
Il y a Chacha, là, il est en train de me tease de ouf, là.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ah, la poubelle est arrivée. Très bien, très bien. Merci beaucoup. On peut applaudir Chacha.
Bravo, bravo, merci pour la poubelle. Merci.
Vous pouvez pouvoir mettre un gobelet de café. Voilà,
exactement.
Ainsi, vous comprenez tout.
Voilà.
Il nous a volé Mandarine Chan.
Non, Mandarine Chan. Le spignon. Le spignon.
Ah non, mignon.
Le spignon.
Le spignon.
Les spignons.
Dans mon cœur, ça sera toujours Mandarine Chan.
Tu peux lui donner un surnom. Hein.
Très bien. Eh bien, écoute, nous avons la DRH qui vient de donner 5 €. Pouvez-vous rallumer la lumière de la salle que je vois qui s'est mis en arrêt maladie pour Speedon? Aïe.
C'est vrai que ça parlait pas mal de télétravail dans les dons aussi, ouais.
Et c'est vrai qu'on est vendredi. Je pense qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui doivent bosser.
Ça t'était dans l'amphi directement, là.
T'étais dans l'amphi. Voilà. Si on voit quelqu'un qui fait des tableurs sur son laptop, on saura. Et d'ailleurs, en parlant de laptop, il y en a un très puissant à gagner. On reviendra sur les specs tout à l'heure.
Attends, moi j'adore faire les specs informatiques.
Et non, justement, il faut faire les détails, mais que ce soir. Mais en tout cas, on peut au moins mentionner le fait que... Non, parce que la liste des specs, ça fait... Mais c'est très puissant et ça sera à gagner.
Ah ouais. C'est un gros PC.
C'est un gros PC.
C'est un gros PC. Hein. Ouais.
Très bien.
Il a gagné d'ailleurs, effectivement.
Est-ce que ça fera tourner Pokémon dessus?
Je pense sans problème. Hein. Je pense que tu peux faire tourner sans émulateur de Pokémon dessus.
Eh ben écoute, on espère.
On est bon sur le métronome?
Métronome et...
On n'est pas bon sur le métronome.
On n'est pas bon sur le métronome. Très bien. Eh ben, pas de soucis, allez.
Tac, tic, tac, tic, tac. On est en overestimate, la régie. Attention.
Anna de Strasbourg, merci pour les 25 €. Coucou au frérot Martin présent dans le public. Merci pour cet événement qui claque. Goldcrow, 3 €. Merci pour cet event. Un plaisir à suivre. Camos, 10 €. Attrapez-les toutes, bien sûr. Je te laisse continuer un petit peu.
On a Anconite qui dit pour 25 € le monde change tout autour de nous. Voilà, maintenant vous l'avez en tête de rire. Je crois que c'est un générique de Pokémon, ça, non?
Il me semble. Je suis à deux doigts de pleurer.
Mais je pense que
sache-le.
Je pense que le public peut chanter parce que moi je connais pas la musique.
Le cringe. Mon rêve qui a un temps de chargement à un moment donné et que le public chante un générique de Pokémon. Oh la vache. Ah là, si le caster il est bon là. Normalement, à un moment donné, il va faire chanter tout le monde. Ça serait...
Ah là 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 là.
Allez, Ultraback, merci pour les 10 €. Triste de ne pas être des vôtres dans la salle. Je partage beaucoup d'amour aux runners, aux runneuses et ambiance présente. en espérant avoir l'occasion de voir la prochaine fois. On reviendra, ne t'inquiète pas, pour l'année prochaine.
Bah évidemment.
3 € d'un pauvre au grand cœur, hein, c'est littéralement son pseudo. Le chômage m'empêche de donner plus, mais il me permet de vous suivre toute la journée. Let's go, Speedon.
J'aime bien, il y a des gens qui sont très pragmatiques. Donc on a Clemnia qui nous a donné 50 balles et en commentaire il a écrit trop bien Speedon. Voilà.
Bah trop bien. Hein. Trop bien. Mais
allez hop, envoyez tweet.
Et
envoyez
d'ailleurs, Roger Piscine, un meilleur starter bulle bizarre, let's go Speedon. Alors n'hésitez pas à dire dans le chat quel est votre meilleur starter, bien sûr, mais à chaque message que vous envoyez,
à chaque message, évidemment. On a des dons qui backseat le runner. Parce qu'on a Bill Bonzage avec 50 balles qui dit petit don pour invoquer Abra niveau 13. Pitié, Warax ne prend pas d'optionnel et vive la PFR Team et aux deux gottes Allo et Arienne qui commentent.
Ah, c'est toujours.
Ça backseat dans les commentaires de dons, c'est très grave.
Vous allez voir, les speedruns Pokémon, c'est toujours un sacré délire d'un point de vue commentaire. Il y a tellement de techniques à l'écran qui sont prévues. Et c'est cool parce qu'il y a plusieurs styles de jeux qui s'enchaînent à Speedon.
Oui,
et ça fait vraiment plaisir. Une bonne variété. Il y a des jeux 3D, 2D. Il y a des jeux un peu old school. Un
et
peu
comme disait Chachamax tout à l'heure, si vous ne comprenez rien, c'est normal, c'est un speedrun de Pokémon. Mais tout sera expliqué en temps et en heure.
Normalement, c'est compréhensible. Après, des fois, il faut faire maths sup. Hein, donc voilà.
Ah, on est prêt ?
Le métronome a été acheté, c'est bon. Bon, bah très bien. Écoutez, on va laisser notre speedrunner donc jouer à Pokémon en métronome.
Métronome %.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SpeeDons 5, benefiting doctors of the world. My name is Sparkle, and I'm joined by my co-commentator, Blue Magma. Hi, Blue Magma.
Hello, Sparkle. It's great to be here. I'm very excited for this run. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's some super cool strats that are going to be shown off that a lot of you might have not seen. It's a very, very new route, some very, very new glitches and strats.
Yeah, Pokemon Fire Red, any percent. Differentiating from your typical Pokemon speedrunning experience, you're going to see a lot of interesting stuff happen. The live commentator, I think Al Woe, is on the right wearing a mime costume for no particular reason. We're going to be seeing some pretty fun stuff, but yeah, hope you're excited. I'm so excited to be here. And yeah, this is going to be great.
Yeah, all of the people on stage here are repping the Pokemon drip very formally. I like that suit jacket or whatever that's called. That's very cool. And that is Warax that is going to be doing the run for today. And then, as Sparkle mentioned, Alwo is the guy in the mime costume. And then Etienne is the guy with the Pokemon tie to the left from our perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, Pokemon Fire Red 80%, definitely a category that's a lot more popular overseas in the EU than it is here in the West. So that's pretty cool to see. But as such, that they have a lot more experience running the route. I myself, I've never ran it. I ran Fire Red 80% or glitchless many times, and other categories as well, but never this one. And it gets kind of freaky later on. So. But yeah, the runner Warax is about to start up here, so I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, very excited. Alwo and I are good friends. We do a lot of routing work for other Gen 3 games together. And so Gen 3 has had I like to call it like a glitch renaissance for the French audience. There's been so much change. All right, and here we go.
Okay.
Starting off. Any percent was not a thing in really any Gen 3 game except for Emerald until about a year and a half to 2 years ago. And Fire Red Leaf Green is actually even more recent with its any percent route. So Alwo and I have done a lot of routing for the Sapphire any percent work, and then Warax has been doing a lot of Fire Red Leaf Green any percent. And he actually recently got the world record in Sapphire any percent. So he has a very strong Gen 3 resume at this point, especially with glitched runs.
So yeah, for the any percent run, typically in any percent glitchless, you would RNG manipulate your Squirtle to have really good stats, but I'm not sure if that's what Worx is doing here, although I did see him flash the trainer card, which you do need to see your trainer ID for the manip, so I think he is going for it. So that's going to be interesting, but I imagine that even if he doesn't get it, he would still be fine using Squirtle for Manipless, because that is possible to do Manipless runs as well for any percent.
Yeah, or he might have a backup save. I'm not sure.
That too, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, RNG manipulation is an incredibly powerful tool in all of the Gen 3 games. It's also a very difficult tool to use, especially in Fire Leaf Green. It's probably the hardest of the Gen 3 games to RNG manipulate consistently, but he's going to try for it, and that's to guarantee things like a good Squirtle with good IVs and a good nature, things of that sort.
Yeah, so he's going to hang on this text box here and hit A at just the right frame. 1 in 60 FPS game, 1 frame trick, so obviously very hard. And there's more factors than that too in this game, with NPC movement altering RNG, which you can't even see most of the time. So it's very, see, he ends up not getting it, but it's very, very difficult as we've been alluding to. But it seems he does have a backup card ready, so.
Yeah. Yeah, Manipless is also a pretty common sort of subcategory of any percent, just because the Squirtle manipulation is pretty frustrating if you get stuck on it. But having a backup with at least a runnable Squirtle is good, because otherwise you might get stuck here trying to get a decent Squirtle all day. Yeah.
It's just kind of the experience. I'm not sure what IVs this Squirtle has specifically, but I do know for a fact that, at least I personally would have 31 IV special attack with a plus special attack nature that isn't quiet. But for any percent, I'm not sure, I feel like if the requirements are not as strict for any percent compared to glitchless, so I feel like this could be any of rash, mild, or modest.
Yeah,
I think I saw
definitely
there,
not
actually.
as strict.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he might be modest or just have lower attack.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Andy tackle. Okay, that's really funny. So in this fight specifically, your Squirtle can't miss tackle unless either Squirtle uses Tail Whip or Bulbasaur uses Growl. So if any stat changes happen, then you can miss tackle. So that's funny.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. It's a big thing in Kaizo Ironmon, if you know that. You can't miss. You can't miss against Rival 1 unless you change your stats. So you can hit Horn Drill and stuff. It's pretty funny. Or I guess not Horn Drill, but because that's banned.
Right.
Anyway, it's not about the Kaizo Ironmon.
So we've got our Squirtle. Squirtle is by far the best option for Fire Leaf Green. Charmander has actually a pretty respectable competition, but it's not, world record potential by any means. Squirtle is just so good at dealing with the early game, especially because the first gym leader is Brock, and a lot of his Pokemon are either 2 times weak to water or 4 times weak to water. So it's kind of a no-brainer for Squirtle.
Yeah, Route 1 already proving to be difficult. Modest Squirtle can have some trouble getting KOs against Pidgeys in particular. Already missed a tackle too, so that's 2 tackle misses so far, which is great for your marathon speedrun. He just tossed something over his shoulder. I don't know what that was, but I'm sure he's in a great mood. But yeah, so in Route 1, you want to get at least 1 KO for some experience. I'm not sure if Borax is going for Bubble, which you get at level 7. But if it, I would imagine, probably the play for a marathon run-on for sure.
Mm-hmm. Having Bubble for some of the earlier fights makes them a lot easier, even though, you got to get a little bit of extra XP instead of
also,
just having Bubble for the later fights.
Yeah, I like the early potion there because he was at 7 HP, and a crit from Rattata would very likely do 7. So playing to his outs, I like that. I'm not sure if he grabbed the PC potion. I don't think he did.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. But if you're going for RNG manip, then it highly depends on when the Squirtle shows up. If you can grab the PC potion or not, but even then, like, you have to be super fast with the program to like see in time, because like by the time you input your info in the RNG program, you're already downstairs, so like it'd probably be too late to go back up to get it.
Yeah, and it seemed like he wasn't waiting super long for that Squirtle, so he probably didn't have enough time. So the huge changes in Gen 3 glitches all centered around one core glitch, and we'll get more into that later as it becomes more relevant. But it's called the mail glitch. I'll kind of leave it at that for now. Leave it up to your imagination what that means. But it's very, very powerful, and it has different effects in every game. So it's pretty interesting how it varies from game to game and changes the route based on that.
Yeah, but as for right now, this is pretty much just your standard glitchless speedrun experience, and it will be that for a little bit. But there is going to be some differing stuff because of the fact that this run is so much shorter. We don't have to basically do things now that would have a carryover effect for later in the game. So we can. I think one thing for sure is just our stats can just generally be lower. And yeah.
Yeah, our Squirtle is not gonna be as high of a level as it would for Glitchless.
That too.
Glitchless, the current route, uses Squirtle for the entire game, all the way from the start to the Elite Four. That is not the case in this game. I'll let you guess from our lovely French commentator maybe which Pokemon we're gonna switch to eventually. Get your guesses in. It's a very unique route. A lot of Pokemon speedruns have a very good starter that just is worth using for the whole game. And so it's always fun when you get to switch to something else halfway through.
Yeah. We're just gonna catch Rattata here for cut later on. We need that HM.
Yep.
To get past Cerulean City to go into Rock Tunnel. I don't think, I'm not sure if, actually, I guess there can't be a naming incentive for the specific speedrun, can there?
I guess, you could nickname
I was going to say something about that, but the Squirtle, but then, like, because he went off a backup card, so he couldn't really name that in advance.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and actually, both of the relevant Pokemon for the second half of the run will have preset nicknames.
Yeah.
So you actually can't nickname
That's
them.
actually very funny, because that's like the bread and butter for Pokemon marathon incentives is just, name your Pokemon. Oh, we can't do that.
Yeah.
No, they are locked in. They know their destiny.
Yeah, which is also a little bit of a hint, if you know Pokemon game mechanics, a little bit of a hint to what Pokemon Warax might pick up later in the run. So just going through Route 2 now. If you played Gen 1, you know, this Fire Red Leaf Green is a Gen 3 remake of Gen 1. And a lot of the story is pretty much the same as far as I know. Viridian Forest, a classic.
We're just going to be walking through a bunch of grass, getting a bunch of encounters. But if you saw on Route 2, you saw Warax cut through the grass. That is because when you enter a new route or any new area in this game, or it depends on the specific area, but you will be basically, it is 1% to get an encounter for a set amount of tiles depending on the area you're in. So in grass tiles, that would be, I believe 6 tiles are 1% encounter rate, and then the rest, it scales up normally, but the speedrunners take the little YOLO there, the 99% chance for 5 tiles to not give you an encounter to save a little bit of time on walking.
Yeah, and the encounter mechanics in this game are actually quite different from
they're really
Ruby,
weird.
Sapphire, and Emerald. Yeah. And on top of other RNG complications with your initial seed and things like that, which is always the same initial seed in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, but it's always different unless you do some very precise setups in Fire Red Leaf Green. But on top of that, it makes it very hard to, for example, manipulate no encounters. Like in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, we manipulate no encounters for certain parts of the game, even though we don't have a repel. But that is very, very hard to do in this game. I believe even like the TAS can't do it because of how the encounter chances ramp up. You get to the point where if you haven't gotten an encounter in a really long time, you're basically guaranteed to get an encounter next.
Yeah, I think I myself, in my years of playing and watching this game, I've seen an encounterless Viridian Forest, I think twice. It is insanely
very rare.
Yeah. But here comes Sammy, our best friend. So in a typical any percent glitchless run, this fight heavily factors into how the Brock gem will go, and that scales off, or it is based off the poison damage from Poison Sting, which is 30% to get poisoned by Poison Sting. But I imagine that, I'm not sure if Warx is going to be going for the riskier HP. I imagine not. He did safety save. I think he safety saved twice in Forest, because I think the first one was to not hit a trainer, which I respect.
Or maybe it was to avoid Pikachu death or something.
Oh, also true. Yeah.
That would be really crazy.
Yeah,
way to die.
Pikachu 5% encounter. I think it's 1% for a level 5, or I think. The rest are level 3. Don't quote me though. But yeah, if it's a fast Pikachu and it gets like a Thunder Shock crit and like even paralyzes you, that's really bad.
Yeah.
But it seems Warx is going to be going in with the lower HP. This is susceptible to scratch from Sandshrew, but I imagine his defense is high enough to tank from 7 HP.
Yeah, probably gonna save before the fight.
Yeah, also that. Yeah, a lot of this game is like funny because like you can, if you get a run going at least, or at least you get a Manipped Squirtle, you can pretty much safety save everything and like retry if you want. That's kind of the nice thing about Pokemon games, is you can just safety save everything and like at least complete a run. So even if you go for if you want to go for riskier stuff, you can at least have a buffer area.
Yeah, that's true. And there's, at least in the early game, there's a lot of things that can kill you, so it's always nice to safety save. And then later in the run, things will get a little bit safer and more consistent, so we won't be pausing to save as often.
So the reason Warx is at a lower HP here intentionally is because it activates Squirtle's ability, which is Torrent, which states that if you are at 33% or lower HP, your water moves will go up in power. The specific amount of power boost is 1.5 times. So that gives a range to two-shot the Sandshrew, which is not looking likely right now. Yeah, he does not get it. That is sad. That's only for like the cream of the crop best special attack Squirtles. Don't even have a good range to two-shot this Sandshrew, but we're through this fight, so it's no big deal.
Yep. Worked out in the end. Torrent is so huge. All the starters have that mechanic for their respective types in Pokemon games, and so working around staying at low HP to get that mechanic to activate, but not dying to things being at so low HP, is a big routing challenge of most Pokemon speedruns.
So you might have seen that Squirtle like literally perfectly leveled up to level 11, which is nice for this fight because at level 11 out of Torrent you're still I think 14 and 16 to one-shot this Geodude, so that works out pretty nicely, and that's a factor of getting 2 KOs on Route 1. Wait, here comes Onyx. Onyx is not very nice. This fight is the crit bind.
Crit.
Okay, if this just get the one shot, it's 9 and 16 to one shot this. Oh yeah,
Wow.
we're so
Very
through.
nice.
So easy. You love to see it. Yeah, that's the breath of relief, the sigh of relief for a Fire Red speedrun. Is getting past this fight.
That's a huge range to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, moves don't do the same exact damage every time, even if you're in the exact same scenario. They have a range of 16 different numbers that they can actually do. from about 85% of the total damage to 100% of the total damage. And so that was a 9 in 16 chance, where 9 of the potential numbers would have killed the Onyx, and the other 7 would have left it on very low HP.
Yeah, and if you end up missing that range, in that spot, Warx could have gone for a heal, but I imagine that he would have stayed in the fight intentionally and stalled a few turns to get his HP down so he could have Torrent for the next route, which can have varying degrees of success because all of Onyx's moves can miss. So it's kind of a nightmare if that doesn't go your way, but we're not going to have to worry about that, so we're fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Torrent is very good, not just for Brock, but for this next route. Torrent is very good for getting those crucial kills on the big Pokemon, like the gym leaders, but also it just significantly speeds up taking down the little guys like the Caterpies and the Weedles that are about to come up, turning them from 2 shots into 1 shots.
Yeah,
ends up saving
so
a lot of time.
It's so good.
Yep.
Yeah, this next route's going to be... I think he'll have Torrent for the first 2 fights, and then he'll probably lose at level 15, but that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of an unconventional thing with Pokemon speedruns. The Pokemon speedrun community is that the games are separated by language. So there's a separate leaderboard for Japanese versus English, and so that's why Warax isn't playing in like French, for example. I think there's a French version of the translation. So most runners play on English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like getting access to a Japanese copy and a Japanese Game Boy would not be very easy for most players.
Yeah.
As they are region-locked games. But yeah, we're going to be cruising past Route 3. I don't think... Oh, and there's actually going to be a specific catch that Warax will be looking for, but I don't think he'll be camping for it, but you'll definitely take a look in the grass to see if you can get it.
Yeah, my guess is if he doesn't get it here, he'll wait at the other side of Mount Moon.
Yeah.
Get it there. Because he needs a level 10 specifically.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. For not the very next section, but in maybe 10, 15 minutes, he needs a level 10 for a very specific strat. And I think those are easier to find once we leave Mount Moon. You do not actually need a...
Aw, look at that. That's so cute.
Oh.
Yeah, 2Tank on the right here is doing a little painting of Squirtle and Bulbasaur in a field. They look so small. I love that.
Wow.
This is so wholesome.
Kind of reminds me of like is that Mystery Dungeon, the DS ones where they wake up on the beach?
Oh, that's PMD2. I'm in PMD1. They wake up, or like the player wakes up in a forest and the partner finds them. That kind of reminds me of that. But yeah, that's super cute. I love that.
In glitchless speedruns, you would need a flying Pokemon, such as Pidgey, for the... Well, you would like to get it earlier in the run because you're going to need to use Fly later to navigate the world. As we go through this run, I'll probably reveal a little bit more and more of how crazy this run is going to be. But we are not going to need Fly for this run. So we will not need a Pidgey or a Spearow early on. But we will actually need a Spearow for something else. But not yet. We actually don't want to get it yet. Yes.
Okay, he's not gonna. Yeah. I thought he may have would have gone for a round 2 and just like peeked at this route to see an encounter, but no, he just did not even engage with it, which is completely fine. But yeah, that last can be scary to pass in non-round 2 runs where you don't want to go in the grass, but you have to skip that girl. She has a pretty far vision range, so you have to just skate by here on the opposite side. When you see that Warax picks up Magikarp, I actually do not remember what that is for, but I'm sure Blue Magma does. He has a lot more experience in this category than I do.
Yeah, a little bit of history here. So the we just talked about how the games are sort of separated by language in the Pokemon speedrunning world. So Emerald has had a lot of glitches for a long time. The only glitch the only useful really glitch in Fire Leaf Green or Ruby Sapphire was something called the mail glitch. But for probably 10 or 15 years, it was thought to be a Japanese exclusive glitch. And there are reasons for that. But it turns out it's not. Long story short, I was doing some routing for Japanese any %, doing a lot of routing work and experimenting with mail glitch until one day I was like, I should just try this on English, because we had found a new setup that I was like, maybe this works on English. And it turned out all of it worked on English, and nobody had ever bothered to try for some complicated reasons. It's because you can do the setup in a few different ways. One of them involves the move Trick. Now, the move Trick works with mail on the Japanese version of the game. However, it does not work on the English version of the game. So they patched Trick specifically. So everyone assumed, okay, the entire glitch had been patched on the English version. But there's another move that interacts with items, Thief, and that move does work on Japanese as well, but it also works on English, so it was not patched on English. And so that's how we discovered mail glitch on English Ruby and Sapphire. And so that's created basically the new any % for Ruby and Sapphire.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were the progenitor of any % for Gen 3.
Yeah, so I found that, and we've done some cool optimizations with that. And then I uploaded a video about it with kind of my first PB with the new route. And then a prominent glitch hunter and very smart person, Lucky Typhlosion, kind of an expert on the inner mechanics behind Gen 3 games, like looking into the code and things like that. He left a comment and said, wow, it looks like every game Gen 1 through 4 finally has an any % route. That's super cool. And then a few minutes later, he was like, wait, I realized I forgot about Fire Leaf Green. They're still in the dark. And so he took about 2 days, and in those 2 days, immediately found a setup to activate mail glitch on Fire Leaf Green as well. And so, yeah, it took me probably, I don't know, 6 months or something. And then he manages to accomplish the same thing on a whole different game with a much more complicated setup in a couple of days. And that led us to a whole bunch of routing work and more investigation of how the glitch works differently on Fire Leaf Green. And here we are today.
That is bonkers.
Yeah.
As amazing lore.
It's a pretty fun story. And so, yeah, that's why I say there's definitely been a bit of a revolution in the Gen 3 glitched world, because there's just so much more variety now. Before, like I said, it was really only Emerald that had any interesting glitches for the case of speedruns. And that route hinges on a 1 in 32 chance at the very end of a run, which is really painful. If you just get stuck on that, because it loses quite a bit of time each time you have to do an attempt. But now we have, if you don't like that, or if you do like that, you can go do it. But if you aren't as much of a fan of that, then you can come over to Fire Leaf Green and do some crazy glitches, or Sapphire and also do some crazy glitches.
Oh
my gosh.
God. I assumed he picked up the revive. He can finish with Rattata, but I don't think he wants to.
Yeah.
He kind of wants level 18 here. Wow, that is...
Okay.
Screech, Voltorb into Smog kill on the mist range. I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I don't
That is, yeah. So that coughing is 14 and 16 to get one shot by a water gun. So you're usually not even thinking about like a crazy nightmare scenario like that. But thankfully we pick up the safety revive in Mount Moon.
Yep.
But that would have been nice to have for later. So it's still gonna have a lasting impact on this run potentially, but we'll see.
Yeah. Are there other... I'm not as familiar with the pickup items here. Are there other hidden revives that you can get for safety?
In this... Like, the thing the thing about Mount Moon in this game is that all of the hidden items are, like, RNG to even appear, like, and they're varying levels of RNG.
True.
So it's, like, 40% for, like, one tile, and then another tile's, like, 10%. And, like, it's not worth checking them for that reason. I'm not sure if any of them are revives, but even then, like, I feel like they could easily just be really out of the way. Like, the other pathways you can take to, like, fight the rockets in the other areas of Mount Moon, like, they might be there, but obviously that's not worth going for. But, yeah. All right, so here, we're going to try and find our Spiro. I believe it's, like, 35% to appear, 30%.
I think he might catch this.
Oh,
we
yeah,
actually
Sandshrew.
don't want a Spiro. Yeah, we don't want Spiro yet. Spiro comes basically at the end of the run, or very close to the end of the run.
Yeah, I am glitchless pilled.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Any level 10 will do here.
Yeah.
You mentioned Magikarp earlier. He went into that Pokemon Center and bought that Magikarp for $500. A little bit of a ripoff. That is very intentional. That's not just a meme for the stream. You need 6 Pokemon in your party to activate Male Glitch on Fire Red Leaf Green.
That makes sense.
So anytime you can get a quick Pokemon without going through the whole battle and catching, so like Magikarp, for example, it's a super fast way to fill up one of those slots.
All right, so to prep for Misty, we're going to just rare candy to level 19, and then we learn Bite on Wartortle, which makes Starmie so much easier to take down. But it seems that Warx did not, or in the 80% route, you do not pick up the second rare candy in Cerulean City that's hidden above a house. But level 19 for this fight is a little bit more challenging, but shouldn't be that much worse. You just kind of have to concede the fact that you're never going to two-shot the Starmie with Bite, which is fine because it's a pretty bad range anyway with level 20.
I believe he'll pick up the rare candy after the fight, or maybe after Bridge.
Because probably going to need that for later.
Yeah, you need as many rare candies as you can for later in the run, but he has to use this one here because he really needs Bite for Starmie. Yeah.
I'm not sure about this two-shot range on Staryu either.
This might be a Bite Mega Kick strats.
Yeah. Oh my god. Forgot about Mega Kick.
Yes. So this is early Misty route where...
that?
Oh,
Modest,
wow.
The Modest Wartortle is just...
Yeah.
Oh, man.
With Harden. That's crazy.
That's pretty tough.
I was going for Bite again. Okay. But like Sparkle was saying, the glitchless route would be level 20 here. And at certain levels, so like when a level ends in a 0, and as well as I think 3, 5, and 8, you get actually larger boosts to your stats than you would at other levels. So level 20 actually makes a big difference compared to level 19, even though it's only one level.
Yeah, it's just how the damage formula works. That just caters to those specific digits. But yeah, here's the Starmie loop, which shouldn't hopefully last too long. Which is just you're at low HP from a bad Staryu or just getting confused or whatnot. Oh, speaking of
which,
got the person. Yeah,
yep, person.
Got to get that person on marathon runs 100%.
Yep, contingency plan. Very nice.
Typically, you would only grab the person berry if your special defense is low enough so that the AI sees more damage on average with Water Pulse than Swift. But in a marathon run, you do not care about that. You have to plan for anything. But yeah, that also speaks to how the AI works with damage rolls. So for good AI, they calculate damage in advance and see which moves do more damage, or like for specific rolls they're doing, they see which move does more damage, and then they will choose that move. So if you have lower defense, then it's more likely for Misty to choose Swift. If you have lower special defense, then she's more likely to choose Water Pulse. But you know, they can still. The way it works is like really bizarre. So you can still see the other moves, and like even then, it can have some weird. I guess, interactions because there's like another entire layer to how the AI does damage rolls that is not too useful to know for this specific speedrun, but it does play a factor.
Yep. And I think, so in glitchless, you're level 20 for that Staryu, and double bite is the strat, right?
Yeah, it's 93% to kill, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so for those that aren't familiar with the older generations, in gens 1 through 3, physical and special moves were determined by your type. So every water type move, every dark type move is special, and then every like normal type move, for example, is physical. So with double bite, you wouldn't care if Staryu uses Harden. It wouldn't change anything because Harden raises your physical defense. But if you have to do bite plus Mega Kick, then the Harden would actually make a difference on the Mega Kick
Nice
damage.
Bulbasaur, let's go.
Oh, nice.
You love to see that. Yeah, this fight is really bad because Bulbasaur is hard to take down and also Pidgeot to control you, but thankfully we got past both of those, and the last two mons are Abra or Rattata. They're not too big of a deal.
Yep.
They go down pretty easy.
Mega Kick is really useful for Fire Red Leaf Green, but it is 75% accurate, so it's a high risk, high reward move.
Yeah, it is super useful, but it's kind of those like monkey's paw where it's like, oh, we got a good move for the speedrun that makes fights go faster, but also it can just kill us at any moment we have to use it. So.
Yep. Yeah, and I think this will be, the bridge has a lot of pretty weak trainers, so this will be a cool time to check out that beautiful artwork with the Squirtle.
Very
and the
good timing.
Bulbasaur.
Watercolor is so easy to learn, but also it's so advanced. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I did a lot of watercolor in school when I was a kid. It was very fun.
Yeah, good times. So yeah, level 10 Caterpies versus a level 21 Wartortle. They're no match for us. Yeah. They're no match for A.
We're just chilling. But thankfully, it's not going to drone on too much longer because after we complete, or we defeat the Team Rocket Grunt on bridge, something very, very important is going to happen.
Yep. So the route has been pretty similar to glitchless up until now. We've pointed out some key differences, like grabbing the Magikarp and not getting a flying Pokemon, but things will change right after this bridge, and they'll get pretty unique.
Yeah. But as for right now, we're chilling, and do you see the Pokemon Presents earlier this 27th?
Yes,
I'm
very
excited.
Exciting. I'm excited as well.
Excited for that.
Yeah. New game, Legend ZA, is coming out this year.
Also, hey, Pokemon TCG Pocket. This stream is in no way affiliated with Pokemon TCG Pocket, but hey, you can open up your app and get the Triumphant Light new set and grab some packs. It's Arceus themed, everybody's favorite.
True.
So that's pretty exciting.
This stream is affiliated with Doctors of the World France, which is what we're raising money for today here at SpeeDons.
And you can use the donate command to check out all the different incentives we have going for us for the event, and Yep,
super cool cause, providing healthcare and just help in general for people in a ton of different countries that are in need of assistance.
And Warwick stood up to hit a Mega Kick on an Oddish in the last fight, which is the one singular point of interest with the Nugget Bridge as far as the speedrun goes. But now that we're past that, we're back to chilling.
Yep. Really, the only other point of decision making is, do you have Torrent or not? And that decides if you use Water Gun versus Water Pulse. But even that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, actually, well, that is a little bit interesting because Water Gun, I think, is in slot 1. Oh, no, it's slot 2, but it does save Water Pulse PP, and also Water Gun has less text than Water Pulse, so it saves 2 frames because it's 2 less characters, and text displays 1 character per frame in this game.
Yeah. My guess is that PP management shouldn't be much of an issue in any percent.
It's more of a glitchless thing.
Yeah, it might be. I'm actually not 100% sure. But with Water Gun and Water Pulse, you've got plenty.
Yeah.
Should never really be an issue.
Yeah, Warwick's
the
not even
levels are
bothering to go
ramping
for
up.
water gun here. Just going for water pulse. Makes sense.
Honestly, switching moves to try to save the 2 frames is probably slower than it would.
Yeah, because you have to manually, hit right to select water gun. It would matter a bit if you were like, I'm not sure how much it would matter if it was a prolonged fight, like 3 or 4 Pokemon. But like even then, the 2 frames per attack is not going to be doing much for you unless you want to save the PP.
Yep. Oh, we're back.
Wow.
Oh, that's like is that a drying, like a little hand dryer for the watercolor over there? That's pretty cool.
Oh, wow, that's actually, that's smart.
Gosh.
Wow, look at that.
Wow, that's so cool. Gosh. That's so
lovely.
impressive.
Well
I
done.
am not an artist by any means.
Me neither. I know artists,
away.
and I'm always very impressed with their work ethic. I can never replicate that, but here we go. So we're going to grab the elixir, and then we're going to camp in this grass. I imagine first we shall save. And also Repel Trick, which is why we caught the level 10 Sandshrew, because we want a level 10 Pokemon specifically from this grass.
Yeah, so when Sparkle says Repel Trick, the way that repels work is they actually only prevent you from getting encounters that are lower level than your first Pokemon in your party. So he's going to lead with a level 10. That way he can only get... wow, first try Abra.
Level 11.
That's awesome. Now it needs to get in the ball. If it doesn't get in, it will teleport, and he'll have to try again.
40-something%.
Yeah, it's 40-ish%.
No! Oh my god!
Third shake breakout.
Oh, you hate to see it. Oh, that was so close. But hey, we can easily replicate that. We can bring it back.
Yep.
But yeah, we do need to catch that Abra. It is imperative to complete the speed run.
Yep.
Yeah, see, not guaranteed to get it. Level 14 Bellsprout.
And it's a 41% chance. I checked the calculator. 41% chance for the Great Ball. But it is so brutal because you only get one chance.
Yeah.
And then it teleports away.
And then any other of these Pokemon can get in your way.
Yep.
Just no good. And we can't escape from the Pidgey. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Rattata can be optimal here because it has Runaway.
True.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm not sure on the specific encounter rate for Abra after the Repel Trick is factored in, but definitely is not great.
Yeah, without repels, it's 15%. And then I believe when you do the math with the Repel Trick, it goes up to about 30%.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not horrible, but it's not great. And then you got to factor in the fact
the setup Bellsprout with the Vine Whip just decimating our poor Sandshrew. That is no good.
Yep. Yeah, this is probably like the biggest RNG check of the any percent run.
You can tell by just looking for sure.
There's a runner who I believe still has the world record. Oh, okay, we got another Abra. I'll talk about that after we cross our fingers and hold our breath.
Pretty please, pretty please, Abra. Oh,
no,
man.
first. Not even a shake. Pretty unlucky, honestly, to have two Abras already and not get either of them.
Were you saying something before?
Yeah, so Ananan, I believe, is the world record holder in any percent. And I believe is doing the commentary for the German Restream right now. So
that's cool.
If you want to check out, if you're a German speaker, you can check that out. He has,
hi, Ananan.
Hello, Ananan. He has made a Abramanip, which people very rarely make wild encounter manips in this game because of some of the complications I talked about earlier. And he actually, it's like double frame perfect or something crazy like that with a whole bunch of crazy setups for it. But he actually made a manip that catches two Abras, one of which is maximum level of 13 and has a Twisted Spoon. And Twisted Spoon is a held item that boosts psychic type moves by 10% when held. So it's a really cool manip, but it's really hard and honestly might be worse than this in a marathon setting just because of It's like it's pretty brutal to get.
Yeah.
I know Ananan has tried it in runs, but I think even his world record does not have that strat. I think he just got lucky with Abra.
Like in Fire Red Leaf Green specifically, the way the intro screen works just completely just messes with the RNG flow, so it's really hard to read, as opposed to Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, where RNG manip is really easy to set up. So yeah, it just makes this game a little bit more of a wild card. But yeah, this Abra catch proving to be quite the menace.
Oh man.
Yeah.
This is
This is just straight up unlucky now.
Yeah, this is one of the worst Abra's sections I've seen. It's quite unlucky. But yeah, Ruby and Sapphire, any percent is a little bit of the polar opposite, where you rely very heavily on RNG manipulation for a lot of the route. You RNG manip you use the mail glitch for different things, but one of those things is walking on water, and so you can get a level. Is it level 10? You can get a very wide range of levels of Tentacool, but it can range from level 5 to level 35. So you do some very precise RNG manipulation to get a level 35 right after the first gym, which is how Ruby Sapphire works in any percent. But yeah, we don't have as much of that luxury in Fire Red Leaf Green.
This encounter rate's been pretty bad. You say it's 30%. This feels more like back to the 15% base.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal.
rough. Yeah, and then it'd be a lot easier, like Blue Magma said, if there was a Rattata in place of that Sandshrew with the runaway ability to make these encounters a lot more bearable. But we have to deal with Sandshrew and her lazy repertoire. Sandshrew not very fast. Okay, Abra's back.
One more chance. Third
Come
try.
on, surely this time, mathematically, we should get this. Mathematically, we need this. Come on, yeah. Get hype, everybody. Oh
no! This is crazy.
This is miserable.
3 tries at a 41% and nothing. The crowd is going wild for Abra. I love it.
Yeah, you love to see the excitement. That's all we can have. We just need. We gotta keep our runner in spirits, right? That's our job as an audience.
That's true.
We have to keep them up and at them.
While we're in this RNG fest, I'll go a little bit more into detail on the route that we're about to do. So we're catching an Abra. If you know the ins and outs of all the Fire Red Leaf Green stuff, you might be aware of something you can do with Abra. Well, one is teleport. The main use is you can trade Abra. There's an in-game trade for a certain Pokemon. Now, I talked about the mail glitch. In Japanese, Ruby and Sapphire, you can use Thief, you can use Trick to set up the mail glitch. However, they only patch Trick in English Ruby and Sapphire, but then in Fire Red Leaf Green, they went a step further. They patched both Thief and Trick. That was the big bottleneck, and that's what Lucky Typhlosion, the glitch hunter, got around. So he found a even more convoluted setup that could activate the mail glitch. And that involves Recycle, which is a move, and Knockoff, which is another move. And they both interact with items in battle. There's only one real Pokemon. Well, I believe Porygon can also get Recycle, but there's really only one viable Pokemon that can learn Recycle that's actually obtainable in this game. And we'll see who that is if we ever get this Abra. And then Knockoff is not as bad. Okay.
All right, hold. This is a big moment.
Get in the ball.
I'm so clenched right now.
Yes!
Let's go! Let's go!
Yes.
Well earned. That was like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. We're so back, everybody. We are so back.
Okay, Sandshrew has done its job. Sandshrew goes back to the end of the party.
Yeah, back to the slot 5, slot 6 realm, where she belongs after that performance. But we're gonna just go back to the usual for War Turtle across Nugget Bridge, just taking out the rest of the trainers, and then getting the SS ticket from Bill.
Yep. War Turtle is really good at this point in the game. Water gun. Oh, nice pass.
That was a cool. I didn't think he was gonna go for that.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, you gotta get your swag back up after that Abra for sure. I respect it.
That was cool. War Turtle is really good. Water moves hit basically everything that you need, and then the things that it doesn't, you have Bite or Mega Kick for. It's very solid for this point in the game.
Yeah, and what Warx did there with the that run to pass the spinner, basically you can manipulate what direction the spinner is looking with running, and then once they change their direction of sight, they are locked into that for a set amount of frames. So you can, if you're in that specific spot for that trainer, you can just walk right past them because you can run one tile away, and then they look up, and then you can just walk down. For a lot of trainers, you can't do that, but for that one specifically, it's a lot more consistent.
Mm-hmm. Also, Warx is running on a DS, so I feel like that movement would be hard on a DS. I don't know.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Oh, it says right there, DS. Yeah, on the layout. Yeah, that is very impressive. DS is notorious for not having the best D-pad. I'm not sure what model DS this is, but I imagine it's the first model that has the capture boards from Loopy.
Yeah, it should be an original DS.
Yeah. All right, coming up on our last fight of the split, this draining split.
Yep. Our War Turtle is almost done. He's about to retire. He'll still make appearances in various fights, but he's gonna lose the spotlight pretty soon.
Yeah. Oh, and one Mega Kick to boot. You got to get at least a 1 in your run for it to be a real, not cheated speedrun.
True. Okay. I was gonna say a critical hit from Absorb
I would
do
safety
it.
heal is an angle here for sure.
Yep. Hits the next one. If it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate, as they say. And then Pidgey, another one. I was gonna say,
I think that was
my kill.
The YOLO
for the
swag.
fans.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we are all said and done with that, we can go ahead and talk to Bill, restore him to his original human form. Although I would love to stay a Clefairy if I were him, but that's to each their own. But yeah, we're gonna grab the SS ticket, and then we're gonna make a venture back to a familiar area, or I think we're going to head down to Vermilion City first.
Yeah. So we have 2 badges now, Rock and Misty. I will leave it as an exercise to the audience to guess how many badges we will get in this run. It is not all 8. Believe it or not, we are not getting all 8 badges. We're currently at 2. And now Abra has a little bit of a bonus because it has teleport. And so instead of running all the way back, you can just teleport back. That is not the main reason for Abra, it's just a nice little bonus. And then now we get that candy that we talked about way back when.
And yeah, we have to fight the rocket for the Dig TM. I forgot about that. So we do see one more showcase from War Turtle. Yep. I'm not sure if he has any Mega Kicks left after that showing in the last
fight. He might have 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Although he's a level down from Glitchless, I'm not sure if that plus Modest makes this drowsier range. I actually don't know.
Yeah, maybe just goes for the double bite or something.
Yeah. Yeah, this Drowsy is pretty infamous for just being a troll mon in your average speedrun. If you miss Mega Kick, then it has a bunch of moves that are bad.
1.
Confusion, Hypnosis, I think Disable. It's just not good. We got the kick, so we're fine.
Bite also has a 20% chance to flinch. So
30%.
30%.
Yeah, it's kind of busted, yeah.
So he would have had a 30% chance to flinch if he did end up going for Bite. Okay, and then Wartortle... No, I'm sorry. I'm getting my maps mixed up. Wartortle will have a couple more fights.
Well, it's more of like a joint effort with Wartortle plus our next goober, right?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
I think the only required fight left is the Eradicate here for Wartortle, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, this guy. Yeah, and then we're going to go to a place that you never really go in glitchless speedruns, which is Diglett Cave. A very interesting place.
Yeah, Diglett Cave, one of this game's unique forms of like linking the world together so that you can go back to a previous area without having to, because like once you drop down into Cerulean City from Mount Moon, you can't go back the way you came. So the game gives you a way to go back to Pewter City and just the first section of the game. And by doing that, you can access a little bonus area that you can't without cut. And that's where we're going to be going.
Yep.
It's going to be very, very important.
Yep. For a glitchless run, you would never really need to go back to that part of the game. But we need to here.
Just going to do some shopping as well, buy some repels so we don't get encounters in Diglett Cave, or at least so we hope.
Well, yeah. So we ran into that earlier with the Abra thing. Repels only work if you are higher level than the Pokemon. That is not always the case in Diglett Cave, even with our Wartortle in the front.
You can see that he heals the Wartortle for a very specific reason.
Yeah.
So there is a 1% chance, or it's just 1%, right? There's only one specific level Dugtrio that there can be, right?
I think
31
you're right.
or something. Yeah, but it's a very, if not 1%, then just a very low chance to encounter Dugtrio. But basically, whenever the 5%. Game... It's 5%. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. So whenever the game generates an encounter, 5% of those are going to be Dugtrios, and that matters for Repel because when the game, basically how Repel works is that whenever the game generates an encounter and it sees that encounter is a lower level than your Pokemon, it won't spawn it. But if it is the same or higher level, it will spawn it. So if any of those encounters end up being Dugtrio, then that is really, really funny because Dugtrio can just kill us. But here we go. Abra finally showing its purpose.
Yes.
It's mime
this
time,
is why
everybody.
You need Abra.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It is mime time. Here comes Mimian.
Mr. Mime.
The goat.
Shoutouts to our mime on the commentary couch in the in-person set as well.
Yeah, things are about
Truly
to get tricky.
Feeling represented. Mimian.
You say Mimian?
How is it? Is there a Pokemon thesaurus issue here?
Phonetically, it would be like Mimian, right? Because it's Mr. Mime. I don't know.
Mimian.
That's how I would say it. I mean, but like I like Mimian.
Okay. This might be a Groudon situation.
Do not say that. It's not even close to that. One guy started that. Anyway.
So he got no Dugtrios on the first pass through, I believe, which is pretty good.
I'm not sure what the average encounter expectancy for Dugtrio is, but the reason that Dugtrio is so scary is because it's, first off, it's higher level than us, and secondly, it has the arena trap ability. So if we tried to run away, we can't run away. Period, which would just be pretty unlikely to begin with because it's so fast. And then it also has the move Magnitude, I believe, which can is basically just random how much damage it does, and it can just kill us. So we don't want that.
Yeah, I think you usually get at least one on average. But
oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, at least we.
Yeah, thankfully you can fight back. Wartortle can just water pulse it and hopefully one shot it, so you can fight back.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're gonna have to get some experience on Mimi in here. Very important for how the run is going to shape out. So these couple fights, you would never see these in a regular speed run, or maybe even in a casual playthrough. You might not even know this area exists, but we need to go here to get some levels and grind some experience.
Yep. And these have a lot of fighting types and poison types, so it's good for our Mr. Mime with our psychic type attacks. There's a few things to consider here with the Abra that we traded. The trade that you get will always be the same level as the trade Pokemon that you gave. So Abra can either be level 11 or level 13, and so you save a little bit of time if you get a level 13 because you'll start out at a higher level. The Shelder will also be a guaranteed 2-shot if you had a level 13, but it's not the case here. And then there's also the chance for an Abra to hold a Twisted Spoon, which you could equip to the Mr. Mime and get some bonus damage, 10% bonus damage on your psychic type moves.
But yeah, as you can see, my main is pretty low level relative to the opposition right now, but thankfully, because of the trade factor, he gets 1.5 times boosted experience, which helps level up a lot faster.
Yeah, that helps a lot because we need to get Recycle. That is our goal right now. That's our number one goal. And that doesn't come until level 33. So we've got 20 levels to make up.
We got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because like War Turtle is what, like level 24, 25 now, and so we've gone backwards about 14 levels, and so we're taking two steps back to take like 10 steps forward, basically.
Yeah. It's a return investment.
Yep, exactly. But it's so worth it because it cuts off a huge portion of the game.
Yeah. And thankfully, these two sailors here are pretty susceptible to Mr. Mime. Just 3 of them are weak to Psychic, and then Shelter just has really low special defense. So even though they're like significantly higher level, we still we can pretty easily take them down.
Yep.
And they give pretty high experience as well. But I think these are the only trainers we'll be fighting that aren't the rival on SSN, and the SSN fight's going to be a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Because Mimian cannot do all of it by himself.
Yeah, we are still very low level for this point in the game, even after those couple of trainers. Probably going to save, if I had to guess, and then going to just heal up, make sure everything is correct.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about
these shift strats. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very rare. So we usually have our options on set because we skip some text boxes with shift. But if a fight ends up being like really, really tricky and like hard to deal with, very occasionally you will see that we switch back to switch set, or switch back to switch format so that we can make certain fights possible. It's basically the last resort for speedrunners to set that back.
Yep. What switch mode does is after you knock out a Pokemon, the game will tell you the opponent's about to send in Ivysaur, for example, and it will give you an opportunity to switch as your opponent switches, which makes things a little easier if you don't want to be stuck in against an Ivysaur against Mr. Mime or things like that. Except in this case, Mr. Mime actually does well against Ivysaur because poison is weak, or poison is super effective. Sorry,
and
poison is weak to Psychic.
Yeah, poison is weak to Psychic, and we have the substitute strats. Substitute, a very interesting move, but basically it is immune to status. But the AI doesn't really understand that, so it's going to try to use Sleep Powder continuously, hopefully, and it will do nothing. So that's pretty awesome. And we see the barrier as well to set up for the Eradicate. I like that.
So yeah, some pretty rare strats that come from just using kind of a strange, unconventional main Pokemon, and then also being at low level. You kind of have to make do with what you have. Substitute and barrier, like these are traditionally pretty slow moves. If you're not setting up stats or like offensive stats or doing damage, it's kind of a waste of time. But it actually ends up working out very well here.
And the big part is that Mimian being able to take on Eradicate and nice hit self.
Oh, that almost killed.
And Ivysaur is that he gets full experience from them as opposed to switching out, which nerfs it by half. So that is very, very integral to the routing.
Yep. Yeah, a huge part of the routing challenge is optimizing experience, getting all of it onto Mr. Mime wherever possible. Not really possible for Kadabra, because it's two psychic types against each other.
Yeah, just would be too slow. Like Mimian maybe could 1v1 this, but it would take a while, so we're not gonna do that.
Yep. There's
so that's Rival.
Boat Rival, yeah.
And then we're gonna grab the Cut HM, and then we're going to, we're actually going to skip the Lieutenant Surge gym as we don't need it to advance through the game into Rock Tunnel, because all that's blocking us from the route next to Cerulean is a cut bush, which we have access to right now, and Surge actually only grants access to the Fly HM, which is nice, but we don't need it for this for the game or for the speed run. So
yep,
we're fine just skipping that.
Yeah, Fly is not mandatory in glitchless. It's just a lot faster. If I remember correctly, right? Do you need Fly for anything necessarily?
In the actual game, no.
Yeah, so
you can just you can traverse on foot anywhere. It would be more annoying, but you can.
Yep. And so for any percent, because we're skipping even more stuff, it's definitely not needed to get Fly, and not even worth it in terms of time save. We're gonna see a kind of a new route improvement here. You can get the bike voucher in this town, which allows you to go to the bike shop and get a bike. And that was assumed to be faster because the bike speeds up your movement a lot, and it's definitely faster in glitchless. But in any percent, it's actually not worth it to grab the bike, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's pretty funny to never use the bike in a speed run when it's like the bike is so notorious for going
I think it's
fast.
also just a factor of Fire Red Leaf Green having a pretty slow bike compared to other games, like because it's one set speed in this game, and like it's I don't know the specific tiles per frame or frames per tile or whatever, but it's definitely slower than other bikes in other games. So that makes sense.
I know running is 8 frames per tile. The Mach bike in Ruby Sapphire Emerald is 4 frames per tile at full speed, so you're moving twice as fast.
Yeah.
I think it's only like 6 frames per tile in Fire Red Leaf Green.
Yeah.
That bike.
It's like basically locked to being an acro bike.
Yeah.
Because like Ruby Sapphire have the Mach bike, and then Gen 4 you have the gear up mechanic, and then Gen 5's bike is just cracked out continuously, perpetually. Is so fast. But yeah, if this game, like if one look at those games can tell you how slow the bike is in this game.
Yep. And yeah, Substitute just being useful again to dodge all those status moves, like Sparkle mentioned. The AI does not deal with Substitute very well.
Yeah, and then in this case, like this is random AI, but the Oddishes only have status moves and Sweet Scent, so that's all they can do. So it's nice to have a little safety net. I'm not sure about the range on Confusion for these, because I did see that Oddish got one shot. But oh yeah, also Mimian does have the same stats always. Is that correct?
That is correct. Its IVs and nature are fixed. So you don't have to worry about, oh, is my Mimian strong or weak this run?
Yeah.
It's always the same, which makes routing a lot easier.
I know Chiding is, I'm pretty sure 15 IVs across the board. Is that the same for Mimian? I'm not sure if that's a property of trade Pokemon, but
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
It's different in Ruby Sapphire, which is my area of expertise, but I'm pretty sure it's 15 IVs in Fire Red Leaf Green.
Which, by the way, IVs are basically like the kind of the stat genetics of a Pokemon. And it's just the higher your IVs, the more your stats will grow over the course of leveling up. So having higher IVs is better for speedrunning because you have higher stats.
Yep.
But yeah, so basically The only reason we're really continuing the game is to fight trainers and level up. That's basically all we're doing now. Because once we get recycled, we can start the blender process. But we gotta work hard for that. But it is funny how we're playing the game, but like in kind of a dishonest fashion. Because we're not trying to get badges, we're not trying to like beat the main story, we're just trying to level up and that's it.
Yeah, we're kind of like doing a casual playthrough of like grinding up levels to beat the next gym, except we have ulterior motives.
Yes. There's no regular gym. It's the most nefarious process.
Yeah.
Which we'll delve into when it is appropriate, but yeah, so I'm Warex fighting trainers I've never seen before, or at least I haven't fought in like since I was 10 years old, like this Beedrill guy. I forgot he existed.
Really just finding as many Pokemon that are weak to Psychic as possible.
Yeah, and like Beedrill's a pretty good option because it gives pretty high experience being a third stage evolution.
Yep. So our Mimian or Mimian is always timid nature, and then it's got a pretty wide range, or not a range, but a wide variety of IVs. It's got 24 in special attack, 22 in speed, 15 in physical attack. So it's actually not all the same across the board.
Yeah, I just know Chiding. I thought it might be the same across trades, but no, that's interesting. I wonder what the other stats are for the other trades. Who knows? Maybe we run Jinx one day. You never know.
Yeah, unless Bulbapedia is wrong, I don't know. But it's like in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, all the trade IVs are very bad. They're all 5 and 4.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
That's
it's
lame.
really bad. Yep. But yeah, more poison types getting taken down by Confusion. And we are approaching Rock Tunnel rapidly.
Yeah, Rock Tunnel going to be a lot of the same. It's going to be, we don't have Flash, but as speedrunners, we know the layout by heart. So it shouldn't be too difficult to navigate. But also, there's going to be a lot more Pokemon that are susceptible to Confusion. There's a lot of fighting types and low special defense rock types we'll be facing. So, and we pick up the Hidden Rare Candy as well, which is going to be very useful.
Sparkle may be using the formal Wii because I do not know this layout very well. I've run this game a little bit, both any percent and glitchless, so I know the general idea of the layout, but it takes some practice.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit easier because we don't have the bike, or it's going to be just a little slower paced because no bike. So,
yep.
Although the bike in this game does instantaneously accelerate, which is like the one good thing it has over other bikes in other games. But yeah, it's basically just going to be the same, just slower.
Yep.
The Magical Leaf tag.
Magical Leaf, yeah. It's actually really useful for this.
Oh yeah, wow!
Rock
Just
Tunnel.
we like all the Geodudes and Onyxes are like toast.
Yep, there's a ton of ground and rock types.
Yeah. And then the Slowpoke. Wow,
And
that is
Slowpokes, yep.
very convenient. I forgot about the Slowpokes.
Yeah, you barely get Magical Leaf for Rock Tunnel, so it works out very well. Actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. How many optional trainers Warex was fighting before Rock Tunnel to grab Magical Leaf.
Yep, and I believe Confusion is 50 base power, so with same type attack bonus, it gets a 1.5x multiplier to 75. And then Magical Leaf is 60 base power, so it's not even that much worse than Confusion in comparison.
Yeah. Hitting some pretty big numbers against Slowpokes, and definitely the Geodudes and Onyxes coming up. Those are all going to be easy one-shots.
Yep. Yeah, and we've kind of caught up to our Wartortle level at this point. Like, we're level 24 now, making good pace.
Yeah, 50% experience boost is pretty good. Also, I'm not sure what Mr. Mime's experience class is, but I imagine it's pretty lenient because basically how each Pokemon works as like a species is that they're set to a specific experience group, which basically is they need they each need a certain amount of experience to reach level 100, and the way they scale from basically it's a whole weird like bell curve or like some sort of curve for each grouping, but basically some classes like level up faster earlier on, but level up slower later on. But then like some are like they're pretty even, and then some are hard to level up at the beginning and easy to level up later. So I'm not sure which class Mr. Mime is, but I assume it's one of the classes that is a bit easier to level up earlier on.
Yeah, Mr. Mime has a medium fast growth rate, whereas all the starters always have medium slow growth rate. So on top of that 50% trade boost, you also just don't need as much experience for each level.
Yeah.
Which is nice because levels are the name of the game right now.
Yeah.
So we talked about recycle and knockoff. Those are two of the key components for, we call it mail composting is the name of the specific setup because we're gonna recycle, which is a funny name. And then the third thing, of course, is actually getting a piece of mail. Mail is an item in several generations of Pokemon. In Gen 3, it's kind of used to, like, you can send messages to your friends through trading or record mixing and things like that. It is kind of overlooked by a lot of people. It's kind of just a fun little mechanic to use casually, but doesn't really have much in-game use. Oh wow, Confusion actually kills that Onyx.
Yeah, I was gonna say, saving the super effective text. That's like about 1.7-ish seconds.
Yeah. So in all the Gen 3 games, you can, in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you can get mail very early in a lot of the different marts, but you can really only get mail in Fire Red Leaf Green from Celadon Department Store. That's as early as you can really get it. So we're making progress to multiple goals. One is just getting enough experience on Mimian because we need to hit level 33 for Recycle. But then we're also making progress towards Celadon Department Store.
Yes, that is the final gym, is the Celadon Department Store.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and while we're in that area, we can also use that opportunity to catch a Spearow, which is not used for fly. We're going to do another trade, which is pretty wild to have two in-game trades in a single 100% run, when normally you would do 0 in any other capacity. Trades are pretty slow, but they're really useful for our specific needs because one of the easiest ways to get knockoff is Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd learns knockoff at level 21, I believe, or 22. And so you can get a high level Spearow to the left of the department store, and then you can trade it for a Farfetch'd, and again, that mechanic of your trade Pokemon will match whatever level you gave them. So instead of catching a Spearow early and also needing to trade up a Farfetch'd or grind up a Farfetch'd, you just wait, catch a high level Spearow, and then your Farfetch'd is already high enough level to have knockoff.
Dude, Mimey and Shiding, the grind dream team, I don't know. Oh, that sounds like an angle.
Yeah.
That could be true, but no, I'm kidding.
There were a few routes when this glitch was first found that people were messing with, like skipping the Abra catch for a while and going to the game corner where you can buy an Abra, because that would be a very consistent way of getting Abra, which is much more consistent, but a lot slower.
It's like level 8. It's really, it's pathetic. Yeah.
Yep.
And you're not going to be grabbing 26 rare candies in this game, period. So you're gonna have to get a lot of that work done yourself.
Yep. Another mechanic, there's a lot of weird mechanics with using traded Pokemon. One of them is obedience, and that depends on how many badges you have. So that was also a big routing challenge. And
I think once Mimian hits, level 31, it starts disobeying.
Yes.
Yeah. Or it can disobey.
Yeah. Disobeying, when it's above a certain level, it has a certain percentage chance to not do what you told it to do, and it can do random things like use another move. It can get confused, it can fall asleep, it can just not do anything. It's very annoying. And we will be dealing with that towards the end of the run in one fight. But it is the fight. It is the fight that breaks the game.
Yeah, it all comes together. We just need Mymian to like understand the vision and like listen to us. It's all we need from him.
Yep. And it only has to use one move, which is nice, but we just need it to clutch up and lock in.
It's just
for that
one move. That is so funny.
Yeah.
Right, but we're out of Rock Tunnel, so out of there, out of the dark dimension.
We don't want to obviously deal with that for other fights, so the strategy will kind of be get to level 30 and then use 3 rare candies to get recycle. That way you're only having the disobedience issue for that one that one fight. And so I think he will substitute here. Yeah. Just to protect from I think you don't want to get
the soundproof roar is that's insane tech.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So you cannot get roared out because Mymian or Mimian has substitute, or not substitute, soundproof. Soundproof is an ability that prevents sound type moves from doing anything against you. It's pretty cool.
And the confuse ray block, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's what the substitute is for. It's for this Vulpix.
Yeah, this trainer has random AI, but you can never go wrong with playing it safe. But yeah, just gonna make our way to Celadon. We've now defeated all required trainers to make it there. So, I think we're going to, I'm not sure if we do the department store first or we're going to do the Rocket Hideout.
I think we will do department store first, if I remember correctly. We'll also get the tea.
Yes, we do need that. So basically, the gate to Saffron is blocked because the guard is thirsty. Okay, so we got to get some tea for him, and basically it just lets us get back to Vermilion a lot easier, so we can access the Spearow trade.
Yep, exactly. It makes navigating a lot easier. Like you said earlier, there's a lot of ways in Fire Leaf Green where they kind of interconnect different areas, because otherwise it would be really tedious to backtrack anytime you want to go to one of those original areas.
Yeah, Kanto's a pretty well-designed region. The haters might say otherwise, but I think it's pretty neat. I like Kanto. I think it's nice.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to get wherever you want to go. And then, we just saw the retro mails there. We bought 11 retro mails, something you would never do in any other gameplay. And then some great balls for the Spearow catch that will come up soon. And so, the males are... Oh, go ahead.
Hey, go ahead. No, not this. Okay, I was just going to say, I'm not sure if we're actually going to go for the full HP Great Ball YOLO, which I believe is it 50%?
I'm not sure. I think we'll weaken it.
I know a Pokeball is 33%. Okay, wow, first encounter.
Oh, nice. Okay, making up 22. For Abra. He should Magical Leaf.
Oh, yeah, we have Magical Leaf. I forgot about that.
Yep, won't kill unless you crit.
But yeah, so, and the soundproof block on Growl, yes, imperative. Okay,
that might actually save time.
Because our Spearow is level 22, we're going to get a level 22 Chiding, as Blue Magma explained earlier, which means it will immediately come with knockoff, which we need for the male strat.
Yep, that's nice. If you get a level 21, I think you have to use 1 extra rare candy or something to learn knockoff. Something like that, but level 22 is good. And now we're in the game corner, but not to play any games.
We have crime to defeat. It's no laughing matter.
That's right. We can play when the city is safe.
Yeah. We're heroes. Okay, let's go. So I believe the only reason we're doing this this dungeon is to just get a couple more levels on Mimey, and also there is a rare candy in here as well.
Yeah, we're basically just gonna open the entrance, grab the rare candy, and dip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is that double quick attack crit?
Was that 2 crits? It might have been.
I think 3 of confusion.
Wow.
Impressive.
Yep. Yeah, 1 in 16 chance for a crit on each move.
And confusion, I believe, just ran out of PP, so I'm not sure if.
Yeah, we're about to learn
use the max
move.
ether. Oh, wow, that's really cool. Okay.
Perfect timing. Yep. Psy Beam is basically a direct upgrade to confusion.
Yeah. Now 65 power over 50 and the same 10% chance to confuse.
Yep.
All right, today I learned, Mr. Mime learned Psy Beam at level 29 and Fire Red Leaf Green. Very impactful information.
Yep. Gonna dodge that trainer.
And then here comes the rare candy.
Yep. I love the spinny piles.
Yeah, I know they're fun. They're so fast in this game. In like other games, they're so slow, but they just made them completely just jacked in this game, and like it's pretty satisfying.
Yep.
But now it's time to go back to Vermilion City and grab Chiding. What were we saying? Sorry.
Oh, I was imitating the noise that it makes when you go on the spinny piles.
Or such the like.
Something similar to that.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so everything is basically in position for the mail composting. We just have to put it all together now. The last ingredient for the mail glitch is a berry. And I believe we picked up a berry earlier. We should have at least. Usually you get the orange berry. If you forgot, there's a backup citrus berry that you can get. And so
yeah, there's a lot of tiles. There's a lot of tiles all over the region that look a little bit different. They're like these green thick shrubs, and they all contain berries, or at least most of them do. And you can just grab any of them. And then it's actually funny because when you pick up your first berry, it spawns the berry pouch key item in your pocket. It was not there previously, but it just spawns there. Yeah, that's a little fun fact.
That's true. Yeah, in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, berries are kind of way more common. Like the trees themselves are all over the place, but there's still plenty of berries to pick from in this case.
Only one last hidden rare candy. I forgot you didn't get that earlier.
Yep.
You would pick that up immediately in a glitchless speedrun. All right, but now I think it's all going to come together.
Yeah, I think
we're close. If
he
not
might
there,
do one more.
Is there one more
he
thing
might
to
do one more fight. We want to be level 30, or maybe we already are level 30. Or no,
we got 4 rare candies to 33. We're fine.
So if you got a lower level Chiding, you would need to go to level. You would need to go to level 30 first. That way you can have 1 rare candy for Chiding to learn knockoff. Luckily, he got the higher level, so we can use all 4 candies here, and then level 33. Teach recycle.
Here we go. Recycle.
Please do not forget it, or the run is over. He did not forget recycle. Very nice. So
and heal as well, because this fight might take a while. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the combination of things here. He's going to give a mail to Mr. Mime. He's going to give a berry to War Turtle, and then Chiding is going to have knockoff. Chiding and War Turtle need to be in the first 2 slots for the double battle. Okay, there's the orange berry that he had from earlier. He's going to save because this fight can go wrong. What's going to happen is we need War Turtle to consume the berry. That triggers the game to remember that a berry was used. However, the game does not keep track of which Pokemon used the berry. It keeps track of which slot in the battle used the berry. So what that means is when War Turtle uses the berry, the game will remember, okay, the right side used a berry. And the game uses that for recycles mechanics. So War Turtle will switch out, and then Mr. Mime will be able to recycle the berry that War Turtle used. Now, that's not enough on its own because Mr. Mime is holding a male. It can't recycle if it's already holding a male. That's why we use knockoff. I think he misclicked. He meant to knock off on the Mr. Mime.
I think it's because the Clefairy follow me.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Yeah. Which is unlucky. Mr. Mime disobeying, but that's fine. There goes the knockoff. Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of on this fight. Now, Mr. Mime does not have an item because the male has been knocked off, and the game reads that, oh, nice, got the recycle.
Oh my god, there we
fast.
go.
So the game knew that an Oranberry had been used in slot 2. So now the male has been deleted. Normally, knockoff does not permanently delete an item, it just disables it for the rest of the battle. But now recycle has overwritten the male. So when we exit the battle, Mimian or Mimian will be holding a Oranberry instead of a male. So the male is gone. And normally that's not an issue, like what? Okay, you just removed an item, so what? The issue is that the way that the game handles male internally has a whole set of processes. You can only have 6 males on your team at once. And you can't deposit Pokemon into the PC if they're holding a male. So, when we remove a male through a battle, the game does not do the necessary, it doesn't do the real process of actually removing the male because we've removed it in an unintended way. And so each quote unquote slot, there are 6 slots in memory for each male because you can have up to 6 in your party. So now that slot was filled when we equipped the male in the normal way. So that slot is marked as full. But now the male is gone and the slot has not been cleared. So we have no males on our team. We have no males equipped to any of our Pokemon, but one of the slots is full. So that means we can equip 5 more males and we'll still have a Pokemon without a male, but all of our slots will be full, which is really broken because each Pokemon has a slot value associated with it that's used to access which male it's holding. So, that Sandshrew might have slot 3 marked for that male. And so that way, when you read the male, the game knows what to actually show, like what male is it holding, what words does it have, things like that. But now we're gonna have an opportunity to equip a male, even though all the slots are full. So the game is going to look through and say, I need to find an open slot for this male, but there's not one. So now we have what I like to call QMM, or question mark male, and that's because the default value for the male slot is 255 instead of the normal 0 through 5. So we are writing words into this male, but because it's the 255th slot, we are indexing memory that's out of bounds. So the males are normally all set up in a list, and so if you have slot 0, it says, okay, go to the first part of this list. If you have slot 5, you go to the end of the list. But the game doesn't check if you're going outside of that list. So now that we have a male with the slot 255, we can put in specific words and change the game's data outside of the intended list. And so that's what he did with that male. Now what's happening is he's entering in specific box names to this PC. And what this is doing is also changing memory. But what will happen is that all of those names will get executed as code in the game, which is arbitrary code execution, one of the biggest glitches in all of speedrunning. So those box names will be read as commands by the game after some more setup. So now we're gonna unequip all the males because again, we can't deposit our Pokemon if they're holding male. We did some more changes to that male, the QMM that Farfetch'd was holding. And now we're gonna deposit all of our Pokemon. If all the box names are correct and we've done the setup correctly,
We win.
Here we go.
We did it.
That is the game.
Everybody applaud Blue Magma for being so smart. Please. I cannot have explained any of that. Wow. And yeah, that is fire red any percent. All right.
And underestimate. Nice.
So, yeah, by 5 minutes. Yeah, very generous estimate, thankfully, even with the terrible Abra luck. The rest of the run was pretty good.
Yeah.
That double fight was good as well. Miami and got the first turn recycle. So that was huge. But yeah, any shout-outs you want to give, Blue Magma, before we go off?
Yeah, quick shout-outs to all the Gen 1 through 3 speedrunning community and the glitch hunters that made this possible. I was not the person that figured all this out. I did a little bit, but there were people that know way more than me, so shout-outs to them. Yeah.
Yeah, and shout-outs obviously to SpeeDons 5 and Doctors.
Doctors of the World.
Without for the world, sorry, I couldn't. My tabs were not going up. But yeah, shout outs to everybody involved and to Pokemon speedrunning communities for Gen 3. And yeah, thank you for having me here, and it's been a blast. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, this has been great.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
Merci beaucoup, Warax. Et puis, on vous rend la main, amis de l'ambiançage. Très bon speed. Merci à tout le monde. Et j'en profite pour dire Abra Salo, le speedrunner à Taco.
Allez, montre-nous ça. Magnifique. Oh là,
oh là là. Petite excursion à la mer.
Que c'est beau. Que
voilà.
Ils s'entendent pas, donc je m'étais dit des vacances, ça leur ferait du bien.
Non mais voilà, non mais c'est vrai que Pokémon c'est extrêmement violent. Déjà c'est un gamin de 12 ans qui se fait foutre à la porte par sa daronne et ensuite il prend des bestioles, il les fait se battre entre elles. Franchement c'est dégueulasse.
Sale ambiance.
Ouais, de ouf.
En tout cas, bravo à toi. Le dessin va être gagné, enfin la peinture va être gagnée, dédicacée peut-être même.
Et
par,
pareil, venez signer.
Par le runner, les commentateurs aussi. Et on te retrouve donc là pour aujourd'hui c'est tout.
Ouais c'est bon, là je me repose.
C'est bon.
Déjà pas mal. Et on te retrouve donc après dans le week-end sur quoi?
Okami et Outer Wilds.
Super. Bon,
dimanche.
Très hâte de voir le dessin d'Okami. Peut-être je ferai mon petit don à ce moment-là.
Ok, let's go.
Encore bravo à toi. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
On peut dire quand même, magnifique.
Merci.
Et évidemment, on a eu beaucoup de dons liés à Pokémon.
Vous êtes des animaux.
Ça
dons, voilà.
Ah, écoute, merci à Ossad pour les 15 € pour que Kamineko bourre ses adversaires sur Super Punch Out comme un vrai cobra.
Ça a voté pour le bandeau Cobra Kai, voilà. Effectivement.
Les incentives à venir, effectivement. Mélo, dis-moi, 15 €, un petit coucou de la salle à mon petit frère qui n'a pas pu venir cette année.
Non.
Et l'amicale des Abras libres qui a donné 10 €, un grand soutien à tous les Abras du monde.
Achète.
Je te laisse continuer.
On a 100 € de la part de Namarsil, le don habituel pendant la run de Pokémon. Et n'oublions jamais, Salamèche est le meilleur starter et Ectoplasma supérieur à Hall et Speedon qui est plus petit que 3. Ensuite, on a Tetratroll 13 pour 10 balles. Petit coucou depuis la Suisse. Promis, l'année prochaine, ça sera sur place. Force à tous les runners, casters, ambianceuses, etc. Troll. Enfin, on a 50 balles de Nubiwo. Je donne sur la run Pokémon car le dessin me fait de l'œil. Bon week-end à tous et bourrez les dons.
Et puis Burg, 15 €, pardon. Le meilleur starter Pokémon, c'est FF14 Twilight Princess. 50 € de Bachananas, merci et bravo à tous. Et go à Étienne, le GOAT du commentary. Hein. Exo, vas-y, j'en fais encore un Exo, 24 €, courage aux runners et bonjour à Nagrom et Flora dans la salle, 5e rang sur la droite. Oui.
On a Lirio qui donne 50 balles, petit don depuis... Tu viens de le lire.
Non, vas-y, go.
Ah, c'était pareil.
Ouais,
petit don depuis la salle, le plus petit que 3. On a Ikari, 25 balles, deuxième don du week-end sur cette run incroyable de Pokémon avec le starter O qui est toujours le meilleur dans chaque jeu, évidemment. Et très heureuse de voir sur le dos de la chaise à côté cette veste avec les légendaires que j'ai également dans mon armoire. Courage aux runners. Ensuite, on a 100 balles de la part de Kitchapi. Hérissandre, c'est le meilleur starter et Bulbizarre en 2. Et enfin, 200 balles de Ténébreuse Fool. Le saviez-vous, le meilleur Pokémon, c'est Noir et Blanc 2 et le meilleur Zelda, Skyward Sword. Aucune nostalgie biaisant ce choix, bien évidemment.
Bien évidemment, un Abiline, 100 €, encore une édition qui démarre à fond et ça fait toujours autant de bien. Bravo à toutes et à tous. Et on continue de donner, surtout achète le t-shirt. Tu l'as très bien présenté d'ailleurs, je te regardais du coin de l'œil. Non, là on a juste l'impression que c'est une serpillière, enfin restons honnêtes.
Techniquement c'est un t-shirt mais il peut aussi servir à ça.
Très bien, tant qu'à faire, mettez-le plutôt. Margot pour les 100 €, merci à toi. Hein, et Carapuce, meilleur starter. Mais nous sommes en début d'après-midi, mon cher Yamato.
Olé.
Ce qui veut dire que ça fait 7 heures que je suis à ce desk de host.
Et merci pour ça.
Avec grand plaisir. Est-ce que tu peux nous dire un petit peu le planning de cet après-midi?
Eh bien, le planning de cet après-midi, puisqu'on en parle, effectivement, nous sommes au 2e jour du marathon. Et après cette magnifique run de Pokémon Rouge Feu Vert Feuille par Warax, nous avons en suivant Trackmania par Speed Self en plateforme Any%, suivi de Ghostland Yard, qui a réussi à l'incentive pour que cette race de 2 personnes devienne une race de 3 personnes avec Jarmou, Here Comes New Challenger, par Tonio, du coup, Sebi et Jarmou. C'est un peu comme Sonic et Knuckles, tu vois. C'est Ejarmou.
Ejarmou, voilà. In Dante from the DMC series.
Oui, 15h45, Megaman 6 par Aurel 509, que j'aurai l'honneur sublime de commenter avec Twin. Suivi ensuite de Super Punch Out à 16h35 avec Kaminekyo qui jouera en blindfolded. Ensuite, nous avons l'interview médecin du monde. Il faut absolument que je fasse fonctionner les sous-titres pour le Restream, pour les Restream étrangers en anglais. Hier, ça a explosé en plein vol.
C'est ce que j'allais dire. Comment ça fonctionne pour les Restream étrangers? Ils ont un sous-titre en temps réel?
Alors,
c'est quoi?
ça c'était dans l'idée. Dans la pratique, la régie a explosé. Elle est rentrée en fusion et on a créé la fusion nucléaire avec l'énergie infinie.
Ah ouais, bien.
Et on avait
bien.
pas les sous-titres.
Bien. Et ben, on peut peut-être applaudir Gozulting qui bosse dur sur la technique sur
on va bosser cet événement. Après, on a Penny Big Breakaway, le nom est imprononçable, par Chacha Max.
C'est un jeu de plateforme et de yo-yo.
Ouais, c'est très mignon, mignon. Puis ensuite, on a Super Mario Kart. Alors, race à 3 personnes avec un setup avec 2 Super Famicom, 3 Super Famicom, mais 2 cathodiques et 1 LCD. Alors, du coup,
c'est des setups que t'aimes bien, ça.
Bah, c'est moi qui vais le faire, le setup.
Ah oui, c'est ça.
Voilà.
C'était toi qui avais géré Tetris il y a quelques années.
Exactement. D'ailleurs, on a vu ce que ça a donné. Grandmaster. Paf. Allez, est-ce que c'est grâce à moi? Peut-être.
La frontière.
Voilà. Ensuite, on a Super Monkey Ball, ce qui est vraiment génial en speedrun. Super Monkey Ball, c'est vraiment un jeu incroyable en speedrun. Et c'est un jeu incroyable tout court. Jouez-y. Avec Avon en story mode all levels. Ensuite, on a la race de Barbie. Il y a bien évidemment le rerun d'Interglitch et on nous dit qu'on est bon pour la suite. Et on finira par WannaFest 22 par Senen et Solar H à 20h30 par Lobster. Donc, une très belle journée.
Grosse journée, et ce n'est que le 2e jour, et ça continue, comme bien sûr on le répète à chaque fois, c'est non-stop, 75 heures en tout de speedrun jusqu'à dimanche soir, probablement très tard.
Il est l'heure pour nous de rendre le tablier. Trackmania
et
un nouveau duo d'ambianceurs et d'ambianceuses de choc.
Qui arrive, Vicky Splin, c'est ça, et Antoine Daniel, c'est ça. Très bien.
Voilà.
Mais tout de suite, du Trackmania. Vroom vroom.
Tut les rageux.
Et bonjour Speedon. Allez. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud pour du Trackmania dans la salle? Ça va aller très très vite. On est avec SpeedSelf, comment ça va? On n'entend pas SpeedSelf. Ah, on l'entend pas malheureusement.
Platforming. We've had that yesterday, of course, with the amazing race on Yellow Taxi Go's room. But this time, we're heading back to a bit more of a futuristic-looking kind of car with Trackmania's platform speedrun, courtesy of SpeedSelf. I'm G-Geek, and I will be one of your commentators today alongside the one and only Luckers Turbo. And just as we say that, the run has started.
Yeah, the run has started. So also hello from my side, of course. We go into the platform mode. That is a new mode that has been released in Trackmania 2020. It's not that new. I mean, the idea is quite simple. Finish a map without respawning, and you see the number down below there as well. Speeds up currently at 0 respawns, and the map's of course getting gradually harder. The first one has a couple of jumps here and there, and then a risky finish as well, where you have to tail yourselves through there and make it to the finish, but you can see the map is not that hard. Second map has a big jump at the start, but you get the idea. Maps are getting harder, and also a nice horn there from SpeedSelf that is being utilized.
Yeah, that is the recurring theme of this edition of SpeeDons. whenever there's like very, very long jumps happening. And yeah, as you mentioned, Tangerine, second map, and you can see already we're going through a roue libre, or essentially an engine cut, which cuts out all power and means that you're basically coasting all the way along until the finish line. So you need a certain amount of speed. And there are multiple effect blocks that are that's available in Trackmania with the engine cut block, as well as the reset block that actually gives you control back of your car, and also the reactor block, which we're going to be talking about a little bit later. Moving on to map 3, Lemon Peaks. Now we can see the first instance of transfer jumps, which is very much kind of like in your skating game, but here we try to gain as much time as possible by trying to stay as low as possible. So you can see him taking a little bit of a release.
Oh, that's great.
Getting the jump. That is a very, very smooth jump transfer there, made by SpeedSelf. Ooh, a bit of an unfortunate tap on the front right, but nothing too big to worry about here. He decides to release just at the start of the hill to get enough speed just across the checkpoint, and then final transfer jump over there, which is pretty high, but he will be managing that just about. Just gets himself a little bit of extra height just to be safe, and that will lead us on to Orange Hills. And you saw that we actually drove on something else than tarmac. We drove on grass, and here we're driving on dirt. So there are a couple of loose surfaces such as dirt and grass, and those play an important part in Trackmania because there is a bit of gear management. The car has an automatic gearbox because it only has 4 inputs: throttle, brake, steer left, steer right. But you have to be very, very careful about the engine RPM whenever you're actually about to upshift, especially on the loose surface, because if you upshift whilst your wheels are turning, whilst you're trying to get the car inscribed into a corner, then the car will bog down. Yeah, you're going to be slowing down. And here we are seeing another mechanic that's going to be cropping up later, which is the dirt wall climb. Basically, you can keep your car at a certain angle whilst you're doing a dirt wall ride like that, and you can basically defy physics, essentially, and keep your car onto the wall ride, and then even get a little bit of a kick of a height once you get a little bit of a sudden steering lock opposition in change.
Oh, this will not be enough.
No way.
First respawn of the run.
First respawn on the run, and that happens on another new surface, which is plastic. And I think you should take the reins into explaining this one, Kai, because it's also a little bit particular.
Yeah, I mean, Plastic has been released in 2021 with the Royal update. So it's also a loose surface. You also drift and slide there a lot, but the acceleration is very, very high if you are in low speed territory, and also the grip is a bit funky, I would say. But the surface is a lot of fun, and also another thing that we might see later on as well is the mechanic if you are hitting Plastic on your back, because then you bounce off of it, which is a very cool mechanic, and it looks very good. But SpeedSelf clears the map with only 1 respawn, and there's another surface that we have not seen thus far, and we'll see it very, very soon. But you can see the maps are getting gradually harder. They are still forgiving, and there's the surface that I'm talking about. It is the ice surface. Ice slides intensify, and with that, it's another, and maybe also the last thing that we have not seen so far. Reactor boosts are still missing, of course, but we will see them as well. So very, very mixed map here, as you can see. A lot of different surfaces being used, and also airtime has to be caught here that you clear those jumps. So it looks easy, but if you play Trackmania on your own, you know that it's easy to learn but hard to master.
Yeah, exactly. This game can only be played with 4 inputs: throttle, brake, steer left, steer right. But there's a tremendous amount of depth in the gameplay that Trackmania has to offer us. We're heading on to Scarlet Summit, map number 7, which is a little bit more of a classic platform. Nothing too surprising. Very narrow platform jumps with no barriers on either side, so you have to be very careful and you have to be very precise. And midway through the map, you're going to have to turn all the way around, and you can do that very, very quickly here, thanks to the properties of Plastic. With that little plastic wall on the left-hand side, actually on the right-hand side, decides to go for the full 180 like this, full send around the wall. You can hail melon your way, for those of you NASCAR fans out there, to actually turn your car back around and retake the exact same checkpoints, or just a little bit of a different set of checkpoints probably, as we're heading towards this sort of semi-barrel jump, but he decides to cancel it very, very nicely. You can counter-steer in midair to stop the car's rotation in Trackmania, and then the downward jump into the ring finish, which completes map number 7. And now we're heading into a full ice map, which we've seen on map number 6 a little bit earlier on, but here it is a map entirely dedicated to this particular surface. You can see we do a little bit of a spin to take CP1 correctly, and here the trick is to put your car at a 90-degree angle thereabouts, and then counter steer, and also you can play with the throttle and the brake to either tighten or loosen the turn. Here we're driving on snow, which is essentially the same as ice, but a lot slower. You take quite a bit of a speed penalty in that particular snow surface as we are currently making our way slowly but surely through the banking, and we're going to be heading towards a pretty hard pain point on this map, which is this particular bowl section where you actually have to find the trajectory to keep your car straight all the way through the downward section and then pitch your car almost instantly on an ice slide. That is a very good recovery there from SpeedSelf. And here a small transfer jump, which can be a little bit easy to undershoot or overshoot. I've been on the end of both of these particular outcomes myself. And then a very, very low jump into the ring finish, which was a little bit risky, but all good so far from SpeedSelf as we're heading on to Primula, back to tarmac, and we're introduced to one of the core mechanics of Trackmania in certain of these turns, and that is drifting.
Yeah, that is drifting indeed, and I mean, the 8th map is also the first one that was a huge skill check for the first couple of players. SpeedSelf made it look very easy, and this map, I would say, looks easier on the surface, but I mean, those jumps can be very much deceiving. And one thing that we also want to talk about is the bottom right that you see on the game. It is the Open Planets third-party tool that is being used, and with that you can share your inputs, and you can see the 4 inputs that SpeedSelf uses. For example, now he counter steer to the right to cancel the car's rotation and get a smoother landing onto the next part, and also here he air brakes to cancel the rotation of the car, which is also a very, very useful skill. But here the ending really caught me off guard, because I remember when I played this map, when I discovered it, I was able to one-shot this map up until this point with no respawn, but then the ending came into play, and I'm looking forward to see how SpeedSelf will take it, if he's going to make it. Only a couple of seconds left here. The ending is coming now, which is this jump, which he clears very, very nicely, and he makes it. I felt that jump there. So SpeedSelf makes it very nice. That looked like a very clean run, actually, and also a nice horn in the end. So good job from SpeedSelf, and let's go to the next map, Just Do It. And I think the theme and also the map name go hand in hand.
Yeah, the map name go hand in hand, and this is very much one of those maps that is very much reminiscent of a style that we call RPG in the world of Trackmania, which is filled of little jumps and obstacles that require certain speed to actually get through, which we call speed check in Trackmania jargon. And it is a style of map that is very, very popular in the game itself. There are plenty of examples where there is also a lot of atmosphere, maybe sometimes lore being told in this map. And here we see the first example of the reactor block, which allows you to get your car to glide. And here, oh, he tries to go for the skip. Here you have to slow down and actually balance on the beam, but you can skip it with just one single jump, just like this, allowing you to move on to checkpoint number 6, just like that, very, very swiftly. And yeah, those two, the RPG set of maps is very much, as I said, one of the most popular ones on Trackmania, and there are, it's very much popular alongside not only players, but also streamers. It makes for good content to watch.
Yeah, there have been a lot of RPG events in the past that Virtual has hosted, and also others. I mean, it's just a very, very good style. And also one of the most known maps are RPG maps due to their scenery that has been used. And this map shows what is very important for RPG. It's commitment. And in the platform mode, sometimes you're scared to fall down, especially in this corner here. This is a part that is also very, very confusing, because you have to go onto the scenery block there, onto the pole, and make it across. And a lot of streamers, especially in the beginning, have really struggled to find the way, and it was a lot of fun to check out their streams there. So RPG is all about commitment, not being scared of falling, and especially in platform, you don't want to fall. But now we move on to map number 11, so we slowly but surely getting into the harder maps.
Yeah, we're getting more and more advanced in terms of the techniques used, as well as some of the newer blocks that were introduced with this game in 2020, including what you see here, which are essentially bumpy roadblocks, which is what we call sausage roadblocks, essentially. Yep. And here you can use the geometry of that block to your advantage to kind of accumulate a little bit of speed, and also use the extra height at the middle of the block to actually get the jumps in your favor. As you can see, oh, very, very nice save on the clip there. Is he going to have enough speed? No, he's forced to respawn. Ah, and that's not savable. Oh, that's such a shame. But yeah, you can get the idea of like using the the elevation change of the block to actually make the jumps work. And here you also need to have a certain amount of speed in order to make those jumps work in the way that you need them to, as we get closer and closer to the finish with one final wall ride. But here he has to actually go for a sort of semi-barrel jump that you cancel very early, but he does not have enough speed for it. He seems to be having trouble with the landing before it, which conditions the speed that you can carry through the booster. This time, third time's the charm. There he goes. Yes, saves the landing. Good job, nice. Speed Self. And now we're going to be heading towards the finish with the wall ride that I was mentioning just a little bit earlier. That's going to be happening right now. You can see it's a wall ride on the wood decoration block and then spike towards the ending. And that is map 11 done. Now we're heading into map number 12, Cobble Cove. And here we're introducing water into the mix. We start with the pool section, and we've seen the Hail Melon on map number 7. Here, the Hail Melon is pretty much the name of the game in the first part of the map at the very least, before you actually exit the water. And very interesting interaction. You saw that patch of dirt there, which instantly dries the wheels. Oh my god, Speed Self, that hard flutter there on the landing onto the plastic in checkpoint 2. Well done. Here we actually use another property of the plastic, which is it's very bouncy. And he actually hits the top of the car with the plastic to get it perfectly placed.
Slides out.
And yeah, it slides out. And that is the other mechanic we were going to be introducing, wet wheels. And wet wheels on plastic, they do not dry out. So you better be careful with your inputs there.
So wet wheels only dry out almost immediately on dirt, on grass, roads, plastic, and also on ice. They also don't wear out. It will just not be gone. And look at this. You now have another mechanic with hitting the plastic with your back wheels. And with that, you also bounce up. And you need that to clear this jump here, else it will get really hard. But, well, if you slide with wet wheels on any surface, or also here, it is so hard to control, and also the car will just slide. So Speed Self was maybe a bit too overambitious there, but is able to make it in the second attempt. And also here I have to think about the clip from It's Ryan that we have seen in the Trackmania Awards, but Speed Self just decides to skip that corner and goes to checkpoint 8. There was a fun clip that we have seen in an award show and also in the stream from It's Ryan, because there were the Trackmania Awards just a couple of weeks ago, where we also had a category called Funniest Clip of the Year, and one clip from this track got nominated, but sadly Speed Self skipped that section. Maybe also for good, because this section is not that easy due to the moving blocks.
Yeah, due to the moving blocks that were also introduced along with plastic in the same Royal update that dropped back in 2021, if I recall correctly. Here on this map 13, you can actually skip this section of transfer jumps, and he decides to go for it, and he does not get the trigger for the checkpoint. So a little bit of an unfortunate one. Usually, if you want to style on everyone, you can basically just go for a full burnout whilst getting the hair trigger of the checkpoint, and that's it. Just like what he's done right now. Here he decides to accumulate a lot of speed, trying to land very much at the start of the hill, so he gets enough speed to jump over the reverse boosters. Nicely done. That way it avoids him getting sent backwards. And here there's going to be a lot of what we call air braking, because in Trackmania, when you actually jump in a standard fashion like that, you can actually tap the brakes in order to stop the car from falling down on its nose, which actually comes in handy for much smoother landings.
Yeah, much smoother landings are sometimes needed to just accumulate more speed, but you can see how many unconventional transitions there are, and how far he has to jump on this map. A lot of things are going on here. You need to find the way, and clearing this map for the first time got a lot of players confused, of course, because you can see the signs there and all of that, but you're like, okay, where have I been? Where do I have to go? And Speed Self has to go for the respawn here on this map, but only in checkpoint 6. Avoids the moving block there as well, does not fall off, but needs to go very wide to clear the jump to the checkpoint, but hits the triangle and goes on his back, but he can save it. Let's see if he can. If he can also unturtle. No, he goes for the respawn. Okay, but good save there.
But yeah, that actually is a bit of an early look at one of the other mechanics that we're going to be seeing later on, and that is the turtle. When your car is on its head, or on its roof rather, you're not completely out of luck. You do have, if you're teetering from one side to the other, you can actually have some moments where the wheel actually technically grips, so you can actually steer the car while while keeping the balance left and right going that way. And that allows you to save situations like SpeedSelf just had, as we're heading onto island hopping, and we're seeing the reactor blocks here. Now he does have to go for a bit of speed accumulation, then turn around 180, go back down, and then take the reactor up, and you use the reactor boost in order to hop from one island to another. But reactors being reactors in Trackmania, some people have found ways to abuse them in the way. And there's going to be one such abuse coming in just a few seconds, I think, Kai.
Yeah, there will be one abuse coming into play that you will be seeing here. It is not that easy to do, but also, guys, make sure to go ahead and follow SpeedSelf as well. I've seen a shout out in the Twitch chat. He also streams in English and also in French, of course. So make sure to give him a follow as well. Our Trackmania community is great, and look at this as well. That's what you were talking about. The upside down mechanic. You can drive on your back as well if your car is balanced out, and SpeedSelf goes for a cut as well. Is he going to make it? The finish will, or the checkpoint will be right there. But since you are landing in the water, you will always turn around. But this was not an easy skip because the reactor boost is hard to control, and SpeedSelf just makes it effortlessly. It's a great job, and only one more checkpoint to clear. And will this be the run without any respawns? That would be great. And I mean, this map is not easy, as you can see. A lot of things are going on, but still a long way to go because the ending can be very tricky. Another reactor boost being used, or if he had accelerated there, he would have missed the checkpoint because the reactor boost is so powerful. He makes that jump, looking great. Only a couple of turns to go.
And now he decides to go for the bug slide. A bit of a late one, but should be enough. Yes, he does. And the way that he was able to get enough speed to clear the jump from ice to the dirt before was that there was a specific interaction between the stadium car and the entry onto the ice surface that nets him a boost. Okay, here we're seeing a new surface that was introduced recently, and it's wood. Think tarmac, but with the grip turned up to 11, because this is essentially what's happening. Here we're taking a couple of laps in order to get enough speed to make it through the initial jump before checkpoint 1. And yeah, that was one of those surfaces that kind of messed with the player's brains when it was first introduced, because you arrive with plenty of speed and you think that you're going to be taking a bit of a wide line through a turn. No. Here, the turning radius is as if you were driving a smart car in the city center. You know, it feels like super tight, so you can be caught off guard if you're not careful.
Yeah, and I think this will also be one of the first maps where we will see multiple respawns, because this map is not easy. I remember one of our fellow streamers playing this map. It was Granadi, and he was struggling so much with getting this map without any respawns. So it is definitely not that easy to do. But wood is a fun surface, and also a nice wicked flip here from SpeedSelf into the water pool. And currently only one respawn, so this is not looking too bad. But the ending can be hard, but of course SpeedSelf has practiced that. But a one respawn run, it looks so easy, but you can try it on your own. If you own the Trackmania paid version, you can play that game mode as well. Just search for platform in the library and you will be finding it. But you can see those transitions so hard to clear, and you can slow down so quickly if you don't land smooth enough. But he only has one more checkpoint to clear, and it will be this one and the ending as well. You can clear the ending with only one circle.
Can he do it in a single lap? That's what I was getting at. He does it. That is brilliant. Brilliant send-off. Very good run. Now we're heading on to Maple Mist. Now at the start of this map, there is going to be a cycle that is going to be happening, a 9-second cycle with the moving blocks. And there might be a skip attempt, although from what we can gather, there's less than 1% of chance of the skip actually going through. So we're going to be cheering SpeedSelf on as he gets onto the pipe. There's the cycle with the moving blocks that we were talking about. He decided to go for the skip. Is he going to be able to get the moving block? Yeah, he will be able to get it. So I thought that if he didn't manage to get the skip, it would be more punishing than that. But actually, it was a pretty good attempt with not that much of a trade-off. So honestly, good risk management there.
he didn't lose much. I mean, only got one respawn, but of course it was for the content, as you say, as a fellow streamer. But you can see this map has a little bit more of a royal touch to it, with all those pipes, with all those plastic blocks, with all those small jumps and moving blocks. Also here, another set of moving blocks will be used, and Speeds just rushes through them. Well done. And only one respawn so far, and this is also a shorter map, but of course a bit more difficult in that way, with all of those moving blocks and those small jumps, which can really catch you off guard, because keep in mind, that's what you have said, the gearbox is so important with plastic, and if you lose the gear on plastic, it will just punish you even more than on dirt or on grass if you drift, or in a normal drift on the road surface. And we go now to the next map, which is
Map number 17, Coffee, indeed. And this is more of a similar style to Caramel that we saw a little bit earlier. And according to SpeedSelf, this is the last map before the real problems begin in terms of the run, because we're definitely heading into the thick of it when it comes to the platform campaign. We're halfway through the fourth set of tracks. The tracks were revealed in sets of 5 from the introduction of the game mode up until the very end of October 2024, with, of course, the last set, which would introduce the 5 hardest maps. Although there's one map that is a little bit easier than the others, but we'll get to that in a second. So far, it's a pretty clean run from SpeedSelf. Only one respawn to talk about. Pretty standard stuff, just tight platforms. Uses a buck slide, which is putting the car at a 90-degree angle on a loose surface and then pressing the brake and throttle at the same time, and also doing a proper steering input to kind of sling yourself into the corner and take a tighter radius than you would have been able to, allowing you to get some pretty tricky turns made just easily, as we did get a little bit of a clip, but nothing too crazy. Goes for the jump, does have enough speed to take it. Checkpoint 7 should be good. And one thing that I wanted to touch on the last map, which was Maple Mist, the section where you had to go through the 2 rotating rings, you had to be careful because the blocks that were on the other side of those rings were not connected. So that's why his car was kind of like bouncing up and down. So he had to be a bit careful.
He had to go for the speed.
He had to go for the speed, but he managed to get it as we're heading towards the final checkpoint there.
Very good run.
Very good run so far.
And only a couple of jumps to go, but he clipped there and is able to make that jump because he steered so much to the right. He was able to clear that. I thought that he's going to fall down. So well done here from SpeedSelf. Onto the ending we go, and you can see a lot of RPG elements have been used here, but those are just getting gradually harder. And also the ending, you can fall off here, but he hits the triangle and goes into the ending. Very good run and nice save there as well. I mean, this looked absolutely beautiful.
I love the finish pillar tap. I love the finish pillar tap. And yeah, sorry to cut you off, but I wanted to point that out as we're heading into Meep Mip.
Yeah, Meep Mip. I mean, this map is inspired by Deep Dip. Maybe we can talk about Deep Dip. Maybe the biggest success of the Trackmania mapping community, or the Trackmania events from the last year. Maybe you guys have watched that as well. No, you know, Virtual, Bren, or anybody else trying to finish this map. Deep Dip 2, I mean, there have been 2 iterations, actually 3 iterations of this map so far. And it is a large tower which kind of spirals up into floors, and there are no checkpoints in it. So if you fall down, well, you're in for a ride. And it's like trial and error. It's a little bit like getting over it, as one could say. So it is a very nice event, and a lot of hard parts are being used here. As you can see, the reactor boost, and you have to slow down to make that jump across and then go into the checkpoint. So some parts here are inspired by Deep Dip.
Yeah, indeed. It's an homage to Meep Mip, which in itself is, as you said, an homage to Getting Over It. In fact, I don't know if it's the original map or if it was the working title for Deep Dip, but the map was originally called, and I'm not making this up, Bennett Foddy Stole My CPs. That was how the map was known back when it was first discovered in Trackmania, and I find it pretty funny. Here, he tried to go for the instant buck slide setup, so landing at a 90-degree angle and pressing on the brake and throttle at the same time to try and get his car to a dead stop and stabilize himself before getting to the next part. Here he's going to try it again, drop down the ramp, and then jump towards 90-degree angle. Is he going to make it? Yes, nicely done there for SpeedSelf. Here decides to kind of like temper a little bit his run, not try to go for the jump directly because it's a bit of a tight setup. He makes it through without a hitch as we're making our way through checkpoints 5 and 6.
Oh, but he hit
there is going to be, he hit the sign. Here you need to go for a backflip to activate the reactor boost. And here, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
Yeah, the landing of the reactor boost kind of did him dirty there. But essentially, this is going to be another upside down section, and you don't really have much time to make it through a pretty precise section, because the time for the reactor boost to be activated is finite. It's roughly 5 to 6 seconds, and if you have your reactor deactivating whilst you're in the middle of climbing a vertical section, then you're going to eventually fall back down to your demise. Exactly.
Yeah, and also one thing that I would like to talk about is that Deep Dip was just such nice content. Just keep in mind, you know, being on floor 11, being 40 minutes into the run, and you explore a section that you've never been to, and it was just so much hype to follow everybody to see that. And I think it was one of the best things that ever happened to the Trackmania community, because it brought in so many people, so much fun for the community as well, whether it's just watching or playing on your own. But I mean, you quickly realize, if you're not someone like Bren, that it is almost impossible for a normal human being to finish this map if you don't put 100, 200, 300, 500, maybe even 1,000 hours into this map. There are, I think, 10 finishers thus far on Deep Dip 2, the most recent map, which is also the hardest. And, well, all of them spend multiple hundreds of hours onto the map. But great finish there from SpeedStuff as well, making sure that the car is rotating. And there's one thing that SpeedStuff already showed to us now. It is the turtle mechanic. And I think one very important thing with that is how he steers onto it. So you always want to be in the rhythm, and if you lose the rhythm whilst in the turtle movements, well, you just lose the momentum, and you can land in a dead turtle, so your car is then not moving. And also here, a backwards section is being used. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the backwards mechanic.
Yeah, backwards is a little bit interesting, because you see that there are a lot of boosters that are placed the wrong way around. If you were to drive through them in forwards, like SpeedStuff just put himself now, you would eventually be stopped and resent back to where you were. Whereas if you drive over a booster backwards at a little bit of an angle, either in a bit of a speed slide, as we call it, or just while steering, then you can actually completely negate the anti-boost effectively effect and make it through sections. And this is essentially what this map is leaning on, driving backwards to pass certain sections, or also turtling to get over certain walls that have been placed along the track. This map is called Backstroke, as you can see on the left-hand side. And you can also see on the left-hand side, we've already touched on that at the very beginning, but the platform respawn, the respawn objectives for each medal, 50 for, it is, of course, varies per map, but of course the one constant is that the outer medal will always be at 0 respawn, which is an objective that we don't really take into account here in this particular instance. Here he decides to go for a straight transfer jump.
Great.
Very, very well executed indeed. And here it's just a couple of jumps into a banked corner, back onto flat, and then you use the ice light to get yourself back in backwards position, get into the freewheel and clear the turbo, clear the booster, and here actually, does he decide to go for that's supposed to be turtle? Oh, he tried to go for the skip. Yeah, there is a wall. This is one of those things where if you turtle and you get close to a wall, you can unturtle yourself and clear the wall that way. But here he's trying to accumulate enough speed to jump directly over the wall. Third time's the charm. Allez, c'est passé. Nice. Well done, SpeedStuff. He managed to clear it on the third try, and we're back to backwards driving.
Yeah, usually you have to turtle here as well to skip or to climb the wall and do an unturtle movement onto there. And also here, SpeedStuff goes for some speed slides that you can also use while being in backwards gear. So you could see his car was sliding a little bit, and depending on the speed, you have to open the steering a bit more or less, but there's a precise angle that you have to hold when it comes to backwards driving. There's also a whole community based around that, which is a lot of fun. So you can see there's a lot of things in Trackmania that you can discover: backwards driving, reactor boost shenanigans, all of that stuff. And I mean, backwards is definitely one of the hardest things to do onto here. And look at this as well. He uses the block to turtle now, and now he shows us how to unturtle on a plastic beam, and he makes it very nicely into the last checkpoint. 4 respawns so far here on Backstroke, which is map number 19. So good job so far, and let's see if he makes the ending, because he is in freewheel.
Yeah, precise ending, and you need all the speed that you can in order to clear the first jump and then clear the jump into the finish. One thing that I wanted to talk about in the previous section is that you were supposed to kind of turtle your way through those humps. The mix of tarmac, dirt, tarmac. Here, he decided to completely forego the first two humps and jump over them and turtle on the last one on the landing. Now, we are getting onto hypothermic, full ice map, and here, it's very similar to the dirt climb mechanic that we saw at the very beginning of the stream, but with the ice line mechanic on top, which means it's a little bit harder to execute, but he makes it look so easy to execute. But trust me, it is anything but easy. Ice is a little bit of a Marmite surface. It's either you love it or you hate it. And whilst I don't hate it, I'm definitely not comfortable on it. I don't know about you, Kai, but for me, this is... I
mean, there have been plenty of patches in Trackmania where the ice surface has been changed. The first iteration, I loved it. But here, it's just very hard for me to find consistency because sometimes your car seems to be locked into the sliding movement, and if you release or brake, nothing is happening, and your car just seems to be locked into the slides. But that is just due to the high skill ceiling of ice. It is consistent. Trackmania is a deterministic game, so that means that the output will always be with every input, or if you take the same inputs in every run, the outcome will be the same. And ice is just so hard. Also with releasing and braking. That's also one thing that I would like to talk about in just a couple of seconds before I end my thoughts. If you brake or released whilst gearing up or down, well, your car just slides out. And usually it happens with a gear down because you just lose speed. But it can be very punishing, and ice is definitely not that easy. But what happened there is that, he went up the hill, had water tires, icy tires, his whole car is corrupted, let's say it like that, and he had to climb this also plastic, which is the slippiest surface of the game, and his car just didn't get the gear, so he had to respawn and fell off and stood out.
That's an unfortunate respawn that he had there on checkpoint number 5. But yeah, ice with, icy and wet wheels, or frozen wet wheels, I guess we can call it way. He explains that it's a little bit more of an, SpeedSelf himself explains that it's a bit more of a similar mechanic to ice. So with the pretty tight plastic part that he had a little bit beforehand, it was a little bit tricky as we head into the final bobsleigh with the jump into the penultimate to final bobsleigh. Surely there's the final bobsleigh and the jump into the finish with a little bit of a clip on the left rear that is still very nicely compensated for as we head on to the last 5 maps, ladies and gentlemen, starting off with Ceramic.
Yeah, Ceramic. This is giving you a glimpse of what is about to come onto the last 5 maps. This map is definitely hard, but more doable than map 22 and 24 especially. But you can see this map has not RPG elements, but trial elements to it. But this one reminds me more of World of Wampus, a mapping iteration that has been built by Lantillion, also a fellow streamer from America. So this map has a lot of parts that feel like this Wampus theme. It's very hard to describe because all mappers kind of have their own footprint when it comes to mapping, and you can really see that this is a map that has been built or heavily inspired by Lantillion, who has been building, I think, 8-9 Wampus maps so far. Those are RPG/trial maps that have 100 checkpoints and take sometimes 10 hours to finish.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you wondering what we're talking about, we were talking about the RPG style a bit earlier. Trial is essentially RPG, but turn up the difficulty a fair bit. There's our very hard obstacles, and much as SpeedSelf is demonstrating, the principle of trial is trial and error, essentially. Yep. So you can see SpeedSelf jumping over the barrier. There he goes. Well done, SpeedSelf, through checkpoint number 3. And whilst you were actually talking about Lantillion and World of Wampus, I wanted to touch on what he was doing towards the end of checkpoint 1. He was heading into this sort of hamster wheel there, where there is a no steer block, which effectively locks your steering column, disabling your steering of the car completely. Nicely done on the landing. Should be able to jump over the checkpoint 4. Yes, well done. And what he had had to do is he had to basically go backwards and forwards 2 times to get enough speed. Here, it was a bit of a tricky jump that he had to do because you had to clip at the very edge of the hole you see there to get your car to a complete stop. And here, this jump is semi-blind. You have to actually judge the lineup just right with the boosters to actually land into the hole on the other side. And this is far from easy. As you can see here, SpeedSelf demonstrating how hard it is to get that first jump clean and actually getting the car stopped in time. Here, second attempt at the jump, manages to avoid brushing the wall on the outside, and here sets this car at a 90-degree angle to land sideways, scrubbing off speed, and whilst he didn't get the checkpoint directly, should be able to save it. Oh no, he Austin powered it. Okay, we're good.
That looked so fun though.
Yeah. I thought for sure he was going to be either backing it off the start line, but of course, I don't want to doubt SpeedSelf like that, especially after he completely aces the aim towards the center of that plastic target there, heading into checkpoint 6.
Yeah, very, very well done there. Hitting that plastic is like hitting the bullseye on a dartboard, and he makes it very nicely. And to another plastic bounce, or to another plastic section that you have hit with your back intentionally to bounce off of it, going into the free-wheel sector, and then into a part where you have to turn around to get those boosters, and you can see how tight those turns are. Then there's a reset to the right, going into another hamster wheel, and this time you take another lap to make it into the ending, which is also a speed check, and SpeedSelf also one-shots the ending. Well done. It looked so easy, but trust me, I've seen plenty of streamers molding on that ending. But of course, again, if you are on a 0 respawn run and you are at the ending for the first time, of course your pulse is going up. And now we go to the second hardest map of the run. This is Trial at its finest.
Yeah, exactly. Map called Atfo, and yeah, already you can see that the difficulty's been raked up a notch when SpeedSelf had to unfortunately restart the whole map. As you can see here, we do have this little, I don't know how to call it, sort of like a quarter cone sort of block that is used there. And here he has to actually keep it in the center to get on the other side. That has barely enough speed to make it through the to the plastic. And here, bonk, you bonk with the back of your car on the plastic to send yourself back into checkpoint number 2. And here, we're going to be landing on the top, and we're going to be dropping down into a wall ride, and we're going to be using the dirt climb mechanic again to keep it ourselves on the top and drop on the other side. Here, you need to time your exit to go for a nice spin.
Nice.
Makes it work just as nice. He needs to get enough speed though, so he's gonna go circle back round, do 180 aerial, and then should be able to make it directly with the jump. Yes, he does, with plenty of space to spare on the rear tires.
Oh, and now he needs to use that hole in order to climb over the roadblock, and he makes it across. That was also a part that has been used in Deep Dip. Also, this jump was somewhat there, but as you can see, he fails the second part. He has to do the first part again. So those tracks can take hours upon hours to clear. And I think while SpeedSelf was trying the second hardest map, I also want to inform you guys that we are running charity events, of course, as well. Make sure to type an exclamation mark donate into the chat, and there are 2 incentives that you guys can donate for. I think I would butcher the French word, but I'm still trying. Médecins du monde. I'm trying my best, and of course, Doctors of the World as well. So you can check out those charities in your language and consider donating.
Yeah, now just before we actually get back on there, you can see that he actually had no steering ability, so he had to essentially control his car around the corner with just the throttle and the brakes, which is definitely one of the trickier things that you have to do on ice, and he managed to do it brilliantly. But yeah, as a reminder, we are, of course, running SpeeDons for Médecins du Monde or Doctors of the World. France SpeedSelf doesn't get the transfer jump, unfortunately for him. He's going to have to go the second try. But yeah, Doctors of the World, which is essentially relying on donations to carry out operations which allow health to be accessible to millions of people around the world and be able to respond effectively, as well as stay independent in order to defend their cause and calling out the public institutions. So if you feel like if you want to help them out and okay, I'm starting to lose my words there, but if you want to continue helping them out in their mission, make sure to donate, exclamation mark donate, of course, as well. And now we're going to get back to the run because we're heading into CP number 5. You need to get to the maximum speeds from the boosters, and ballistic bounce is a little bit random according to SpeedSelf, and that is seldom shown in the attempts that he has. He's currently sitting on 9 respawns, 3 or 4 of which have occurred in that particular sector. Yeah, the robot is somewhat improvised, and you can see that even the angle at which he exits the wall ride, that is, of course, not a real wall ride, it's an improvised wall ride around the wood like we've seen earlier, is definitely preventing him from getting any further at this point.
Also, the turnaround on the ice surface onto the booster. This one is super difficult. And getting this plastic bounce, you kind of need to go into there with an angle that you kind of bounce off of it. You can also go very low, but then you run into danger to not have the speed. So this section, as we were already alluding to beforehand, it is trial and error. And even if you clear this section 20, 30 times already, you will have a hard time making it. But I mean, I don't want to backseat, but SpeedSelf, I would go a bit lower, that you bounce a bit further up, because then your angle is a bit better. I think his approach is a bit too far up at the moment, but that's just what I say as someone who plays this game for 16 years. And of course, SpeedSelf put in an extensive amount of practice, but if you go a bit lower there, you will bounce further up, or you get this kind of bounce, which is of course possible, but you can see he has too much airtime there. So maybe a lower approach would help him. Question mark?
Question mark? I mean, isn't that what commentators are essentially? Professional yappers and backseaters? Isn't that what we do? What we do basically in whenever we cover competition?
I would go lower here, like this.
Yeah, like this, and that is the ticket. It's going to be able to land it in checkpoint 6 to the cheers of the crowd. He gets the checkpoint 6 there, and here is he going to try to go for? No, he can't go for the jump. He decides to go for the normal way, or does he decide to go for? I wonder what the strat is, because if you land sufficiently fast enough, you can actually go for a jump directly onto the little plastic walls there. But here, an interesting mechanic underwater is that if you get your front wheels to touch on one of the walls on the side of the track, or the side of the pool essentially, then you can get your car to climb up and essentially get yourself out of water that way. And here he decides to go against the ledge, which is going to be a pretty long way to walk across, but he manages to make it go the second try. Oh, this is so close. Come on, and the front wheels grip just enough to get checkpoint 7. Well done.
I mean, this map, I still remember playing it myself. I struggled so much with it. Now he has a shortcut here on this part, which where he can just drop down here onto the scenery, and there's conveniently enough a water pool before the checkpoint. So 8 out of 12 checkpoints done, and another plastic kid turning around. But this water block, or like this section, the water section underwater, is just super hard to do because the angle is so tight, and SpeedSelf will not have the speed here to make it, so he can call himself no speed self, maybe. But I'm just stopping those weird word games here, as he has to respawn over and over again. 17 respawns, and you need to get a good landing into this ledge here in order to make it across, and want to jump very low, and this was beautifully done. Very nice.
Well done, well done, well done. Yeah, he was trying to go for. He had the perfect landing into the half loop, and then he had to go for a half barrel roll that he canceled midway through in order to get the proper landing on the crest before he had to get to the checkpoint. Now we're going to be going towards checkpoint number 10. He gets a nice half barrel setup. Nicely done. Cleared first try. Here he decides to also kind of temper himself a bit to kind of get the proper setup for speed, because here you need to jump into the first ball and then into the second ball and then get enough speed and height in order to clear the final jump. And this is where it can also get a little bit touchy and can be very easy to miss a few Ks to not make the jump directly. So second try, not gonna be enough. Third time's the charm. Allez, allez, SpeedSelf, on y croit. We're believing in you, SpeedSelf. That's unfortunate. Just at the second jump, full stopping, as we call it in the jargon, basically having the front of the car completely stop against the wall. But fourth try, unlucky. That's it. Well done.
Very nice. And look at this, he had so much speed to spare with in this attempt, and you can just see how sometimes it can just click and it will just go and just work. And here we can also see a mechanic that we have seen during Deep Dip, the plastic hits and also the dirt wall, looking like the car is getting glued to it. That is due to the RPM of the car being just about in place with grip and all of that. So it's a very nice mechanic. and he makes the ending as well, which looked very easy, but of course you had freewheel attached to your car. And we're coming to the last 3 maps. We have a cut here at the start, and let's see if SpeeDons is going for it. It saves roughly 30 seconds, and here you can kind of choose your warrior. You can choose where to go, and SpeeDons goes for the cut, and he makes it, but he still has to clear the speed check by the looks of it. And let's see if he makes it now, turning around, and now a jump has to be required onto the...
Oh my god! He thought about it, but that was very, very close. And yeah, he seems to find a pretty consistent lineup to actually get this cut just right. And here he leads it even better, managing to
good landing.
Yeah, that was so much cleaner than the first attempt. My god. Anyway, here he decides to go up the ramp to get a little bit more speed. Should be able to make it stick on the landing. Yes, this time he does. Backs still towards the still one more jump to do before he actually can claim the first checkpoint. And the particularity of this map, Deja Vu, is that there is one central checkpoint, and the other checkpoints are dotted around the map are ring checkpoints. And that's something that we have had yet to talk about, is that there are 2 different respawns in Trackmania. There is the standard respawn. That is such a close landing. My word, SpeeDons, the heart flutters. But yeah, there are 2 different types of respawn. There's the single respawn, like a single tap, where you actually go to the last checkpoint that you cross through at the speed that you actually went through. Or there is the double respawn, which he is using with the double tap of the respawn button, which sends you back to the latest checkpoint that allows you to go static respawns. The gate checkpoints that we've seen at the start are capable of static respawns, but the ring checkpoints don't, and that's what SpeeDons is taking advantage of. Once he takes the checkpoint, he does double tap, and he's back to the central area before taking onto the new path.
Yeah, well explained there, Geek, and this can of course be used here for the speedrun purpose, of course, because he can go back to the central checkpoint and doesn't have to go back to it, because there's another area, like a circuit, where you just go back to the start and then you choose another route in order to make it. But you can see there are a lot of parts here, and SpeeDons has to go for the respawn. Very costly respawn, because the routes are particularly long, so this is why this is map number 23. And I mean, we're coming into the last couple of maps, but there's still one. I mean, the next 2 maps are very, very cool as well. Let's say like that. I'm especially looking forward to map 25, the grand finale. But for that, SpeeDons still has to clear this map, and there's still 5 checkpoints to go. So this checkpoint might be one of the most unforgiving ones, because there is such a long setup needed for that one. But
yeah, and plenty of pretty rough speed checks as well, from what we can actually see. You do need a very, very high and very strict amount of speed in order to make most of these jumps. This time he makes it through. Now, can he actually make it to the home stretch? The answer is a yes. Checkpoint number 4 in the books for SpeeDons. And yeah, before we get to the grand finale, which I'm also looking forward to, he's going to have to battle with the penultimate map, which is even more difficult than what you're seeing here, and could be arguably the Mount Everest to climb for SpeeDons as we are making our way through the jump right now. He has to go for a ramp cut, essentially what we call it. You exit the ramp a little bit earlier with a bit of a spin to enter the wall ride. Well done. Does he have enough speed? We had a brief cut out for a second. We thought we had lost signal, but no, he makes it through to checkpoint number 5. That was a bit of a scare that we might have needed, but hey, we got it.
We got it. So checkpoint 5, and also the horn is being used by SpeeDons there as well. So it's SpeeDons doing that almost every time when he jumps. But great job there. And also, I want to know from the people in the chat if you have ever played the platform campaign, and if so, how far did you come? Have you cleared the first 10 maps, the first 20 maps? I think a huge skill check is the first ice map that we have seen. But I would love to know that, because I have not played those maps thus far, and I've only done, I mean, I have not fully cleared them. I've played them, but I've not done them with 0 respawns. I've done it up until map 20, so those last 5 maps were a bit too hard for me.
Okay, we're heading into the only checkpoint we does not go for a respawn, as the route is directly below it for checkpoint number 7. There is CP number 7, and he decides to go for the checkpoints in sequence, and once he gets to the last checkpoint, he will be double respawning, because the finish is right next to the standing respawn checkpoint that we've seen at the very beginning of the map. Nice landing onto this tight platform there. backs all the way up to the very beginning. Here you have to go for enough speed. He also uses the plastic to get himself set up properly, and then nice plastic flip, double respawn, and that is map 23 done. Now, I guess I can speak from experience there. I'm not really that well versed in platform, but I did try to play the campaign maps, and I was pretty heavily skill checked on map number 8. That was the second ice map, the fully ice map, and that was probably my nemesis. And here we go, the hardest map of the map pack. This is trial level God mode. This is Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy.
Yeah, this map really reminds me of a map from someone called Simo of the community. A lot of unconventional parts, how you have to clear them. And Simo, one of the best trial/kaki players, which is another style that we have in Trackmania in the game. But he is also one of the best mappers. And this map really reminds me of a map that is straight out of his mapping array, because all of those transitions are so unconventional and odd, and they somewhat work out. And you could have seen it there, jumping out of a looping into another looping, using the sausage here to clear the jump and accumulating speed. It is very odd, but so satisfying once you get it across.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see from the author medal count there that SpeedSelf has 6 respawns. This is the only map, I think, in the campaign where the author medal has been eluding him quite a bit. I did tune into a couple of attempts, and there were a couple of hard breaks in some of those. And I feel like if he can get through at all, this is still very much a bonus. He tried to go for, at the very least, the author medal before going to SpeeDons. It did not pan out this time. But arguably, as you were explaining the map, I guess I can just add that this is arguably the toughest platform map, if not the toughest map at all, that was officially released by Ubisoft Nadeo. Because if you count community maps, and this is far from being the hardest map ever done. There's examples of harder maps than this, be it Deep Dip 2, or also Ghost, Simo's full speed map, I think, which is also extremely difficult to complete. But among the official maps, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy really stands at the top of the pile in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, I agree with this. It is a very, very hard map, but of course we have also other difficult maps in other Trackmania iterations, because not only do we have Trackmania 2020, the newest game, we have Trackmania Turbo, which is an arcade racer with 200 awesome campaign maps. So if you want a nice single player, but also co-op game with your friends, go ahead and try it out. We have Trackmania Nations, which is also a free version that you can play, and there's a lot of hard maps that players have come up with, and well, they just keep on coming. And also with the tool-assisted speedrun being released in 2021, we have seen also the potential of the game, of how the car is behaving, of what can humanly be done and also not be done, of course. And I mean, this has just gone beyond and beyond. Players have learned more from that. And I think Trackmania, even though it's 20 years old, the game is still evolving, and this is just awesome to see, also due to just the technological progress, one could say.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of stuff that can be done with the game, and also with the involvement, be it the investments only through the base game, or also with community efforts like Open Planet with the plugins that you see, and also some custom game modes as we're going to be heading toward the checkpoint 4 jump. Does he have enough speed for the angle? The answer is a yes this time. Well done, SpeedSelf. That was a very, very tricky one, because the angle for that last jump is so precise. Checkpoint 4 in the books, 3 to go, and it's not any rest for the wicked for him, as there's still plenty of transition where he needs to be absolutely precise. And going back to the evolution of the game, as unfortunately first stumbling block there on checkpoint number 4, the evolution of the game is absolutely amazing to see, be it through game modes, some community events that have had really good success. We're talking about Deep Dip, but there's been also other stuff. Honestly, the community is really what makes this game so much fun to play, and also very much a nice and welcoming bunch to be a part of, and that I'm proud to be a part of, and that we are both proud to be a part of along with Kai, as CP5 has been cleared just then by SpeedSelf.
I mean, just another thing that I would like to talk about. I mean, one event that everybody kind of cherishes during the year is XP Evo, which is a community-hosted event in Cologne. And last year, there were over 600 individual people just from the Trackmania community from all over the world attending the event, whether it was playing or just having a good time and meeting up. It was awesome to see that it will be that this is a yearly thing. And also SpeedSelf clearing checkpoint 5 to 6 effortlessly.
First try.
Only 9 respawns so far. His PB is 6 respawns, so this is definitely a great run. But for that, he has to one-shot. But I think getting the gold medal seems like a realistic goal. And I would also wonder...
last transition. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was great again. One thing that I would really be interested in is how many people do have the author medal on this map.
Ooh, that's. I think the number would be. I think it would be like maybe a dozen at most. At least that is my personal prediction. But of course, I can't really say anything here. A nice roof hit to try and get enough speed, and here the little tap, and that is done. Map 24 completed in just 9 to 10 respawns, and here is the victory lap to the pink. And this is essentially, for those of you who follow esports and Trackmania, this is Trackmania Grand League's greatest hits. The Trackmania Grand League is the professional league of Trackmania that was running from 2019 all the way to 2023, and here are a compilation of roughly 14 to 15 identities that were used in this particular competition. Identities being, of course, identifying Jacksons. We passed through Bumpy Jumpy. Next up is Bicycle, which is where you actually flick your car on a 180, take the reverse booster, accelerate at the proper time, and you also have to be very careful because you got icy wheels, and then go onto the other side and go through the other side of Bicycle as we get a little bit of a... And we might get another one as we get onto the third, next section, which is a little bit of a road section before heading to Alpine. Yeah, okay. He decided to manage it a little bit there to save himself. Half-pipe, probably one of my favorite identities of the early part of TNGL, as we do have on the edge just that. Oh, Spring 2022. Yep. No engine control whatsoever, and you have to be very, very careful of the pipes and, well, of the pipes of the poles and of the edge of the variant. And still zero respawns, and here we go. Half-pipe. Tony Hawk moment. Here we go.
And also, I think this also takes us down memory lane. I always get a bit emotional when I see this map again. You know, all of those memories that we have seen, because Geek and me, of course, have been casting the Trackmania Grand League for almost the entirety. I think there were 1 or 2 seasons where we have not done it. And SpeedSelf also makes it through here on Tree Jump. And I mean, just so, like, there's so many memories that I think about the 6-lappers and all of that, and also is able to clear that part here. I mean, he makes it across.
If you're susceptible to cardiac attacks, this section is not for you. Agility Dash, one of the more recent identities of the bunch, and yeah, this was one of the nail-biting identities that we've covered over the years. And yeah, as you said, Kai, we've been covering the Trackmania Grand League almost pretty much since its inception. That's an unfortunate bounce on the transition there from SpeedSelf, but yeah, I personally myself have been covering since the very tail end of the Winter 2020 season, all the way up until the very last Trackmania Grand League season, and I think you've been covering since the very beginning of Winter season. So you've done like 5 solo seasons, and then a couple of seasons as well covering the second division, the Trackmania Challenger League. And we do get a barrel roll still crossing the checkpoint, so there will be one respawn as we head onto Hoverboard, Fall 2020 identity, where you use the reactor boost, and no wheels, and you also have to control your car, make it through those tiny little gaps in there. And now Pool Party, one of the later identities. Here it's pretty much press forward for some of the people who have practiced this identity. Now, the key thing with this particular map and the arrangement of identities as we head on to Sinuous is that in competition setting, you didn't really have the time to take your time and make it through. You had to push it all the way, which led for some pretty incredible heartbreaks and incredible comebacks as well, as we head on to Flyback. Now, this is an old school one.
Yeah, this is definitely an old school one. I still remember this ending of, like, it was still a 6-lapper being used there, and then overtake. I think it was even my player pack overtaking, I think even for top 8 or top 1 position. That was just great to see. And now we go to Grip. Also one of the most recent identities where you need to be very, very careful to not oversteer or like over-rotate or accelerate too much, else you lose control and you will not be able to clear that jump going into slalom. And this was an identity where we have crowned a world champion, Carl Jr., cast from Matic and Virtual, if I do remember that correctly, in 2021, right?
That was 2021 indeed, and Carl Jr. reclaimed the title after it was taken last time in 2018 by Kappa. There was a fair bit of gap between the last few editions. Now, onto the last few identities, we're heading on to braking. This was one of the 2023 identities where you have wet wheels as well as an engine cut, and you have to be very, very careful on the approach here. You decide to go for some mini slides to try to slow the car down. Then we jump all the way back up. He should have landed not to get to the plastic bus. Oh no! He got denied! He got denied the entry into the plastic, into the next section after the plastic bounce. Now he has to do it all over again, which is costing about, I'd say, 10 to 12 seconds if you actually execute it correctly. No, onto the grandstand. That's such a shame to see. Now, yeah, these are kind of like some of my nostalgic kind of eras, because this was very much the year of the year where I felt like I doubted the most of some whether I'd be able to cover the leagues or not. And thanks to the work of the great folks of Kappa, Twin Sinners, and Sun as well, it was such a good thing. Tiny gap, the site of the tightest Trackmania Grand League decider ever. 6 thousandths of a second between Mudda and Carl Jr. Yeah, and that was such an amazing thing, that because it was the last map as well, and we're heading to the final identity, to the peak, which lends the map name to itself. A little bit of a cup that could be involved as well, but that's the last jump. And ladies and gentlemen, that is time. 59:30. Before it was stopped, 59:32.9 at the very end of the clock. GG SpeedSelf, still sub 1 hour, despite all the trials and tribulations, especially on 22 and on 24. That is some good going, and the crowd applaud him, very nice very deservedly so, yeah.
Yeah, this was an absolute great run, really. This was like standing ovation is really like, it's an understatement in that way. So great job from SpeedSelf. 5 minutes below time, and you could have also seen that he has obtained every author medal in the campaign, like when he played on his own, except map 24. But very nice run, and also shout outs to Rasta and Cousin, who were casting live on stage, and you can see the crowd there as well. So guys, just make sure to check out !charity as well. We have a donation incentive for this event as well, and thank you. I mean, Trackmania, just an awesome community. That's why I'm playing this game for 16 years. I'm also streaming occasionally on Twitch, so if you want to check out my Twitch channel, it's twitch.tv/LackersTurbo, and just make sure to check out the game, purchase it, try out the platform mode on your own, and thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much for watching. And as for myself, I'm also streaming occasionally on Twitch. I'm more on the competitive broadcasting side of things, but if that still floats your boat and you're keen on hearing some English and French commentary sometimes at the same time, then you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/TMGgeek. Thank you very much again for having us. Make sure to donate. We're getting very close to hitting the bar of €250,000 collected, so make sure to keep those donations going. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of SpeeDons.
So guys, if you want to check out Trackmania, of course, you can purchase it on Ubisoft Connect. That is one of the platforms where you can purchase the game, but also on Steam. And it's a yearly model, so it costs, correct me if I'm wrong, it was still a long time ago when I've purchased it, but I think it's €20 per year?
It's 20, yeah.
Yeah. It's €20, so make sure to check it out. It's definitely worth, and you have a lot of content. Also, as a free user, you can check out the campaign and just try out the game and see if it's something for you. But, I mean, do not think that you will be able to clear those jumps like SpeedSelf, because SpeedSelf, he is so experienced and such a talented player. So, it is easy to learn, hard to master, and Trackmania looks very deceiving. It is a very hard game.
Indeed.
Oui, n'hésitez pas à donner évidemment pour donner votre avis. Oui, alors le classement actuel, quel est le meilleur Zelda? Le premier, c'est The Wind Waker. Phantom Hourglass est passé 3e et nous avons Twilight Princess qui est passé 2e, suivi
affronter vous aussi.
N'hésitez pas à donner pour faire remonter votre Zelda préféré.
Tout à fait. Il y a aussi une incentive globale qui a été ouverte. Je vais la lire exactement pour que vous ayez toutes les informations. C'est l'annonceur ou l'annonceuse du champion vote sur Hollow Knight Panthéon 5. Choisissez qui de vos ambianceurs ou ambianceuses annoncera l'invincible, intrépide, sensuel, mystérieux, charmant, vigoureux, assidu, irrésistible, magnifique, passionné, terrifiant, beau, puissant, Prince Grisotte. Vous pouvez voter pour savoir qui va lire cette, qui va annoncer.
Annoncer le champion Zot, un personnage qu'on adore tous finalement.
Exactement, tout à fait. Exactement. On a un don de 200 € de la part de Julie, strictement inférieur à 3, à Miss Tripwood et Jiwi qui sont dans la salle. Où êtes-vous? Nulle part.
On nous ment.
Ah, là-bas.
Là-bas.
Bonjour. Vous êtes sûr c'est vous? Vous n'avez pas juste levé la main comme ça, hein? Bon, c'est bon. Ça va. Tranquille.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a encore? On a une nouvelle incentive aussi qui s'est ouverte sur Elden Ring. La run est cette nuit, il me semble, à 4h du matin.
Elden Ring de 4h du matin. Quelque chose.
C'est une expérience. Du coup, vous avez une incentive pour faire le boss du DLC en 3 players, 1 controller. Les 3 runners uniront leurs forces pour affronter le gros boss du DLC sur le même clavier souris.
Ah oui, alors c'est 30 000 € pour y arriver. Hein.
Je pense qu'on veut voir ça.
D'ailleurs, je tiens à dire, je vous vois dans le chat, vous voyez faire des dons et tout. Là, on est pour du combien là? 244 000 €, ce qui est énorme. Mais sachez que je ne quitterai pas cette scène, même si la sécurité essaye de m'en empêcher. Si on n'atteint pas les 300 000 € tout à l'heure.
300 000 €.
Les 300 000, je vous le dis, je ne quitterai pas cette scène. Je ne quitterai pas cette scène. Et vous voulez me voir partir. Donc c'est très important. Attention, il va falloir faire un maximum de dons. On rappelle qu'il n'y a pas de petits dons. 1 €, 2 €, 3 €.
Oui.
C'est déjà super. Voilà.
Et si vous ne pouvez pas donner, n'hésitez pas à en parler autour de vous, évidemment. Votre tonton riche, comme on l'avait dit hier soir. Voilà. Et ça, c'est défiscalisé. C'est dur à dire.
On a
Défiscalisé.
Akumei qui a donné 10 € et qui dit « Désolé maman, je ne suis pas là pour ton anniversaire, je suis dans le public, mais c'est pour la bonne cause. »
Ah, la
Akumei,
confession.
c'est toi?
Ah, bravo. Joyeux anniversaire, maman, évidemment.
Il est là. Il a souhaité bon anniversaire maman. T'aurais pu aller la voir quand même.
Ouais.
Mais bref.
Un petit
Allez.
SMS, enfin, je veux dire, bon.
Bon, écoute, je sais pas quoi dire, mais écoute, c'est déjà bien, c'est pour la bonne cause, j'ai envie de te dire.
Je continue sur les incentives parce qu'il y en a une qui va arriver. Là, on va passer sur Ghostland Yard après. Mais dans les runs à suivre, nous avons Super Punch-Out et il y a une incentive car la run va être en blindfolded, c'est-à-dire qu'il y aura le joueur aura un masque. Mais le choix du bandeau, c'est vous qui l'avez entre vos petites mimines. Décidez du design du bandeau qui couvrira les yeux de Camille sur le run en aveugle. Vous avez le choix entre Cobra Kai ou Miyagi-Do.
Miyagi-Do. Je connais pas Miyagi-Do.
Hein?
Je ne sais pas ce que c'est.
Je ne sais pas.
Je vois ce que c'est Cobra Kai, mais Miyagi-Do, je ne vois pas ce que c'est.
Karate
Kid.
Évidemment.
Merci les vieux de la salle, ça fait plaisir. Merci beaucoup. On a Lenka Pop qui a donné 200 €. Bravo, tout simplement. Et bravo à toi pour les 200 €.
Simple et efficace, oui.
JB qui a donné 10 €, qui dit bourrez les dons. C'est vrai, il faut le faire. Hein. Je rappelle 300 000 €, sinon il va falloir appeler la sécurité. Hein. Très important. Ah non, c'est juste qu'il gueule la chaîne.
On t'aime, je crois, non?
Non, il dit.
Bon, je sais pas. On a Soku qui nous donne 100 € et qui nous dit « Je profite de ce message pour commencer une propagande sur le skin Old Boy ou Ip Man dans le jeu Sifu. Je crois d'ailleurs que l'image des deux skins sont interverties sur le site des défis. »
Ah.
Petite info.
La technique, il va falloir
Petite info.
remédier à cela, bien sûr. On a Aculaz qui a donné 5 €. Vive Speedon. Pensez à débloquer les défis qui débloquent des runs pour encore plus de Speedon. True Ending Solar H Gogo. Oui, on rappelle qu'effectivement, les initiatives dont on vous parle, vous pouvez les retrouver sur le site de Speedon. Oui. Et quand vous faites votre don, quitte à faire un don, autant le mettre sur une incentive qui vous intéresse ou qui vous amuserait de voir. Donc n'hésitez pas à checker les incentives qu'il y a sur le site. Vous n'êtes pas obligé d'en mettre un, oui. Mais c'est toujours ça. En plus, ça fait du contenu en plus.
Et en plus des incentives, vous avez aussi les lots. On rappelle, vous avez une farandole de lots qui sont soit disponibles toute la durée de l'event, soit disponibles de run à run. Donc n'hésitez pas à regarder ça. Tout est retrouvable sur le site, tout est très bien fait. Mais vous avez, par exemple, ce poster qui est disponible pendant toute la durée de l'event. Vous avez aussi
magnifique Game Boy Advance SP SpeeDons, évidemment. Vous avez aussi l'album de Résonance qui est disponible à prix libre pendant toute la durée de l'événement. N'hésitez pas, évidemment, le collectif Résonance qui nous a fait le Out of Beat 5. N'hésitez pas à aller checker ça. Ou encore le skate custom Speedon. Je l'aime bien.
Oh, le skate Le skate Speedon.
Il est joli.
Ça fait plaisir.
N'hésitez pas à donner.
Est-ce qu'il y a des riders en public, peut-être?
Oh, on a bougé.
Oui, bah, c'est un petit dézoom. Tranquille.
Le t-shirt.
Le t-shirt. Ah oui, attends.
La classique,
on l'a pas montré.
La classique. On le montre plus.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ce t-shirt, les gens? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec ce t-shirt? Exactement. On l'achète. On l'achète. C'est le 5e t-shirt Speedon. C'est quelque chose. Tu vas l'acheter.
Tu le présentes très bien, si je puis me permettre.
Oui, ils vont l'acheter. Tu vas l'acheter. Toi,
Vous allez l'acheter.
Toi, tu vas acheter.
Vous allez l'acheter.
Maintenant.
Regardez comme vous allez l'acheter.
Tu le
Vous allez
fais.
cliquer et vous allez acheter.
Là, tu es en train d'acheter le t-shirt.
Vous achetez. Choisissez votre taille. Attention. Pas trop grand, pas trop petit. Juste la bonne taille.
Tu peux l'acheter même si c'est trop grand ou trop petit.
Oui, tu peux prendre plusieurs tailles peut-être. C'est encore mieux.
Tu vas l'acheter ce putain de t-shirt, écoute-moi bien. Là,
Il est très bien. Le coton est très confortable.
Tu vas l'acheter ce putain de t-shirt. On soit bien clair.
Et en plus, il taille super bien. Et en plus, les couleurs vont bien à ton teint, ok?
Même si ça ne va pas à ton teint. Parce que tu restes toute la journée devant ton ordinateur. Ce t-shirt-là, il est pour toi. Tu vas l'acheter.
Oui.
On peut dézoomer par contre.
Il peut tout supporter. La sueur pendant les sessions d'Elden Ring.
Tout à fait. Exactement. Voilà. Donc j'espère qu'on en a vendu quelques temps.
Achetez, évidemment.
Achetez le t-shirt. Achetez-le. Plus sérieusement, achetez-le. Il est magnifique. On a eu 500 balles.
500 balles
Anne Wedin. Allez, médecin du monde. Allez, Speedon. Défiscalisons. Ouais.
Nous avons Dada qui nous donne 100 balles, 100 messages, juste comme ça, 100 balles. Voilà, merci beaucoup, Dada.
On a un don pour toi, là. Enfin, pas pour toi, pas financièrement pour toi, mais quelqu'un te dit, viewer, c'est Kishin, qui a donné 100 € et qui dit, viewer de l'ombre de Vicky, vivement la run de Cuphead parce que tu vas run.
Oui.
Tu vas run Cuphead.
Oui, je vais run Cuphead.
C'est quand c'est demain?
C'est dimanche matin.
C'est pas du tout demain.
C'est pas du tout demain, mais presque.
Et encore GG pour le PB sub 47.
Merci.
GG à toi, Jean.
Merci. Nous avons Anonyme qui nous donne 25 balles et qui nous dit merci pour le monde meilleur.
Ah oui.
C'est trop.
Oh, il y a eu un oh dans la salle. Magnifique. Lampe à l'huile qui a donné 10 €. Ça, c'est du défi qu'on veut voir. Go, les dégènes d'Elden Ring, bourrez les dons, effectivement. Incentive à 30 000 balles pour Elden Ring.
Oui.
C'est cette nuit. Donc, va falloir les bourrer, ces putains de dons, les gens. Ça, je vous le dis tout de suite. Va falloir les bourrer, je vous le dis. Il y a Antoine, 3e du nom, que je connais très bien, bien sûr, qui a donné 22,22 €. Alors, Antoine, pas de speedrun de Culture Clash? Bah non, je ne suis pas à Culture Clash aujourd'hui. Voilà, écoute, j'ai fait mon choix. Et sinon, Wind Waker Forever et Speedon for the win. Achète!
Achète.
Évidemment.
Nous avons Martin qui nous donne 10 € et qui nous dit voilà que mon salaire est tombé sur mon compte en banque. C'est la première chose que je fais avec mon salaire. Bisous. Merci beaucoup, Martin.
Merveille. Full Paddle qui a donné 50 €. Bravo pour cet événement. Courage à tout le monde. Strictement inférieur. Devinez le nombre après le strictement inférieur?
8.
Vous êtes tous très nuls et toi aussi. C'était 3. C'était 3, étonnamment.
J'adore les maths.
Eh oui.
Nous avons Bravo les lesbiennes qui nous donne 5 balles. Bravo les lesbiennes, évidemment. Nous avons Ashram qui nous a donné 10 € et qui nous dit quel meilleur jeu que Trackmania pour imiter le bruit du moteur à la bouche.
Vroom.
Même.
Très bien.
Vroom, si vous voulez. On peut vroom et on peut même, enfin les deux.
Il y a Scylla qui a donné 200 € et qui dit vive la team des 2 €. Ah merde, j'ai oublié la virgule. Bonjour à Vicky et Antoine de la salle. Où es-tu, Scylla? Bravo. Bravo pour l'oubli de la virgule. Bravo.
Nous avons Bois 2 qui nous donne 12 € et qui nous dit j'ai arrêté de jouer à Monster Hunter Wild pour vous regarder un très bel événement et une super ambiance.
Et d'ailleurs, je tenais aussi à remercier, je les ai peut-être pas tous vus, j'en ai vu juste quelques-uns. J'ai vu 3 raids pendant cette run Trackmania, je crois. J'ai vu Rivenzi, Crisix et Kalios. Merci à vous pour les raids.
Merci beaucoup.
On peut les applaudir, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Ça fait très plaisir. Merci Elianis pour les 10 €. Toujours un plaisir cet événement strictement inférieur à 3. Faudrait être un peu plus original peut-être Peut-être changer le nombre, quelque chose, il faut voir. Strictement inférieur à 3. Et je ne fais aucunement ce don pour virer Antoine Daniel de la scène, bien sûr. C'est vrai que je rappelle que, ah oui, je ne quitte pas la scène tant qu'on n'est pas à 300 000 €. Et on n'en est pas du tout encore là, va falloir y aller.
146.
Va falloir y aller.
Il faut donner.
Il faut donner.
Il faut donner.
Elle est où ma team des 1000 €, là? Ma team des 1000 € là. Elle est où? Elle est où? Hein? Voilà.
Nous avons Mika qui nous donne 25 € et qui nous dit « Je me prive de Monster Hunter pour Speedon », mais ça vaut le coup, ça fait 2.
C'est vrai que Monster Hunter est là, bien sûr.
Oui.
C'est vrai.
Sans une addiction certaine.
Tout à fait. Une personne anonyme qui avait dit 10 €. Link's Awakening, meilleur jeu et OST de fou. Effectivement, hein, il a voté pour son Zelda préféré.
Oui.
Une personne anonyme qui a donné 50 € en disant « Allez, c'est cadeau ». Voilà, il l'a fait comme ça. Tranquille.
Nous avons Antoine qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit « J'ai rené Prince of Persia hier. Maintenant, je profite de l'event. »
Ah, c'est Antoine 16.
Antoine 16.
Bien
Oui,
sûr.
j'ai paniqué. Du coup, les chiffres romains, j'étais en paix de cerveau. Donc,
le
merci.
16e Antoine, bien sûr.
Je profite de l'event en tant que spectateur. Bravo à tous les runners et commentateurs, casteurs et casteurs. Casteurs et casteurs.
Casteur et Casteur.
Casteur et Casteur.
Casteur et Casteur.
Merci beaucoup, Antoine.
Kyukeko qui a donné 10 €. Coucou Antoine et Vicky, ainsi qu'à Lucifer Wolf dans la salle. Lucifer Wolf? Ah, oh là, vraiment juste en bas, là, vraiment, incroyable. Strictement inférieur à 4. Voilà, ça, j'aime bien ça. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Nous avons Max qui nous donne 100 € et qui nous dit toujours un plaisir de suivre Speedon et encore un banger de t-shirt. Un banger.
Un banger de t-shirt qu'on va
Ah oui, strictement inférieur à 3.
À 3. Il faut être un peu plus original, je pense, les gens, maintenant. Il va falloir y aller. Dans quel sens est-il, ce t-shirt? Il est comme ça. Il est comme ça. Vous savez quoi? Je ne le porte pas, mais je le mets comme ça. Super.
Achète.
Et l'Ar6, merci pour les 50 €. Ah zut alors, c'est pas comme ça qu'on achète le t-shirt? Non, mais tu peux aussi l'acheter, même si tu as déjà fait un don, bien sûr, mon cher LR6.
Évidemment.
Ça fait très plaisir.
Nous avons Anonyme qui nous donne 250 balles. Merci beaucoup, Anonyme.
Huffle qui a donné 25 €. Oui, oui. Premier don de ma part de cet event de fou malade. Des bisous tout le monde.
Le
Et bon, qui donne
monde.
50 € également. Bon event à tout le monde, bon courage. Cœur bleu. Le cœur est bleu.
Cœur bleu?
Cœur bleu. Cœur bleu.
Il est bleu.
Il est bleu.
Effectivement.
Tout à fait.
Nous avons Matorif qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit dédicace à tous les petits jus dans la salle. Romé.
Romé.
Romé?
Romé.
Romé.
Ah, Romé.
Romé.
Romé. Ah, les petits jus, bien sûr. Une communauté terrifiante. Merci beaucoup, Lydia, pour le raid, d'ailleurs. Hein. Je n'avais pas vu, je crois. Je vois qu'il y a des raiders de chez Lydia. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Il y a Warax qui a donné 100 €. Chose promise, chose due. Je me souviens pas de ce qu'il avait promis. Mais il l'a fait.
Mais
En tout cas, il a
dû.
tenu sa parole.
Bravo.
GL pour les petites voitures. Et ça, c'est très...
Pokémon.
Pokémon. Ah, c'était la personne sur Pokémon. J'étais pas là. Enfin, je sais pas. Peut-être, ils ont gueulé Pokémon. Je me souviens. C'est ça.
Pokémon.
Néoc qui donne 10 €. Est-ce que si on atteint les 300K tout de suite, Antoine se fait virer de la salle? Il n'y a qu'une seule façon de le savoir.
Ah non, pitié, parce que sinon je suis toute seule.
Il n'y a qu'une seule façon de le savoir.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Ça se trouve, 300K, la sécurité vient me chercher et m'emmène, quoi. Donc, voilà.
D'ailleurs, je fais un petit point sur les Zelda, mais c'est toujours Wind Waker qui est devant. Hein.
Bien sûr.
Et qui a une large avance. Hein.
Ah.
Donc, et c'est Twilight Princess toujours deuxième et Phantom Hourglass. Je suis hyper étonnée que ce soit un...
T'aurais mis quoi en premier?
Ah non, mais moi, je ne... Non.
Non,
Alors déjà, non.
Alors là, tu vas...
C'est ma première année, je ne vais pas m'amuser à dire ça.
Tu vas, s'il te plaît, je te le demande, très sincèrement. Qu'est-ce que tu aurais mis en premier?
Alors, vous savez, moi...
Oh, on n'est pas dans un meeting politique, merde. Juste, dis-moi ton Zelda préféré.
Mais le premier qui m'a vraiment fait quelque chose, c'est Twilight Princess.
Ah bah, c'est un très bon choix. C'est un très bon choix.
Ok, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Très bon choix, très bien. Parce que j'aurais mis, mais c'est un très bon choix.
T'aurais mis quoi, toi, par exemple?
Mais moi, c'est parce que c'est mon âge, c'est Ocarina of Time, c'est l'époque. Mais bon, la dernière fois qu'il y a eu ça, les gens ont hué. Donc, je sais pas quoi dire. Et alors?
Il est vieux, ça venait du cœur, il est vieux.
Le mec, il est vieux, exactement de cette façon. Et alors? Je sais pas quoi te dire. On a SpeeDons Corleone qui a donné 100 €. Un jour, mais ce jour ne viendra peut-être jamais. Je vous demanderai de faire quelque chose pour moi. Mais en attendant ce jour, je vous offre ce service en l'honneur du PB. Merci beaucoup, SpeeDons Corleone, pour ces 100 €.
L'interprétation était incroyable.
Magnifique. Bah, c'est des origines italiennes, bien sûr. Adria Zoy qui a donné 200 €. Hashtag bouner les bords. Je ne sais pas ce que ça veut dire. Probablement du dialecte lyonnais. Terre étrangère, je ne comprends pas tout, évidemment. C'est magnifique.
Nous avons Gus qui nous donne 13,12 € et qui nous dit de la part d'un bénévole dans la salle, et gros bisous à Francky, merci.
Gus.
Beaucoup, et bravo les bénévoles, évidemment.
Et
On
Francky.
vous aime.
Gus et Francky. Je les vois pas.
Tu sais pas où il est Gus? Gus.
Bah, Gus est pas là, j'ai envie de te dire. Il y a Caillot qui a donné 120 €. J'étais dans la salle hier soir. Où est... Bah non. Avec l'hôtel payé par ma boîte. Donc voici la contrepartie. Bon event à tous. 120 balles. Merci beaucoup, Caillot. Ça fait très plaisir.
Nous avons Déborah qui nous donne 50 € et qui dit « Je contribue à faire partir Antoine Daniel et à la défiscalisation. » Merci.
C'est les deux choses qu'on veut dans la vie. Exactement.
Faire partir Antoine Daniel et la défiscalisation.
Exactement. Yann Moix qui a donné 10 €. Tenez, bande de demeurés. Un immense donateur. Yann Moix, merci beaucoup. Il a peut-être changé d'avis. Voilà.
Oh, punaise.
Bien sûr. Guigui sur l'ordi qui a donné 20 balles. J'ai pas vu si mon message a été lu. Alors dans le doute, je double et je renvoie. Coucou à ma frangine qui m'a envoyé un message depuis la salle tout à l'heure. Link to the past, best Zelda. Bah, je sais. Sa frangine est-elle là? La frangine de Guigui sur l'ordi?
Guigui?
Guigui sur l'ordi? La sœur de Guigui sur l'ordi? Je ne pars pas de la salle tant que je n'ai pas trouvé. Hein, bon, écoutez. Ah,
hold up sur hold up, quoi.
bon, quelqu'un aurait pu se dévouer pour faire ses mois, même si c'est pas... Ouais, bon. Ça ira, je pense.
Nous avons La Bonheur qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit pour que Chemist nous cook une 3-player one controller sur Radan Prime, évidemment. Merci pour les incentives. C'est vrai qu'il y a un ouais à la fin.
Chemist, je l'ai vu hier, je peux vous dire qu'il vous cook effectivement de la très très haute qualité, comme d'habitude.
Chemist est très fort, oui.
Snamettre qui a donné 50 €. Merci au vieux monsieur, au Castor et au Michel de l'ombre pour cet événement de qualité. N'oubliez pas de vous hydrater. Jus de Mentos, bien sûr.
Oui.
Ouais.
On a Le Fisc qui nous donne 1,11 € et qui nous dit « Et moi, qui va me rembourser à 75 %? »
Eh bien, écoute, je ne sais pas quoi te dire. Stab, qui a donné 100 € en souvenir de toutes ces années d'attente d'Ocarina of Time. Oh là, c'est quelqu'un de très très vieux. Il a attendu Ocarina of Time. Oh, vraiment, c'est quelqu'un de... En bavant devant les screenshots en qualité dégueu des magazines de JV. Hashtag Team Vieux. Voilà. Stab, merci pour les 100 €. Merci beaucoup.
Nous avons Anonyme aussi qui nous fait un don de 100 €. Merci Anonyme. Sans message.
On a 10 € de la part de la boîte de Tic Tac. Pouvez-vous me fermer, SVP? Oui. Tout à fait. Tout à fait. Désolé.
Ça vous a stressé?
Désolé.
Pardon?
Alors,
je craque, c'est
on a strictement inférieur à 7, qui a donné 40 €. Tant de gens prêts à donner pour ceux qui en ont besoin, alors que Bernard Arnault ne donnerait pas un centime. Bernard, t'es sur le live, prouve-leur qu'ils ont tort. Donne, achète le t-shirt. Prouve-leur qu'ils ont tort. Tous ces gens qui n'aiment pas l'entrepreneuriat et la réussite dans ce pays. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que je te dise, Bernard? Prouve-leur le contraire. Voilà tout.
Oh, on est passé si vite. Ok, on est passé si vite des tic-tac à Bernard Arnault, j'étais pas prête.
Ça va très vite. On a Romet qui a donné 150 €. Gardons Antoine, mais bourrons tout de même. Et bravo à la technique, c'est si propre. Plus petit que 3. Oui, c'est ça.
Oh. Nous avons Éolène qui nous donne 50 € qui dit « Magnifique événement, merci à tous et bourrez les dons. » Évidemment.
Ferret Aramis qui a donné 100 €. J'ai peur de ma manager dans le chat qui sait probablement que je suis là au lieu de travailler. Et elle t'a vu donner 100 €, du coup elle sait que tu es quelqu'un de bien, probablement. Évidemment. Gontiero qui a donné 60 € pour qu'Antoine se fasse sortir par la sécu. Le Dream, tout simplement. Le vrai Dream. The Fox qui a donné 50 € aussi, il n'y a pas de souci. Bon déjà, Wind Waker, meilleur Zelda bien sûr. Et encore bravo à tous les runners et les runneuses, ainsi qu'à MV et à toutes les personnes qui participent à cet événement. L'année prochaine, j'y serai. Tu seras dans cette salle. Coucou à Papy Hall et Tolémet qui sont censés être dans la salle selon les dernières infos qui me sont parvenues. Ah, coucou. Bon, levez la main.
Non,
ah oui, c'est
là-bas.
Let's go. Applaudissez-les, s'il vous plaît. Ils ont eu le courage de se montrer.
Ouais, c'est très bien.
Merci.
Nous avons Quentin qui nous donne 50 € et qui nous dit inférieur à 1.
Ah, oh, wow.
Est-ce que tu aimes bien ça?
Moi, j'aime beaucoup.
Ça me...
Alors, à 1.
Ça fait un peu un triomphe. Bon, bref.
C'est inférieur à 300 000. Et c'est le cas de la cagnotte à l'heure actuelle. Il va falloir y aller, messieurs, dames. Si vous voulez. Attention, ça je vous le dis tout de suite. Il y a l'homme au Bob Fleury.
Non mais...
Qui a donné 10 €. Je suis dans la salle JPP, virez Antoine. Où es-tu?
Virez Antoine, mais j'en veux.
Ah, je te vois avec ton Bob Fleury. Hein? Tu veux que je parte?
Tu veux que je parte?
Eh ben c'est bien, tu as fait ton don. C'est très bien, bravo. Bravo.
Nous avons Double P qui nous fait un don de 13 € et qui nous dit Ocarina of Time sur 3DS. Souvenir d'enfance oblige. Merci à tout le staff, les runners, les commentateurs et les ambianceurs pour cet event de folie inférieur à 3.
Évidemment, The Legend of Zelda, souvenir d'enfance. On connaît tous, bien sûr. On a sa perle.
Hello, everyone. You are watching the SpeeDons 5 English language restream here at Games Done Quick. I am Salkuth Mind. With me, I have Toro Knight. And we have just hit 250,000 euros raised for Doctors of the World, which is super, super hype. Toro, how are you feeling about that?
I'm doing good, and good morning to everyone watching in the US. Good afternoon, everyone in Europe, and good time of day to everyone in wherever your part of the world you're watching this stream. We so very much appreciate you tuning in. It's been a wonderful day one. Technically, still day one because we haven't even reached 24. We haven't passed 24 hours yet, and we're already at 250,000 euros, which is absolutely astounding.
And counting rapidly. Like the number is just going up. I should tell you all a little bit more about the charity that this wonderful event is raising for. Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World France, is an international health NGO of over 40 years. And health in international means they provide care for the most precarious people in over 30 countries, along with being in France. They're an activist organization that fights for fairer and accessible healthcare policies for everyone. If you want to learn more about them, you can go to doctorsoftheworld.org. You can type !donate in chat if you'd like to donate towards the event. Because there are some fantastic incentives that are open coming up very soon. For example, one that looks really cool is there's an incentive coming up for the, I'm just scrolling to find it here, for the Solar Ash Run, that's a little bit later today, to get it to the true ending. Right now it's an any % restricted category. If it's met, it's going to be true ending. They're about halfway there on that goal, so if that sounds interesting, donate towards that. They also have a ton of incentives you can donate towards, or there's also a fantastic shirt. Toro, have you seen the shirt for this event?
Oh, so the designs for these shirts have been absolutely out of this world. I love those designs for basically everything that's been printed on throughout this marathon. They had one not too long ago, a few minutes ago, it was a black t-shirt, and they had one with the centerpiece holding a Buster Sword from Final Fantasy VII, and I'm like, I want that shirt.
I love it. It also has a little slime from Slime Rancher on there. I speedrun Slime Rancher. Like, it's an adorable shirt, and it is available for international shipping. So if that looks cool to you, absolutely go check it out. And 10 euros from each shirt goes towards the charity. It's such a cool shirt. I love it. We are still getting set up for our next run, which is going to be Ghostland Yard, any %. And it's going to be a 3-way race, thanks to an incentive getting met. Again, the power of donating towards those incentives. 10,000 euros were raised to add in a third runner. So, stick around. This run is going to be incredible once we get there. They're just sorting out a few things.
Yeah, originally this was supposed to be Tonyub and Sebi going to be running Ghostland Yard 80%, but because we all met that 10,000 euro incentive, it's now going to be Jarmu, who's also going to be added to the race. And these three runners, if you look at their leaderboards, their PBs, they're separated, all three of them, by less than 30 seconds. So that should already tell you that we are in for a very competitive, very fun race. What's been a really, really good hidden gem of a indie game that was released a couple of years ago, less than 2 years ago in Ghostland Yard that I've been speedrunning for a little bit, and it is such a fun game.
Indeed. I cannot wait for everyone to get to see it. I'm curious, Toro. I have a question for you, which SpeeDons is also asking their viewers. Which is the best Zelda game?
Ooh, best. Honestly, if you ask me, I will always default to Majora's Mask. That was always. It's for me. It's a 1A 1B type of deal with Majora's Mask usually being my 1A and Ocarina of Time being my 1B. Having those were my two first Zelda games because I owned the pretty rare. I don't know how rare it is, but I think it's rare. GameCube Collector's Edition where you got to play GameCube ports of both of those games and Zelda 1 and 2. So I felt pretty lucky to have experienced Zelda for the first time with those two games. So those always have a special place in my heart.
Awesome. You know what my favorite is?
Which one?
Elden Ring. It is a Zelda game, and you can prove it. There is a poll that is being asked via donations on the SpeeDons tracker, which I believe that is pinned in chat, but you can also go to tracker.speedons.fr/2025 if you want to see all of those incentives, the schedule, the prizes that are available, which unfortunately those are, I believe, region restricted. So those of you outside of certain locations, not eligible, but go check them out. Go check out the hard work that's been put into them.
Speaking of Elden Ring, there's actually an incentive for which the goal being 30,000 euros, where the 3 runners will basically fight the DLC big boss using only one device. So it's 3 people, 1 controller. So it's still a ways to go, but I love multi-person 1 controller runs, and the big boss for the Elden Ring DLC, it is no joke. So I am fascinated to see how 3 people get to do it on 1 device.
I need to see that. I've not played Elden Ring. It is Souls-likes are way too hard for me, but I need to see that just because that is an incredible feat of gaming skills.
By the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out the SpeeDons crew and the entire event for just providing a wonderful atmosphere. We were talking about it right before we came on live, but the amphitheater, the atmosphere, the stage, it's maybe one of my favorite, if not my favorite setup for an in-person speedrunning event that I've seen. You kind of see how packed the crowd can be. At its fullest, it's, we're talking attendance in the thousands, which you don't see very often for really many events. Even taking out the speedrunning aspect, many events don't draw an attendance this large for such a sustained period that we got going on. Again, we're only on day 1, and the atmosphere so far has been absolutely electric.
Oh, yeah. My understanding is the venue holds about 3,000 people, and tickets sold out pretty much within the first 24 hours, which is incredible to see the French community supporting speedrunning so enthusiastically. That is wonderful, and it's so cool that we get to do this restream to bring community across the globe. It's so cool that we get to do that. I also want to just shout out some of the folks who are in chat. We've had folks from the French community coming and joining us here on the English language restream, helping translate what's going on during these segments in between where we don't normally have commentary going. We have commentary in English for the runs, but not for the in-between segments typically. And so just, shout outs to all of you who are in chat, hanging out, helping explain things for those of us who are a little challenged in understanding French. We greatly appreciate you. So thank you for hanging out.
Absolutely love probably my favorite translation has just been a chat. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Just the word bye in French, and everybody spamming it is maybe so far my favorite French to English translation in chat so far. And I love that they even have a little graphic at the bottom whenever they want to spam that.
I love that as well. It's so great. The little characters that are on screen is so cool. I love that little thing. I'll see in chat that one donor just said the best Zelda is the Tic Tac box. You know what? I fully support that. I support that so much. The best Zelda game is that box of Tic Tacs on the host desk there, who has been, that it has a mind of its own. It's been pulling some tricks in the past few minutes if you've been watching it.
Tic Tac Box is probably going to end up being one of the biggest stars of this entire marathon when it's all said and done.
Very deserved.
We're already almost at 260,000. It was only a couple of minutes ago where we were just talking about passing 250,000 euros, and we're already at 260,000 almost.
Incredible.
Wow.
It sounds like the run is going to start, I think, very briefly here. So hopefully. Oh, and yes, indeed, here's our commentators who will be commentating in French for the run. Obviously, you've already heard from Tora Knight and I, we're going to be bringing you the English commentary for this run.
And this run is a very, very fast-paced, almost blink and you miss it type of run. So just to kind of give a little bit of background, because we're not going to have a lot of time, a lot of breathing room throughout the run once we kind of get going. But basically, it's a precision platformer. Kind of think a little bit in the vein as Super Meat Boy. There's 120 levels across 6 worlds, 6 bosses, and you're not going, and it's not going to be a typo when the estimate says, I think, 35 minutes. Yep, these 3 runners are so skilled that they can beat 120 levels and 6 bosses in under 35 minutes. So it's going to be one heck of a ride in Ghostland Yard. And it's a fantastic game that's also built for speedrunning, as we're going to see pretty soon. In the main menu, there's a speedrun option where you basically can just tackle the entire game with no cutscenes, nothing that kind of just takes away from the run even for a second. So it's going to be pretty fast. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Indeed. To introduce everyone to the 3 runners, and yes, you did hear that correctly. This got upgraded to 3 runners from 2, thanks to everyone's generous donations. We have Sebi, who is currently 3rd place on the leaderboard. Wow, I'm having trouble saying words right now. Tanoib, who is 4th on the leaderboard, and then Jarmu, who is 5th. They are all within 20 seconds of each other with their PBs. So this is going to be fast-paced, anyone's race. And so it looks like they are about ready to start.
Yep, and as you kind of saw in the main menu right before they got into this screen, this game's speedrunning option also has a lot of accessibility options. So it includes stuff to kind of make things a little bit easier, not as punishing. And it looks like we are just about ready to roll.
There we go. I also love that they have each chosen different color for their little character, Poe. So very briefly, story of this game. The main character, Poe, who's this little sort of blob on screen, arrives at Ghostland Yard only to find out all of his friends have been abducted by various monsters who took them back to their own biome. And so Poe is going to run to their rescue through the 6 different worlds.
In this first world, there's really nothing too significant. It's kind of basically a showing the ropes type of deal. One thing that you'll notice is these kind of pink goo, pink rocks that you'll see scattered throughout all these different levels. Those are instant death, so of course you want to try to avoid it, but the way this game, all of the levels are designed, they're kind of designed in a way where the way they are structured, it kind of leads you and it kind of guides you a little bit as you're kind of going through the level. So once you get enough practice, even just 1 or 2 playthroughs of this level, and you start to get an understanding of how the level design kind of works. And you're already seeing all 3 of these runners just kind of blazing through. They're roughly at the same point, and they're already halfway through World 1. One thing that we have not seen yet is death. Is if you die, you basically restart the level again. So there's no margin for error. So seeing all these runners basically traverse through these levels is just an absolute joy to watch.
Indeed, yeah, we saw one death there up in the top screen. So they're now a little desynced. I think Sebi is ahead. Is that correct, Tor? I think Sebi's in the lead currently, and then Jamru, and then Tonaib.
Yes, just barely, but yes, Sebi right now is in the lead. One thing that's also another really cool thing in terms of speedrunning this game is that you're gonna see the little timers up in the top left corner of each of the 3 runners' screens. Is the fact that it's an in-game timer that is tailored, that is there throughout the entire run, so you gotta have a really good accurate time of how good and how long all these runs, your runs have been. So we already got the first boss. We're only barely 2 minutes into the run. So first boss, you're kind of see the main mechanic of, for most of the bosses, is the fact that a lot of these levers you'll see scattered throughout the arena. Once they turn green, you'll be able to touch those levers, and it basically counts like as a hit of some sort. Rule of 3 for a lot of these bosses, do it 3 times, and you automatically win the fight, then you progress to the next level. So, not a whole lot to kind of see, but one thing you'll notice is that every time you get a hit in, you actually get the arena kind of changes just a little bit, and you'll see that in some of the other bosses throughout this run. And Sebi's already in World 2, which I would say probably my favorite world music in the entire game.
Oh, yes. I see here in the notes that the OST for this world features bagpipes, which is awesome. If you like the sound of bagpipes, I love bagpipes, so I am living for this music. This is also the castle. World 1 was the caves. This is the castle. And, like, aesthetically, this game is just so beautiful.
It is. And shout out to Obelisk Studios who made this game. They made a beautifully designed, beautiful sounding game that's a very speedrunner-friendly type of game. One of the gimmicks you'll see in World 2 is you're going to see a lot of the pink rocks kind of just be scattered even more throughout the levels, and especially taking the form of sauce, whether they're kind of just circling around in the air or being on the ground. One thing that you'll kind of start to notice, you're kind of wondering, like, all these runners, they are going through these levels like butter. One really cool thing about the way levels are designed is that if you kind of start the level and you just kind of full on send it and you know sort of where to go, you can basically go through the entire level without fear of getting hit if you know what you're doing. So it really incentivizes speed and experimentation with knowing when to time jumps, when to kind of wait, and when to full on send it in certain portions of the run. And there's more than one way to beat a lot of these levels. You kind of see these runners taking advantage of some of the shortcuts, as you kind of saw right there at the lower right screen with Jarmu. Jarmu kind of just skipped maybe like 3/4 of that last level with some very clever platforming.
Mm-hmm. I believe all the levels in this game are cycle-based, so there is also a lot of just a goal is to do it correctly the first time in order to keep your cycles as you want them. But it's also a really close race. I want to point out, while Toro was explaining some of that stuff, Sebi actually took a fairly unfortunate death close to the end of a level and now is in second place. That is how close they are. Like, all of these runners are very close. Jimmy was a little bit behind, but all it takes is a singular death to
Tonyup's already now the World 2 boss. This one's a little bit different, probably the most unique boss in the entire run out of the first, discounting the final boss, is the fact that it's not the same thing with the lever on the first world boss. It's just run away from the boss and got to do a lot of clever platforming, very precise platforming and trying to go up. And then think you're safe all the way up, and then boom, Tower of Terror. You're now falling down and you're just trying to avoid death. And as I mentioned, checkpoints are a thing that you can do at the start, right before you start a run for boss checkpoints. That right before you kind of fall down, that is a checkpoint. However, when we're doing speed runs and trying to submit to leaderboard, you don't do the checkpoints. So one death and you have to restart the whole thing. And getting it done on the first go for all 3 of these runners is very, very impressive.
Yeah, and so I see that all of the runners are onto the third world. This is the temple. So we get moving platforms as well as wind zones. So we're seeing those moving platforms already. yeah, anything where there's moving or wind, if you've played precision platforms before, you know that adds extra complexity, but also can add a lot of speed too.
Yeah, and one thing is, you kind of saw a lot of these moving platforms, I should say, is that sometimes those platforms can be of help, but they can also be a bit of a hindrance. We're talking about cycles earlier. This is another instance where the cycle for the platforms basically have to kind of beat the platform before it reaches to a point where it can hinder you, or at least make things a little bit more difficult for you to complete the level. And I love these updraft levels where the entire level is you're just going up, and you just got to do your best to try to avoid touching any of these instant death rocks.
Yeah, I'm also seeing in chat, I already knew that the devs were French, but even cooler is the game is developed in Lyon, which is where SpeeDons is taking place. So that's just even a little cool fact about this game, that it's a game local to where the event is happening.
And shout out to the dev team. They are extremely, not just the dev team, but also the runners and players of this game. They are extremely passionate. And shout out to also the dev team for hopping on and giving me some advice and helping me as I was learning kind of this game not too long ago. And they are so passionate about this game, and you can tell a lot of love especially for speedrunners, in trying to kind of design the levels in a way that is extremely satisfying, while also providing a fun challenge and rewarding knowledge of the level, knowledge of the gimmicks in each world, and kind of just finding a way to basically beat the levels, not just as fast as possible, but as efficient as possible without needing to take any deaths whatsoever. We really haven't had that many deaths at all throughout this run.
Yeah, I've been noticing like a couple here and there, which shows that like this game is challenging, this game is hard, but these runners are very skilled, and so, you know, even with high skill, though, the odd death happens here and there. But I also, Toro, who's in the lead right now? Because I have lost track of who's where.
Sebby right now is in the lead, having reached the boss of this one. This is probably, for speedrunners, this is probably maybe their least favorite boss of the entire run. Mainly because there's a lot of RNG involved with these little balls, pink balls that are kind of floating around the level. It's not exactly cycle-based as some of the other things that we've seen throughout the level. The main gimmick is trying to touch the lever 3 times, but the lever is only at the very top. And phase 1, it's pretty easy to get yourself all the way up there. Second phase, a little bit tougher, but you get platforms to kind of help you along. Third phase, now you have these little small updrafts that, funny, I mentioned the updrafts. It was hard for me to even notice the updrafts, or I didn't notice the updrafts, I should say, throughout during my blind playthrough of this run, but that was a very excellent World 3 boss from Sebby. There was also things to contend with as well, with the giant pink laser throwing around, and also kind of a small little doppelganger that follows your every move. I kind of think of the Mario Sunshine with the
or like Battleline from Celeste, similar concept. Yeah, yeah. So I see Sebby is cruising ahead here of the other two, already in World 4, the mountains, which. These spinning wheels, they're very pretty, but also very scary. I got nervous watching them every time.
The two main gimmicks that are introduced in World 4 is you kind of see these green little slime things that there are at the side of the walls. They basically keep you in place. So so instead of falling down slowly throughout the entire, as you're kind of holding on and hugging to the walls, you basically get stuck there. But also, you have these blue little like spears where if you kind of go in there, you kind of get whirled around and you can just get launched very, very far. So a lot of these puzzles in World 4, they're kind of more distant based in terms of where the levels are going to be. I would say probably in terms of actual size, World 4 has the biggest levels in the game collectively, mainly because these puzzles are primarily for trying to launch yourself as fast as possible. And I can tell you this right now. It is very satisfying when you when you launch yourself way up and get to the location you want to go to. But this is kind of where the difficulty starts to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. If you've noticed, Sebi has taken a couple of deaths in that level. Also see here in my notes that there are quite a few levels in this world that even for very skilled runners like these three, there's lots of ways to die.
Oh yeah, for sure. And and as we kind of mentioned, these runners are all exceptionally skilled, and this is still anybody's race. There's a lot of bosses still that could potentially even things out a little bit, and some levels are extremely tricky. As you kind of saw, Sebi and Tonya kind of struggled a little bit with World 4 level 10. That final part where you kind of have to launch yourself, you kind of have to thread the needle a little bit between those three pink rocks. It's very, very finicky, and you have to be extremely specific with where you want to go. And there we go. Tonya finally got past World 10. That one's a really tough level. It's an extremely tough level for sure. As you come to see now, Sebi already at level 17, so not far off from me personally, probably my least favorite boss in this entire game. But you can maybe chalk that up to a skill issue, but it's a very unique boss. Probably outside of the final boss, maybe the longest boss in the entire game, if you kind of let it be. Maybe, and we'll talk about that boss once we actually get there, because there's a lot going on with that boss.
It is a complex boss, having watched you speedrun it and fight that boss casually. It looks very difficult. So I'm excited to see these runners show us just how simple it apparently is for really skilled runners.
And one thing that we haven't touched over is Sebi's already on the boss. Okay, so this boss has 3 phases. So we kind of, same thing with the levers. However, the levers themselves are not the things that actually damage the boss. What we want to try to do is we want to try to force this boss into one of these 4 kind of blue spinning circles, and it's gonna go around, fly around, and then hit itself. Now you kind of see there's only 3 as opposed to 4, and the stage also kind of gets some makeovers. Some of the platforms starts to kind of go down a little bit, and what we're trying to now see, the levers actually are the things that activate this little Ferris wheel that I like to call. And Sebi's already off to a flying start. Very good phase 2.
This is so clean, very satisfying to watch.
Yeah, and there's a lot kind of going on in terms of the attacks. Obviously you're kind of seeing these telegraphed telegraphed kind of pink balls just flying in from the stage that they are kind of traveling across. And wow, very good first try on that world.
Sebi's out. The other 2 are in that boss. Tora, you had a thought that you something you were going to say before we jumped into that boss.
So you kind of notice that a lot of the updrafts, they're making a lot of quick decisions, and that is because a lot of the updrafts, while they do kind of help in navigating throughout the level, the moment you kind of leave a lot of the updraft sections, you start falling down, and you don't really have a lot of time to think. And also, a lot of what the updrafts do, they are in conjunction with some of these like instant death pink ceilings. So you also don't have a lot of time. So if you're kind of going up, you can't stay in the updraft for too long. Otherwise, then you're also going to get hit with good old instant death, and that's going to be a lot more apparent, especially when we get into World 6 towards the end. But now we have a World 5. World 5 is probably my favorite world in the entire game.
Yeah, it's called a sub-base in this world, and I'm seeing what looks like aquatic creatures behind them, which is very cool. I'm fascinated by the backgrounds.
Yeah, and wow, excellent start to 5-10 from Sebi. So unfortunate. This one's a very tough one. So the main gimmick in in World 5, you kind of see these yellow balls, and when you touch these yellow orbs, they are, wow, fantastic 510. They give you an extra jump, and so that's essentially the main gimmick, is using these extra jump orbs in order to be able to traverse through the level and do some very clever platforming. But because of the extra height that you get and the extra distance you can get from these yellow orbs, guild players are able to kind of just go through a lot of the levels while taking big shortcuts and not needing to have to go through the entirety of the level, or even have to use up every single orb at their disposal, or whatever is available throughout the level.
Yeah, it's essentially the orbs are they are quite literally just an additional jump in the air, sort of like in Celeste, which is another position platformer type thing. Is you get that second dash, and it lets you jump in the air, all those things. I do believe there, if I recall correctly, we will get something that is similar to the feather mechanic, if I recall correctly. I might be mixing up my indie precision platformers here.
Sebi is flying right now.
Sebi is just zooming, absolutely zooming in chat. Zooming in chat. Let's get some zooms in chat is what I meant to say. It's still very early here for me. I'm Western Canada, so I'm very excited to be here, but it is also very early. Let's get some zooms in chat, get some hypes. We've also asked 260,000 euros raised, which is super hype.
That was an absolutely flawless 519 and 520 from Sebi. He's already at the boss of World 5, so this one's maybe the most unique boss in the game compared to the others. So there's no levers in this boss, but you see these little kind of containers scattered throughout the arena, and your objective is just collect them all, and you automatically win. But you gotta avoid all these insta-death tentacles that there's kind of flying around. And one thing is you kind of use all these platforms to kind of recover your height, your extra jumps, because you get 5 jumps, and every time you touch one of those yellow platforms, you get 5 more. So there's a lot of jumping around, and also another very, very good.
That was so clean from Sebi.
Yeah, so now Sebi's in World 6. So now you're going to see one new mechanic introduced in 2 different variants. You see these kind of gray tubes that are scattered throughout the level. So what they basically act as potential obstacles or platform tools for you. You touch an orb for the gray tubes. If you touch a blue orb, they disappear, or if they've already disappeared, then they will reappear. Same thing with these orange tubes. So the gimmick is trying to kind of just figure out when's a good time to make the tubes disappear while also making them reappear to kind of get yourself still in the middle of the air and trying to ensure that you can keep your level run going. And you're kind of seeing that in level 6, we're now kind of combining a lot of gimmicks from past worlds into kind of one very difficult challenge in World 6.
Yeah, this is the final world. This is the station. Poe is now in space. And in the background, if you look, you will see Laika the space dog in some levels. That's a fun little Easter egg that the devs put there. But also from level 610, as Toronto was explaining, there's a lot of strategy to deciding when do you trigger the orange and the blue orbs to open pathways. Except once you hit 610, it actually becomes rhythm-based. So once again, it is all about those cycles, as we're seeing here on Sebi's screen in that level. Once again, it's a very cycle-based game, and so the skill is knowing what are these cycles, trying to avoid dying, because of course that messes up cycles. We're just seeing incredible skill.
And you're kind of seeing on Tony up screen in is the fact that you're kind of combining also grabbing both the multi jumps back at 5-6, but also grabbing that blue orb and kind of make the pillars here. So you're not just combining gimmicks in the same level. Sometimes you're combining gimmicks in the same jump. So that's kind of the challenge with this with this level, is that everything is kind of thrown at you, and the level of precision that runners have in order to traverse through these levels, not even just quickly, just at all, is very, very impressive to try to make sure that they can complete the level.
All right, Sebi should be almost to the final boss. Am I correct in thinking that?
Yep, Sebi's in 519, and 519's kind of a freebie. Say, as you kind of saw, maybe with like a couple of levels, they just go up and avoid the obstacles, and you're already basically at the near end of the game, at least on Sebi's perspective. This is what I was talking about, the updrafts. Make sure you're not in the updrafts for too long, otherwise you're gonna die. And all right, final boss time on Sebi's side. So this is the boss, spelled B-O-5-5, and there's 3 phases to this boss. This is the only boss in the game where there are actual checkpoints, because as you'll see throughout this boss fight, it is not easy to try to do this in one go. But all 3 of these runners are capable enough to do so. So there's kind of 3 mini phases in each phase. There's kind of avoiding the little pink orbs. And then afterwards is a platforming challenge. And then once you complete that, you got to go inside the boss and do some very, very tight platforming to kind of ensure that you can actually touch that lever. Phase 2 is not a freebie, but definitely a lot more manageable than phase 1, because it's a lot of very precise platforming, but with a bit of a timer just so that the goo does not squish you. One thing that we haven't not touched a whole lot about, but one cool little mechanic that you're kind of seeing a little bit if you notice it real carefully, is that when you jump into the walls, if you hold down the jump button as you're touching the wall, Poe actually gets a tiny bit of a vertical increase. So he climbs up the wall just barely, and that's vital for this portion of the final boss when you go inside of boss to kind of ensure that you're able to make some of these very precise platforming. And if Sebi gets this, that's actually gonna be time. Gonna be closed, and there we go. That's time.
It's time for Sebi.
Wow, 23-13. That's might have to
23-13 in game. That is a new personal best.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I was about to check. Yeah, no, that was absolutely phenomenal running from Sebi.
That is a new personal best by 13 seconds, which is incredible, given that Sebi just set a new personal best like 16 days ago. So doing it here live is incredible. I see Tonyob is on the final boss as well.
Yep, on phase 2 of the final boss right now. So you're kind of going through a little bit of a updraft portion of the final boss. As you kind of see, this boss just kind of combines, like with World 6, this boss combines every single platforming challenge and gimmick that is thrown at you throughout the run. And Jarmu's not far behind. Jarmu is already on the final level of World 6. So all 3 of these runners very much in play to go way underestimated, which is not a surprise to me given how good all 3 of these runners are. As we kind of alluded to at the start of the broadcast with this run, all 3 of these runners, we're talking like seconds separating between these 3 runners on the leaderboard.
Yeah, because I see that Jarmu is also on the final boss, phase 1 of that final boss. An unfortunate death there once inside the final boss.
Yeah, Tonyob still has a slight lead, but it's very easy to kind of get stuck on any one of these phases. Thankfully, as I mentioned, the checkpoints are in play with the final boss, mainly because of how lengthy and difficult it can be. So when you take a dev, you basically start at the point right after you finish the inside the boss maze. So looks like it's going to be almost time for Tanya. This goes well, very precise. There we go. And that's time for Tanya up now. That's going to be a 25:44. Still a very impressive time.
Very impressive.
In a marathon setting. Jarmu right now, very close to finishing. Phase 2.
Yeah, had a couple of very unfortunate deaths there on phase 1 of the boss, which just goes to show how difficult this game is. The runners have been making it look very easy, but this game is not a walk in the park. It is quite challenging. And so to be doing it live, especially for Jarmu, getting added in not that long ago, the incentive was met about 6-ish hours ago, if I recall correctly. So, has prepared for it, obviously, but maybe not to the same level as the other two. And so being added in as part of this incentive, still an incredibly impressive performance.
Sub 27 very much in play, which was also still, even though it'd be third place in this run, it's still an unbelievably impressive time. We're in the final stretch here. Gotta be very careful. You have to be ultra precise with some of these platforms with the pink rocks. And there we go. That is time.
That is time. Let's go.
26:14. Also an extremely impressive time. All three of these runners just had an incredibly skillful showcase of Ghostland Yard. It's